Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. Did you know that over 70% of real estate firms rely on SAP REFX for efficient property management? This statistic highlights the widespread adoption and importance of SAP REFX in the real estate industry. Let us dive into the SAP Flexible Real Estate Management. To give you an idea of its impact, companies using SAP REFX often see up to a 30% reduction in operational costs and a 40% increase in overall efficiency. These impressive numbers demonstrate the value SAP REFX brings to the table, making it a critical tool for any real estate professional. Effective real estate management is crucial for business success. It helps manage properties, leases, and contracts efficiently, ensuring that all aspects of real estate operations are handled smoothly. In this course, you'll learn about the key features and benefits of SAP REFX, including how to set up and configure the system, as well as real-world applications and best practices. Let's dive in.
To begin with the training, first of all, I would like everyone to be interactive. Okay. If anyone has any kind of query, questions, Q&A, please ask me out there and there itself. And if you have anything, please write it down. Any queries are there which you want to get it sorted, please write it down and we can go through it at the end of sessions. Okay. We are going to cover all the REFX related aspect, that is what is the master data, what is the transactional data, how exactly the REFX organizational structure flows. So let me know if you all can see my screen. So to begin with our REFX introduction, so what is REFX? So REFX is majorly used to succeed in total global highly competitive economy, and asset optimization in real estate management is crucial. So when we say flexible real estate, what does it mean by? So let's say we have multiple real estate asset is been managed by a certain organization or some construction company. So it is really important for them to manage those real estate objects, real estate master data, or any of the real estate rental objects which are there effectively. So when we say effectively, that means we have to see which all objects are available, which all objects are being leased out, which all objects are like still remain. There are multiple scenarios in real estate wherein we can see that okay, some common spaces are there. Common space, as in you might have seen, one of the best example is like in mall. When we go in mall, we have a common space like called as food court. Okay, food court, it is not specifically assigned to any of the one vendor, like let's say Domino's is there, KFC is there. It is not specifically assigned to that particular vendor, but it is assigned to all of the vendor, right? Now how exactly we are going to manage all of that food court area, that we are going to see in REFX. Okay, we can manage all of the activities, all of the service charges, all of the costs within REFX. Okay, organization need to ensure full visibility into their property portfolio to make informed decision. As I mentioned, like how much of property is there, how exactly they are utilizing, that can be managed through flexible real estate. Improving portfolio performance and reducing compliance cost are key objective in real estate management. Increased global competition has raised the need for sophisticated solution in handling changing consumer demand. Workforce management, information management, compliance adherence, leasing management, and property management effectively. So when we say workforce management, it is not just an area. Okay, as I have given an example of food court, it is not just an area that we are managing through flexible real estate. We are also managing the cost, that like electricity is there, maintenance cost are there, water is there, any of the cleaning activities are there, or even in mall, if when we go, parking is also there, right? So all of these activities can be managed through flexible real estate. Okay, flexible real estate is a full-featured and integrated solution that enables effective real estate management and provides greater insight into one's real estate portfolio. The application addresses all phases of the real estate life cycle, including acquisition or disposal, portfolio management, and property and technical management. So one of the example which I have given you is already a constructed real estate building, right? That is a food court. But apart from that, we can also manage an under construction or a constructed building which has not been yet leased out or not have been started functioning. So that can also be managed through flexible real estate. It's not just real estate objects that we can manage through REFX module, but certain other modules are also there which we can manage it through this module. Okay. REFX is an emerging workstream in SAP world, covering industries such as airport, housing authorities, postal services, building services, insurance company, energy suppliers, office space managers, railway, real estate investment trust, manufacturers, shopping center managers, retailers, bankers, and telecommunication firm. So one of the example which I have given you is real estate. Now we have seen that there are so many of other industry that we can manage through REFX. So how exactly? I'll quickly give you one example of each industry. Airport. Again, in airport we have common area wherein certain multiple vendors are there. So that common area can be managed through REFX. Okay. Housing authorities. Let's say like we have a very great example of like government housing authorities are there, like in Maharashtra we have it as Mahada. Okay. Maharashtra Housing Authority Development. Okay. So that means they develop it and they rent it out. Apart from that, then we have government quarters which are there. So all of this can be managed through housing authority. Postal services. So postal services is like one of the example for that is like when we send something, when we like send a courier through post, be it parcel or normal courier. So how much of the area now in India, when we send a courier or when we send a post, it occupies certain space within railway bogies, like a railway compartment, right? So how much of it, the area is been occupied, that can be managed. Building services, I have already given you an example. Insurance company example is like, let's say we have a contract with insurance company that up to certain, the very best example of insurance company is like when we travel out, we take a travel insurance, right? So travel insurance is nothing but our contract with our insurance company. So that contract can also be managed through insurance company. Energy suppliers. So energy supplies, this comes under ISU, that is utilities. Okay. So REFX module has an integration with a FICA module as well, that is contract accounting. So we can have a contract accounting integration with REFX as well. Office space managers, like as I have given you an example of food court, the same example can be of office space managers, like we have WeWork and all. So that is a common space that has been managed by WeWork. But if certain spaces within WeWork have been leased out to some organization on a long term basis, that can be managed through REFX. Railways, again, like if you are aware, we have goods container, like goods railway, right? So within goods railway, we do transport our goods. So it is not necessarily required that each of the container within railway will be occupied by one organization or one company itself. It can be like, okay, one container is there, out of which certain like 30% has been occupied by XYZ company, and the rest 70% has been occupied by ABC company. So that can be managed through REFX. Real estate investment trust, again, it's the same example of mall which I have given. Manufacturer. So one of the manufacturer example can be, let's say that I'll give you an example of Tata itself. Tata Motors, what they do is within Pimpri Chinchwad or in Pune. So they have a certain plant available in Pune. So let's say they have a capacity of producing 100 cars, but if they have like they have a demand of 110 and they cannot produce, I'm just taking an example of cars, ideally it's not car, but it is a spare part related activity. Okay. So when they have an exceeded demand, Okay, that means like 110. So the extra 10 cars demand which is there, what they will do is they'll give it out on a job work. That is nothing but a subletting. Okay, they are subleasing out to another manufacturer, asking them that okay, right now our capacity is of 100, but the extra 10 cars which we have got as a demand, so you please manufacture it on behalf of us and we'll pay certain amount. So that subleasing can also be adhered to REFX module. Okay, shopping centers, it is malls only. Retailers, again, like the same example I have given you of like shopping center and retailer comes under same. Banks is like they have certain contracts, okay, hedging contracts and all, then fund management contracts. Again, like as I mentioned over here, we like REFX has integration with FICA module. It also has integration with FM module, that is funds management. Okay, telecommunication firms. So in telecommunication, how exactly REFX comes into picture? So let's say XYZ, like Vodafone organization is there. It is not necessary that Vodafone will own all the towers in the country by themselves, right? So half of the towers will be owned by them, half of the towers will be owned by some other telecommunication industry. But that doesn't mean that wherever Vodafone is not there, Vodafone tower is not there, they won't have their reach like availability, right? So what they do is they have a contract or they have like lease with other telecommunication industry organization, that okay, whenever our user will enter into your area or your tower range, and if they utilize some of the data within from your tower, so we are going to pay you XYZ amount. So those kind of contract can also be managed through SAP module. So in this, SAP REFX is not just for real estate, it is for like it is a contract and lease management module. Okay, what is flexible real estate management? This component fulfills the requirement of real estate management by providing a comprehensive view of all business transactions related to it. Applications, management of real estate, contract management, space management, leasing, control of business processes relevant to real estate. So as I mentioned, it is not just related to real estate, but also contract management, space management, leasing. Space management is nothing, one of the example which I have given you of airport and mall, like wherein 1,000 square feet of area is there, out of which certain spaces will be occupied by multiple vendors or multiple outlets. So that is called space management. Okay, management of real estate. So we have to understand that within real estate we have two type of view, that is two type of organization structure. When we say view, it is nothing but an organizational structure of REFX. One is architectural view and second is usage view. So what do you mean by architecture view? So architectural view is like it will be an exact replication of the blueprint of the construction site. Let's say, again I'll take the same example of mall. We have a mall called Phoenix. In that mall, on the ground floor, we at the center of west side of the mall, we have a fountain. Okay, now that is something, we it will come under as architecture view. That fountain will come under architecture view. What will be usage view? Again same, that Phoenix mall has 3 floors. On each floor there are around like 100 shops. So if I have to utilize, like on ground floor from left, if I have to go, first complex, like first outlet will be or first shop will be of Under Armour, second will be of Shopper Stop, third will be of Nika. That is how the usage view will be defined. So architectural view is optional when we utilize, like when we work for within REFX module, but usage view is mandatory. What do you mean by optional for architectural view? So it is not necessarily required that you have to create an architectural view when you are utilizing REFX module. It can be a requirement wherein business or a client would ask you to that, okay, I want my all the blueprints to be integrated with SAP module or SAP REFX module. Then we will activate or we will create this architectural view. Apart from that, if business or the client is not requiring any such things, then we won't use that. What I will do or what we can do is we can directly create usage view. Usage view is a mandatory view. Unless and until we do not create it, we won't be able to create any of the contract and start posting to contracts. Okay, so that is what architectural view is and usage view in overview. So in further slides, we will go in details how exactly it flow, what are the organizational structure of each of them. Okay. So within usage view and architectural view, you create your rental object that is like business entity, land, building, rental unit, rental space, rental room. Okay. So these are the master data. These are not transactional data. These are master data of REFX. Okay. So are we guys clear until this? Does someone have any kind of question?
Yeah. Actually, in architecture view, rightly you said that it is optional. Okay. But it is possible that in business to business, maybe it will be mandatory.
That depends how
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. That
See,
depends how
like
exactly you want to integrate or activate this architectural view. So architectural view is, as I mentioned, that it will be we are just replicating that. Okay, this XYZ architecture is there, like fountain is there, or some statue is there, or some extremely like some kind of construction has been created which is not of use but it is just an architecture. Or apart from that, you can also define how exactly the architecture of the mall is there, like it is in oval shape or round shape or square shape. On each floor, how many
how many
rental objects
floors?
are.
Okay, offices.
Yeah, but again that will be required only if the client asks, and that is not of much of use because ideally it flows back to usage view itself. Because when we click on either of the architectural view objects, it will again take you back to the usage view rental object only.
Okay.
So your architecture view are assigned to rental objects which are created from usage view.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, one question over here. See, this calculations and everything, it happens based on the usage view, right? Architectural view does not have a say in that, calculation of the lease amount and all those things, right?
Correct. That is why usage view is mandatory. And again, it depends how exactly you are configuring your calculations. It is not necessarily required that you like majority of the time the calculation happens through contract, not through this master data. Okay.
Okay.
Based on the inputs or the criteria which you have entered in your contract, based on that only your calculation will happen. So when we will go through the contract related so over here we have contract management. So that is when we'll cover how exactly the calculation happens in contract. Majorly, we provide our conditions. That is like condition types is nothing. Through condition types in our GL accounting, like GL posting triggers. Okay. Although we can assign a condition to be rental object and all as well, but the standard practice is we assign it to contract.
Yeah. Can you please go to that industry examples which you were showing in that slide? Yeah, see, over here, banking is something which is not clear because hedging and all those things, how that will help in REFX. I'm just trying to understand.
Not hedging, funds management integration is there. So FM module which is there in SAP, it has an integration with banks as well. So in majorly in Saudi Arabian region like Qatar, UAE and all, in those country these are public sector countries, right? Like majorly it is been owned by like some of the local authorities. It is not like all the banks and all constructions will be done by as per the missions. So I'll give you an example. Let's say we have a organization called Ministry of Foreign Affairs, okay, within UAE. So Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what exactly they do is they construct their embassies in multiple countries, and that construction of their embassy is based upon how exactly, like let's say in public sector, like companies or public sector, whatever projects you have completed, like projects or mission is like phases you have completed. Let's say you have completed your foundation of the construction, then the bank will release a certain amount. Then after that you have completed certain base construction of the building, then again it will release the next amount. So all of those phases or projects are being created under REFX with integration with FM module, fund management module. So how exactly it gets released, that is been managed through REFX. Okay, so these like requisition goes to bank through FM and REFX. Okay.
Because what we were thinking is that, it might be possible that bank may have branches, okay, across the world. And it might be possible that that would be a leasing type of a scenario for banks. So we were thinking that whether that is the use case, or because this funds management is something for budgeting purposes.
So that is
So
also one of the use case. So for banks, see, it is not necessarily required for banks only, right? Even a normal manufacturing company can have multiple spaces available in multiple countries, and they can let it out, right? If you talk about that scenario, it can be for any of the industry, even railway. Let's say for railway also. On the railway, you have platform, right? On those
yes,
platform also multiple vendors are there. Again, then you can club this railway and space management together, correct?
yes, okay,
So it can be a club of anything, like a mix and match of that. Again, like for telecommunication also, in telecommunication, let's say you have a normal cafeteria, like whichever offices are there. I'll take an example of Vodafone office is there in Pune. Okay, now they have a shared service center, just like TCS will also give like for their cafeteria, they won't have their own vendors, right? Like they won't create like cook their food by themselves. They will give like give out a lease to someone else, some other vendor, and that vendor will come into TCS cafeteria and start serving the meals, right? That is also one of the example. So it is not just for banks or the real estate. You just have to think in that perspective. Wherever real estate, contract management or lease comes into picture, you can utilize REFX over there. Okay, I hope this thing is cleared. Any other queries? Okay, so moving on to contract management. The real estate contract lets you manage all contract related to your real estate portfolio. Real estate contract of lease in and lease out category. So as I mentioned, it can be either lease in, it can be either lease out. What is lease in? So I have given you an example like, okay, TCS have the cafeteria, but they have like identified certain vendors to serve the meals and food. So that will be a lease in. Now, what will be lease out scenario? TCS has a building of 10 floor, but they only utilize 7 floor out of those 10 floor, and the 3 floor are being utilized by XYZ organization. Now that will be called as lease out. So both lease in and lease out can be managed through REFX model. It is not just lease in scenario which we manage. Any of the leases or contracts can be managed through it. General customer contract, service contract with the tenant, as I mentioned. A general vendor contract, maintenance contract with service provider. Service provider is your like cafeteria provider. GL account contract, posting reserve for service charges, security deposit agreement. Service charges are like, if you remember in the start, I have given you an example of mall wherein food court is there and the common expenses are incurred, and those expenses can be settled between all of the vendors who are utilizing those food court area. Okay, that can be managed through contract management. Space management. Space and room management takes account of unusual architectural structure, usage consideration, technical amenities, and feature. You can define spaces flexibly and rent them, extracting them from larger available space. In addition, data exchange with external graphic system allows you to visually represent your real estate object. So space management, again, when I mention about the airport example wherein we have 1,000 square feet of area, and in that airport we have multiple vendors utilizing that 1,000 square feet. Let's say like Rameshwaram cafe is there, no, chai hatti is there, or KFC is there. All of those will be utilizing this particular area, but how exactly they will be utilizing? So let's say I have created a rental space of 1,000 square feet. Out of that 1,000, Rameshwaram cafe is using let's say 250 square feet of area. So what I'll do is I'll create a rental space, like a rental unit of that, sorry, rental space of that much of amount, that is 250. So out of the pooled space of 1,000 square feet, that particular 250 will get deducted, and now the pooled space will remain of 750. Okay, so it is nothing but a consolidation, or you can say a bucket, out of which whenever we are taking out some square feet or some spaces, it will be remained of that much of area. Again, if say that we Rameshwaram cafe has decided that okay, they do not want to continue on any of the airport and they want to like terminate the contract, then once the contract is terminated, again that particular space will get added to pooled space area. So ideally when it was 750 and the contract got terminated, and when we add it back again, it will become of 1,000. So that is how the space management comes into picture. And as I mentioned, architectural view is just for representation purpose, or you can say it is for view purpose. Okay. Coming to control of business processes relevant to real estate. What are the business processes? What all business processes we can manage through REFX module? The following important processes in the management of real estate are integrated into component: asset management, posting, and reports. So through contract management, we can create asset, or we can assign asset to a contract, and we can also post asset acquisition and liabilities accordingly. So we will cover in our one of the session when we have for IFRS 16. In that session we will cover how exactly the asset management comes into picture, what all entries get posted, how does the IFRS 16 get impacted. So when we say asset management, it is purely IFRS 16 for REFX. If we are assigning asset to a contract, then that means IFRS 16 is implicated. Okay, just make a note of this, that whenever we are assigning any of the asset to a REFX contract, that means IFRS 16 has been implicated, and that particular organization is managing IFRS 16 through REFX model. Real estate controlling, cost planning, intercompany activity assignment, cost settlement, profit center accounting. So cost planning, as in within contract we have called as cash flow. So through that cash flow, we can identify in leasing scenario how much of payment has to be done in coming future. Let's say if any of the organization needs to plan that next month how much of payment I'll be making to a certain contract. So through those cash flow, we can identify that XYZ amount of payment has to be done against this contract. Intercompany activity, there can be a scenario that one asset has been owned by one company, and that company has leased out that particular asset to another one of their subsidiaries company. So that is one of the scenario. Okay, just a second, guys. Okay, so that is what intercompany activity can be. Cost settlement, as I mentioned, service charge. If we are incurring any of the service charge related active like cost, then how exactly we can settle those costs. Profit center accounting, based on the profit center we can identify. Planning and controlling new building development, maintenance and modernization project. Like if we are planning like any of the real estate related objects are there, and if we are planning any of the construction, as I mentioned, phase wise phase can be managed through REFX model. Purchase order processing and commitments management for the operation and maintenance of real estate. So again, like we can have a purchase order integration with REFX. So as and when each purchase order has been released, we can have that purchase order assigned to contract management. The SAP Flexible Real Estate Management module, also known as REFX, is included in your core SAP installation. This module provides a triple view of master data, land usage management or the legal view, architectural view or geographical view, and usage view or the financial view. The different view allows for collecting various data and facilitate the easy creation and management of all type of real estate objects. SAP REFX become relevant when property is constructed and ready for commercial use. So as I mentioned, like whenever the property is constructed and we are using it like just like a mall, if we have started using or started leasing out malls, then how exactly we are leasing it out to whom and which area of the mall or which unit of the mall we are leasing it out, that also can be managed through REFX. So these are the activities. Like one is post construction, again like FICA, FM, we also have project system integration with REFX. So FICA is one of the like cross module integration. PS is one of the cross module integration. FM funds management is one of the cross module integration. Asset accounting is another one. Then we have CO also. So these all modules we can have an integration with. Okay. Also with P2P, that is MM. Okay. Real estate management solution provides map solution, property acquisition and disposal, buy, build, lease and sell, and buy portfolio like architecture, furniture and fixtures, usage, business partner. Commercial management, contract management, condition adjustment, sales based rents, service charge settlement, third parties management and monitoring critical dates. Technical management, lease event, building operations, maintenance, repair and management, refurbishment and supplying, supplies and disposal. Infrastructure facility management, like cleaning and other services, move management, room reservation, catering and equipment, safety and services. So these all activities, like if you are thinking that okay, real estate related activities only can be managed through REFX, no. As I mentioned, there are multiple scenarios that can be managed through REFX, and these are one of the cases, like or you can say business processes wherein you can utilize your REFX module. Now if you ask how exactly catering and equipment can be managed, so catering is also like we have a contract with third party. Let's say third party will come and manage the event, catering and all for certain banquet hall. So that is also one of the contract or lease, not lease, I would say it will be a contract with that third party. So that contract can also be managed through REFX. So you need to think in multiple ways, that if you have contract management, then REFX. If you have lease management, then REFX. If you have like real estate management, then again REFX. So these all things can be managed through REFX, not just real estate. Okay. So as I mentioned, there are multiple integration, like cross module integration. FI is there. Obviously, FI has to be there, because if any posting has to be done, then it will happen through REFX and FI integration only. Controlling is there, fixed asset, project system, plant maintenance, service management. CRM is also one of them. Business warehouse, any external system such as ESRI or geospatial information system, AutoCAD or drawing system, and document management or DMS. So these geospatial information system, AutoCAD, all of these will be coming into picture when we utilize architectural view. So ideally, when we use architectural view, the like the architectural blueprint will get integrated with REFX, and that is how the whole design or the whole blueprint will be coming into SAP module. Okay. Any question until now? Guys, are we clear? Not clear? I, okay, I'll assume it as clear. SAP S/4HANA, master data, lands and building, space management. So these are all the activities which we can perform. Like if we see master data, what all master data we can create? That is land and building, business entities, spaces and rental unit. Then come under master data, we can search for, like, it is our real estate search is nothing like, as I have given you, like housing authorities example. If any of the organization want to see, okay, out of 100 unit, how many units have been utilized, or if some person comes in and that person asks that, okay, my requirement is I want a house of 1000 square feet carpet area and two balconies and two bedrooms, we can also configure those kind of attributes in REFX. So through search, our real estate search, we can identify that, okay, like a real estate manager can search that, okay, that 1000 square foot of carpet area, two balcony and two bedroom apartment, where exactly I'll be having that kind of property. So when a real estate manager in a search for that kind of property, it will get to know that, okay, in certain area or certain city we have this particular requirement available. Space management, space management, again, as I have mentioned, like for the airport example which I have given. Lease management is nothing but your lease in and lease out. Move management, move management is again like, if out of space management, if someone has moved out, that is called as move management. Room reservations, room reservation, it will come majorly under like any of the like accommodation or hotel related, hotel based industry. Rent calculation methods, so this is where how exactly your calculation happens. Cost recovery, okay, again integration with Visual Enterprise, AutoCAD, GIS. This will be your architectural view. Workflows are like how exactly, how many approval or approval processes are there, like if certain contract has been created, how exactly it will get approved. It's a normal workflow. CRM, again CRM, customer relationship management. Okay, coming to usage view. Now this is what our usage view looks like. So this is the organizational structure of our usage view. Okay, so the very first organizational structure under usage view will be your company code. So company code comes from your financial organizational structure. Okay, then comes your business entity. So business entity, again, it is like, let's take an example of one of the example can be Phoenix Mall. Okay, we'll take that example throughout usage view. Phoenix Market City have Phoenix Mall have multiple malls in India. Okay, they have their mall in Pune, they have their mall in Mumbai, they have their mall in Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi, Kolkata. Okay, now within each city they also have multiple malls. Like in Bangalore, they might be having one mall in Brookfield or Whitefield and another mall in Electronic City. So this can be scenario. But for Phoenix Market City, the company code will be India, right? In India, they have multiple business entity. How exactly you can create your business entity? I'm just giving you as an example. This business entity can be different as well, but for your understanding purpose, I am creating business entity as each city. Bangalore, Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata. Each of these city will be created as individual business entity. Okay. Now under business entity, we have to create land and building. Land and building is nothing property and building. So it is not necessarily required that a building can also a building has to be created. It can be your land as well, right? So you can create land as your master data, and under that also you can create assign like rental objects and contract. But in our case what we are going to create is building. Okay, so I'll take as like one business entity. My first business entity is Bangalore. Now under that the building is Phoenix Market City, Bangalore, Brookfield. Okay, and another building will be Phoenix Market City, Bangalore, Electronic City. So these two building I'll be creating under business entity. Okay, I hope I'm clear until this. So after creating these two building, that is Brookfield Mall and Electronic City Mall, what I'll do is I'll create either rental unit or pool space. Rental unit can be, I can create both of them as well. Okay, rental unit can be like, let's say I have given you example like how many shops are there in that mall on ground floor. Those shops I'll create as rental unit. So let's say I have created my 100 rental unit. 100 rental unit represent to 100 shops in that mall. So each of the unit I can maintain like, okay, on which floor this unit is, from when I enter from like into the mall, from the left or from the right, where exactly or the what number of shop is this. Let's say I have entered into mall. Now from the left, fourth shop is of Nika. Okay, I can maintain that as well under rental unit. Okay, now coming to pool spaces. Pool space, I have mentioned earlier that it can be your food court area which I have given like created as pool space, or another pool space can be of like a common area wherein multiple vendor have like installed their small stalls. It can be some credit card vendor, it can be some marketing vendor, it can be some NGO vendor. All of those can be created under pool space, and that will be created as rental space. So let's say 1,000 square feet of rental pool space is there. Out of that, 200 I have assigned to one of the credit card marketing vendor. Then 300 I have assigned to one of another automotive vendor. Let's say Mercedes has come in with their newly car, and they want to display that car in the mall. So what I'll do is I'll create another rental space of 300 for Mercedes. Now out of 1,000, 500 has been utilized, and I have left with 500. Now when, okay, Mercedes has come for only 2 days of event. Now after 2 days they have moved out. Now again that 300 square feet of area which they have utilized, it will again fall back under pool space. So ideally when it was of 500, 500 was been left out of pool space. When this 300 has again added back, then again 800 will be left out. That is unutilized space. So that means the mall management or the real estate manager of the mall will get to see that okay, under this pooled space 800 has like 800 square foot is still available. If someone comes and asks for 250 square foot of area, I can easily assign. Or even if 800 square feet of area, if someone asks for, I can assign. But if someone asks for 1000 square feet of area, then I do not have that much of area. That is how we get to see from reports. So standard reports are there in SAP REFX. So when we execute or pull out those report, through that report we get to see that. Okay. So again, it is just explanation of the usage view. The usage view contains the rental object and forms the basis of internal and external rental. Rental object can include pooled spaces, rental unit. Pooled spaces, as I mentioned, overall area. Rental spaces is out of this overall area, how much have we utilized. Whatever we have utilized, we have to create it as rental space. And rental unit is nothing, it is individual rental unit, wherein we need not have to create any of the pool space or rental space. For that, it will be an individual space, a rental unit. The pool space represent a group of spaces that can be flexibly leased out in any combination. Rental spaces are formed for rental. Rental unit remain fixed object that can be leased out only as a unit. Now coming to architectural view. The very first thing under architectural view organizational structure is locality. Okay. So locality is nothing, in which mall or like which city your this property is there. As I mentioned, Bangalore we were taking as an example. So locality will be Bangalore. Property either Brookfield Mall or the Electronic City Mall. Main floor, so let's say on which floor that particular architecture is there. So initially I have given you an example that on ground floor of the mall we have a fountain. So we can define those as well, like floor area, your ground floor, first floor, top floor, all of this can be created. Under that again, same office, store, storage, or object 1, object 2, this can be defined. The architectural view is an optional view that is company code independent. It provides an architectural structure that represents the physical structure of a building. So it comes only when a physical structure, we want to represent any of the physical structure of any of the property, then only we utilize architectural view. It is a user defined hierarchy structure that is named according to an organization's specific nomenclature for the real estate object they wish to represent, such as building, part of a building, wing, floor, part of a floor, room in a building, room on a floor, tower structures, linear structures, land parcel, etc. These are the integrations linked to CAD, CAMS, GIS, geospatial information systems. These all can be there. So master data, coming to master data, what all master data we can create. The very first primary master data like usage type, permitted usage type, usage, building plan. So usage type is like when we create a rental unit, rental space, or pooled space, we have to assign usage type to them. So usage type is like we can say that okay, this particular usage type is for commercial, this particular usage type is for like land, this particular usage type is for furniture. Okay, based on the requirement or business requirement, we can create the usage type, and based on the usage type we will assign those particular usage type while creating your rental object. So what is the relevance of using usage type? So usage type and your contract, when we create a contract, it has a sync. So that usage type, let's say I have a contract type of building, land, vehicle, furniture. Okay, based on those contract type, I want that, okay, whenever I create a contract for furniture, I only have to utilize rental object from furniture itself. So how do I configure that? So while creating rental object, I have to specifically use usage type as furniture itself. If I'll use building, and if I'll try to assign that particular building rental object to that particular contract which has furniture, then it will give you an error. So the reason why we use usage type is for the sync of your rental object and contract, wherein it helps us to for the reporting purpose. Currency, length unit, surface unit, volume unit, unit of measurement. These are the unit of measurement. We have multiple unit of measurement which we can configure. It's not just currency, length, unit, surface, volume. We also have like number of people, packs. So if you can, for one of the example I can give you is aviation industry. Let's say XYZ aviation organization is there, and they are also using REFX. So how exactly they can utilize REFX? So let's say one of the flight has come in and they want to understand that how much of that flight can be utilized, and how many like how exactly that flight has been utilized. So how they can configure is number of people allowed in one flight and number of people already booked for that particular flight. I'll give you an example of, we have Vistara has a flight from Bangalore to Mumbai, and they have a capacity of around like 140 passengers to be allowed in one flight. So each flight will be having a maximum capacity of 140, and out of 140, let's say that okay, 132 or 133 has already been booked. So those unit can be configured over here. So how exactly that can be configured? The number of people have booked can be configured as number of packs. That will be our unit of measurement. Partners. So again, REFX can be activated on S4HANA as well as on ECC as well, but on certain versions of ECC, not on ECC EHP6. So for that, the very first thing is we have to convert in, if we are on ECC, we have to like convert our customer and vendor master data into business partner data. And if we are on S4 HANA, then any which ways we have created our business partners, like our partners are like either customers, vendor, and those will be created. So coming to the calculation, we can configure multiple condition type within REFX. It can be your basic rent, advance payment, flat rates, service charges, heating expenses, surcharges. Okay. Default unit of measurement, tenancy law. So we can also default this value. Let's say if any of the I have multiple company codes for one of the organization, India, UAE, Australia, and for each company code I want to default certain values, like tenancy law is there, unit of measurement is there. I can default that, so that I can default this value at the company code level itself. I need not have to give those input again and again. Building value, optional option rates. So building value is again like if we are creating any of the buildings or business entity, we can give that value, or like we can input a certain amount at the building itself. So when we create contract, it will pull up through the building. If you remember our organizational structure, it comes through there. Double glazing, elevator, hot water, central heating, these are the characteristic, like how exactly we can configure. Office area, source area, guest house. Okay, so this is what the master data is as of now. So business entity, what do you mean by business entity? A means of forming coherent groupings of individual rent object depending on their purpose or geographical locations. The system automatically creates a business entity as an internal controlling object In other words, the business entity is also an account assignment object. So as I mentioned, like you can identify what can be your business entity. Either it can be city, it can be country, it can be area of the city, or within area also you can define multiple business entity. Okay. Business entity are part of company code and groups building land into coherent unit. Land, buildings, and the rental object derived from them are ideally grouped to form business entities if the following material requirement of creating a business entity are met. They should have a common owner or at least be managed together. They should be situated directly near each other and form an enclosed area. There should not be any fundamental differences in their residential or usage value. In other words, they should be built according to the same construction engineering standard with the same construction method and have the same fixtures and fittings. Business entity structure, general data, reference factor, hosting parameters, partner, availability, plant and plant maintenance, architectural view. Building. So under business entity, if you remember, we have business after company code, we have building, sorry, business entity, and after business entity, we have either land or building. Land, so it can be either or. Okay, it is not necessarily that it should be land. If we have created land, then we have to create building as well. It can be either of the cases, like if we have created building and that particular business process does not require land, then necessarily not required, we should not create any land. Okay, just like I have given an example of Phoenix Market City, they do not have any barren land, right? They open land area, they have all the buildings. So instead of creating land, what we will do is create building, so that further when we create our rental objects, we will be able to identify that particular rental object easily, that under Brookfield Mall or under Electronic City Mall, this particular rental object has been created. Again, an object based on which rooms or area, for instance apartment, warehouse, stores, are rented. A building is a part of business entity. The system automatically creates a building as an internal controlling object. In other words, buildings are account assignment objects. Same as business entity, like when we assign any of the rental object or contract to rental object, then it flows back to building, then business entity. It is kind of reverse engineering. Structure, general data, dates, additional data, fixtures and fitting, characteristics, posting parameter. You categorize the building according to its type and condition. Describe it fixtures and fitting, characteristics and area usage, and enter important dates such as construction year, start and end of construction, date of modernization, etc. You can also make assignment to a profit center or a business area. So at building level also you can assign either profit center or business area to that particular building or land. So what's the purpose of assigning profit center or business area? So ideally I'll give you an example. Let's say I have assigned XYZ profit center, and under that XYZ there are 5 cost center created. So when I'll create that rental object and contract, I'll have to mandate a system will mandatorily advise that you have to only use those 5 cost center which are being created under this profit center. So if I'll use some other cost center which has been created under some other profit center, system will automatically throw an error stating that profit center cost center cannot be assigned in sync with profit center. Okay, so that is the main agenda of assigning profit center. You can assign it at the business, building or land level, or a rental object level as well. Parameters, the parameter of calculating deductible input tax option rate in the rental processes are ownership structure, partner, availability, plant maintenance, architectural view. Okay, there can be a scenario that a certain building or certain rental object, let's say one shop is there which we have created as a unit. For that particular rental unit, it is not necessarily required that only one business partner, like one customer will be there. It can be a scenario that there are multiple customer, like in contract we have a condition that okay, 3 customer are there who have entered into that contract. I'll take an example of what would be a better example. Rameshwaram Cafe. Okay, Rameshwaram Cafe, they have multiple owner of that cafe. So when they are coming into either of the Phoenix Mall and they want to set up their outlet in Rameshwaram in Phoenix Mall, those multiple, like let's say if 2 or 3 owner of those cafe are there, then those owner will come into contract with Phoenix Mall. So in that case, 2 customer will be created for this contract, and simultaneously we can also segregate the values of that contract as well. Let's say customer 1 is supposed to receive 70% of the contract value, like pay 70% of the contract value, and customer 2 is supposed to pay 30% of the contract value. We can also define that attributes in the contract. Property. Defining properties. You can define property for entity types and complex type. Property define the characteristic of the data that an entity type or complex type instance will continue and runtime. The property of entity types and complex types are stored in property subfolder within the entity types and complex type folder in your service builder project. Procedure. To create a new property, proceed as follow. Expand the data model folder in the tree view of your project. Expand complex type or entity type subfolder depending on the data object type for which you want to edit property, and double click the property subfolder. These are the nodes which you need to follow in mass maintenance view to switch to edit mode and add a new row to the table of the property. So in the name column, enter a name for the property. For example, whatever name you wish to enter, you can enter at over there. Define the attributes of the property. Rental object. The following rental objects are available in the system. As I mentioned, pool space is there, a rental space is there, rental unit is there, comparative apartment are there. Pool space from which spaces are extracted to be rented. The pool space itself cannot be rented. The very basic thing, space itself cannot be rented out. If we are creating a pool space, it has to be necessary that we have to create a rental space of that pool space. Even if you have created a pool space of 1,000 square feet and you want to let out the 1,000 square feet itself, then also you have to create a rental space of that 1,000 square feet. You cannot rent out a pool space. Okay, part of a pool space that can be rented. Rental unit only rented as a whole. Comparative apartment, external rental object for adjustment using comparison. So an external rental object is nothing like, if something has been, if we are creating any of the, without creating any of the hierarchy, we want to create a rental object, then that can be created as a comparative apartment. Usually it does not come in either of the business processes, this one. It is just a functionality which is available, but whatever I've seen, 99% of the business processes does not have these scenarios. Use. If you are using architecture view, a rental object can consist of one or more architectural room, one or more architectural spaces, a combination of architectural room and spaces. Rental object structure. When you are in rental object processing, first decide which type of rental object you wish to create. Which type of rental object, as in a rental space, pooled space, rental unit. Okay. Choose with the quick info to tracks to create, like rental units such as apartment, pooled space, a rental space such as storage or advertising space, which is subject to frequent change. You can see the flow over here. So again, these are all master data which we are explaining over here. Rental object topics, processing pool space, extracting rental spaces, processing rental unit, entering data for representative list of rents on rental unit, creating comparative group of apartment, reason for vacancy. Okay, one of the other things which you can also configure is vacancy. So let's say we have created a rental object, and certain rental object is supposed to be like certain contract has to be terminated due to XYZ reason. So we can also configure the vacancy reason. Let's say if any of the object contract is there which has got naturally terminated, like when I say naturally, that means the tenure of the contract has got over. It was supposed to be for 2 years, and the 2 years have been completed. So we can configure that vacancy reason as well. If say like the contract was supposed to be of 2 years, and due to certain some circumstances, like the customer using XYZ rental unit, and there is some leakage or there is some maintenance and the property is not very well defined, or customer is having any issues with that property structure, then customer can like choose to vacant or move out of that property. And then we can also configure that reason that okay, due to this certain reason, like the property is not well fixed or well structured, due to which customer is moving out. So multiple vacancy reasons can also be configured over here. So these are the process flow, like how exactly it flows. Pooled space, as I mentioned, pooled space is you extract rental spaces from leased out, cannot be leased out as a whole, but you have to create a rental space or out of pooled space, and then only you can create a contract of it. Same a rental unit, when you once you create a rental unit, and then you can directly assign that rental unit to your contract. Usage type of rental object: screen sequence, overhead structure of the SCS, rental object type, SCC, service charge settlement participation, control of offered object, measurement type, derivable usage type, conditions. These all are the attributes which you can maintain under rental object. Okay. So this is a SAP screen. These are the measurement type which you can configure. When we will go through the SAP screen, I'll take you through, like either end of the session or on Monday, I'll take you through the SAP screen. I hope you guys have SAP REF, like sandbox system access. Do you guys have access to the system?
We have to, yeah, we have given them the access. It has to be activated. So it will be done since we started the training. Everybody will be having the access to that.
Okay, sure. So measurement types, these are the measurement types, as I mentioned, which we can configure based on the requirement of business. Again, we also have validity of measurement. Okay, so let's say from certain date to certain date you want to configure in that measurement, you can also assign. If you see over here, validity of the measurement is also configured. Measurement are used to determine the measurable characteristic of objects. Measurement replace the area and apportionment units that we used in classic RE. You can also specify measurement of the real estate contract. So if you want to specify how much of area you have utilized in that contract, you can also specify that. As I mentioned, like measurement usually come into picture wherein like The best example was for aviation, wherein one contract was there of one flight under which certain cost was incurred by that flight. So how many passengers were there? Like I mentioned, 132 passengers were there for Vistara Bangalore to Mumbai flight. Now that particular Kempagoda Airport Authority will have a contract with Vistara that okay, when a certain flight Vistara flight lands on Bangalore airport, there are certain expenses incurred by the airport authority for an each individual flight. So that has to be bared by the aviation company, like landing of the flight, refueling, providing the whole tarmac, all the other amenities to the flight and crew. All of these amenities and other services which are being provided by airport authority can be covered under one contract. And based on the number of packs, or number of packs is nothing but your measurement, certain like contract value can also be determined. Like even if the Bangalore authority airport authority has a contract that okay, each individual passenger you have onboarded from Bangalore, XYZ amount has to be paid to Bangalore airport authority, that can also be maintained in the contract. And that is where the measurement comes into picture. Measurement use, again, as I mentioned, architectural usage object measurement can be assigned at business entity, building, property, rental object. Settlement unit, participation group, and participation group is like settlement unit is majorly used for service charge settlement. Okay, when a service charge settlement related contract is there, then only it comes into picture. Okay, just a second. Okay, measurement of rental objects are used, calculation of condition amount, reports, option rate determination. Calculation of condition amount is in service charge settlement, which I mentioned, and report is like how exactly the measurement has, like based on the service charge settlement, what exactly the overall cost has been incurred, it can be determined. Customizing measurement type, what all configuration and customizing is available. Okay, measurement type: residential space, water consumption, rental space, retail space, room capacity in person, parking space. Then through that we can determine architectural object, locality, building, wing, parking lot, floor, room. Again, it flows to like architectural object, doctor's office, and then a rental object gets created if we are determining architectural object. And if we are not determining architectural object and we are determining usage view, then this will be the flow wherein we have to determine a usage type. If you remember, when we create a rental object, we have to determine a usage type. So usage type can be privately financed apartment, store, office, doctor's office, garage. And if you remember, I have also given you an example of furniture, building, vehicle, something like that. And based on that rental object, these all three types of rental object can be created, and it can be assigned to a contract. So this is the customizing path. Okay, how exactly you can determine the measurement. So what are the mandatory thing when you determine the measurement? The very first thing is measurement type. What is the measurement type? Either it is in value, volume, like kgs, liters, or it's in units like square feet, square meters, square centimeters. That can be derived. Okay, derivable measurements, like derivable measurement is also like optional. Only if the total measurement is defined, then only it comes into picture. Derivable measurement is something like it will come into picture for pool space area. Furthermore, you can make other optional setting exceptions in customizing for each contract type, usage type, object type, and architectural object type. What does it mean by is like you can determine which measurement type can be used for certain rental object and contract. So that means if you have defined for, let's say for building, if you have defined values like square centimeter, square feet, square meters of areas, then you have to utilize those, and like you have to assign those measurement types only. For building, you cannot assign volume related measurement type like kilos, liters, something like that, or number of people, something like that. You cannot assign that. So when you have restricted those kind of settings for measurement type against rental object, then it automatically get determined to contract as well. You can also like restrict those setting at contract level as well. Okay, so that helps us to like mislead, it doesn't mislead the contract. Like user does not have any other functionality available to assign like kgs and liters to the contract and rental object. Define measurement. You can use measurement to define measurable characteristic of your object. You can specify measurement for usage object, architectural object, rent real estate objects, as I mentioned. Posting parameters definition. If multiple objects are assigned to real estate contract, then certain agreement group of parameter have to be made for individual object in the contract. To have to avoid having to create such agreement over and over for each object, you can create, you can group them as term under a single ID. So what does it mean by term of posting parameters? So let's say I have a contract of 2 years. Okay, for first year of that contract, I have agreement that the tax, or the first year of under posting parameter, first of all, I'll let just to let you know, under posting parameter we can assign tax, we can assign tax group, tax code, tax type, tax group, partner, then payment method, bank, all of these we can assign. Then comes your organizational structure, that is nothing but your profit center, cost center. All of this can be assigned under posting parameter. Okay, and each posting parameter we have a standard term. When I say term is like standard terms comes with a solution, or if you do not want to change either of the parameters, like as I mentioned, partner, tax type, tax group, if it is constant throughout the contract period, then you need not have to assign another term to that posting parameter. But we have an agreement that okay, out of the 2 year of contract, first year the tax percentage or the tax group will be of XYZ tax code, which has 5% of tax rate, and for second year of the contract it should be 10% of the contract. So what we can do is we can create two terms and we can assign a time slice. Or time slice is nothing but the validity from first year to second, from 0 to first year, your 5% of tax type will be assigned to that particular posting parameter, and in second term you can assign 10% of your tax code. So this is how your posting parameter helps, or term ID helps to define your posting parameters. Partners, business SAP business partner in REFX. You can create and manage master data on the business partner centrally with the SAP business partner. The SAP business partner has three technical aspects. Business role, you define these as suits your needs in customizing. You can set the field status for each business role in the customizing. So that means you have a partner available as FI customer, and if you want to extend a certain rule to that customer, I'll take an example that particular XYZ customer is there, which is also your tenant. So what you can do is you can create a new business partner role as tenant, and you can assign that tenant role to your customer. And when you do a configuration, you can also assign business partner role to your contract. So that means whenever you're creating a lease out contract, apart from FI customer, you also have to assign a tenant role to that business partner. So how does that help you is it helps to assign a signatory. It defines that okay, this is your tenant, You necessarily, sometimes it is not required that one customer can be your tenant as well. So when you extend your roles as a tenant, then only it get defined that okay, XYZ customer is also your tenant. Customizing technical functions belonging to business role category. SAP provides business role category. You must be aware of this, like all of how exactly role category can be defined. You can program directly on them in the application. View business partner. The business partner view defines how the processing dialogue is structured in this role. Structure of the view, screens and sequence. Partner management. A business partner is commercially entity with which another commercially entity has some form of alliance. The relationship may be a contractual exclusive bond in which both entities commit not to ally with third parties. Alternatively, it may be a very loose arrangement designed largely to impress customer and competitors with the size of the network the business partner belongs to. Business partner can be organization or person. Again, this is a basic configuration of your business partner. Many of you must be aware of it. As I mentioned, tenant, landlord, prospect can be. Tenant is something, if a lease out scenario is there, then we can configure it as a tenant, your customer. If a leasing scenario is there, then your vendor will be configured as landlord. Prospect is something when a customer comes in and inquire something with you, then you can also create that particular customer as prospect. And then it, once the prospect has turned into customer, then it will be assigned as tenant. A business partner role is used to classify business partner in business term. The role you assign to a business partner reflects the function it has and the business transaction in which it is likely to be involved. A business partner role is used to classification purposes during data exchange in SAP ERP. So this is your partner management. You must be aware, like your business partner can be person, group or organization. How exactly you can assign it. You can just have a look of it. I'll not go through it because many of you must be already aware of it. Okay. Challenges placed on partner management. Okay. So when a service contract is created, a service contract will be created with your vendor account. As I mentioned, service contract is nothing but leasing contract. When leasing contract is created, your partner will be vendor. Okay. And when a lease out contract is created, it can be your tenant and customer. So why we are saying vendor and customer? Because landlord can be your second role, but to make the posting happen or to make any kind of posting to the business partner, you also have to assign the FI vendor or FI customer, because ideally the financial posting will happen on customer and vendor only, right? You cannot do any posting to tenant role. And that is how the business partners are configured. Okay. It's the same slide. Prerequisite, this is the path, how exactly you can configure business partner related activity. So again, in S4HANA, we have two type of business partner settings. One is under your master data synchronization, which is at SPRO level, wherein we cross application is there, and under that you go and you do your synchronization of master data. That is one of the configuration wherein you do. And apart from that, the another business partner configuration which you also do is under flexible real estate management node as well. It's not like once you have done your business partner configuration under master data or cross application, it is done. you need to again go into flexible real estate component like node under your SPRO, and again you need to do those kind of settings, okay, for business partner. There you can also define which business partner roles are permitted for which objects and contract types. You can make the settings for architectural object for each object type, rental object for each usage type, real estate contract for each contract type. As I mentioned, like we can also permit like or restrict our business partner role based on the usage type, contract type, and rental object type as well. Okay, it's not like if we have created a lease out contract, that is a customer contract. A customer contract is also allowed to assign vendor, that is landlord, to that contract. We should not permit that kind of settings. So ideally we have to restrict that. Okay, if a lease out contract is there, then tenant and FI customer business partner role should be allowed to lease out. And if a leasing contract is there, then landlord and FI vendor needs to be permitted or allowed. So again, those settings are done under flexible real estate node. These are the navigators, how exactly you can navigate through. Okay. Once you have the access to your sandbox system, you can go through it. I'll also show it. I'll just walk you through the system so that you'll have a gist. And once you have the access available with you, then probably you can just start exploring it. Okay. So business partner, as I mentioned, there are two configuration from business partner. Once you create it at central level, that is nothing at your cross component level, and then you extend it and assign it to your, let's say if I created FI customer, then I can assign a tenant role to that. These are the standard rules which are there. As SAP has provided some standard rules for business partners. You can assign the standard role itself, or else if any of your client has any specific requirement, you can accordingly configure those business partner role and assign it. But again, that depends how exactly it is. Usually most of the time the standard business partner role suffice and you can assign them. Different real estate management processes require different business partner. You must maintain certain business partner data depending on the type of business process. Like as I mentioned, freelance employees, interested parties. Interested party is nothing but your prospect. Contact person is nothing but individual. Service providers, it can be organization, individual, and tenants. So standard SAP business partner roles are there, as I mentioned above. Applicant TR0640, for administrator TR0806, technology TR0807. Apart from tenants and landlord, these are the other standard business partner role. Caretaker TR0808, these all also can be assigned. Resubmission, now this is another topic. Use and prerequisite of resubmission. You use this function to define resubmission date on which real estate objects are checked and submitted for continued processing. SAP delivers commonly used resubmission rules. However, you can also define your own rules in customizing and implement using the business add-in Reka_resubmission. Okay. So what does resubmission mean? So resubmission is like if any of the contract is getting over, or the tenure of the contract is getting over, and if they want to extend the contract, then they have to again like a renewal of the contract is there, then that renewal can be resubmitted, and then through resubmission rule it will have like approval process, and through that we can manage the renewal of the contract. So what all things can be managed under resubmission? So define resubmission reason, define resubmission rules, making settings for object type. Again, what kind of resubmission rules can be permitted each rental object or contract object. Okay, so this can also be managed through permitted object types. The function is available in the RE navigator for the following object, for which all objects: contract, real estate, REFX contract, business entity, land, building, rental object, architectural object, participation group, settlement unit, comparative groups of apartment. All of these object can be, these all object comes under resubmission. So you can assign resubmission rule to all of these objects. Creating business partner, there are two new functions for mass processing of resubmission date available outside of the RE navigator. This function, which you can call from SAP Easy Access screen, and that is SPRO, allow you to process dates for all object types and only for contracts. Due to their special selection criteria, these functions allow you to process many resubmission date at once. In addition, you can subsequently generate date for a periodic submission rule as well. Okay, so what we have covered is master data and business partner. So under master data, we know that there are two type of organizational structure. One is usage view, second is architectural view. And under architectural view, we have locality, then we have our property, main floor, and our object. And under usage, we have business entity, property, then under property or building, we have our rental object. And your rental object can be your pool space, rental space, or rental unit. Okay, and those like we cannot assign pool space to a contract. The permitted rental object that are allowed to assign to a contract are rental unit and rental space. Okay, now I'll take you through the system just to give you a gist of how exactly it looks like. So under SPRO, this is your flexible real estate management node. Okay, another T code rather than going through SPRO is also your Reka cust. So when you execute Reka cust, it directly takes you to the flexible real estate management node. So the very first thing is basic settings. In basic setting, what all things we do is the very first thing is activate business function. So business function, as in which all business function we want to have an integration with. If you remember, we have a cross module integration available with REFX, that is with finance, asset accounting, FM, public project system. So we can activate those business function over here. Okay, and another one more thing is to activate your REFX module, you also need to activate a business transaction event, that is EA-FIN. Okay, so just a second. EA-FIN is for flexible real estate. Yeah, so EA-FIN is for flexible real estate. So once we activate the EF in, that means we have activated flexible real estate again with finance. And after it has been activated, we can also, based on our requirement, we can also activate certain business processes under this, like service settlement, service charge settlement. All of these submodel under REFX can also be activated. Once this has been activated, then the very first thing which we do under REFX is make company code relevant settings. Okay, so the company code which we are going to use for our training purpose is 1710. Okay, so ideally there are some standard provided company code. Okay, if you see over here, this is your company code configuration look like. Standard company code, manager company code, reference company code, mandate company code, condominium owner company code. So standard company code comes as in when we have to post any of the financial entry, it will be your standard company code. And manager company code will be when we need not have to post any of the entry. We are just only managing your real estate. That is, we are just managing our properties, as in we need to understand how many properties have been utilized. That can be done through manager company code. Okay, after company code type, we have account system, that is FI settings. Under account system, we also have some other FICA. If we have activated FICA, that is like if you want to activate a FICA integration, we can assign FC2.
Pranav,
We
just
can
one thing.
also
What are the other company code types apart from standard and the other one? There are total 5 company code types, right? So
yeah.
reference, mandate, and condominium.
So reference company code is nothing. It is like company code which we have created for, you can see, equivalent to manager. So other 3 company codes which are there, reference, mandate company code, and condominium owner company code, these are equivalent to manager company code. It's just that mandate company code and condominium owner company code have privileged, like let's say manager company code has an access to see or manage rental object. Okay, I'll say that, okay, I have created a certain organizational structure wherein business entity, land, building, rental object, and contract is there. A contract won't come because a contract can be created, but no financial contract can be created under this. But for mandate and condominium company code is something like that. Once we have created it, certain approvals has to be flown back to the owner of the company. Like it does not have all the rights with manager company code. Manager company code has own rights with manager itself. Like when we create a real estate manager, the manager has to approve certain, when any of the property has been let out, manager has to approve it. But when we create condominium or this another or mandate company code, the manager can access the hierarchy, but the ownership or the approval flows back to owner. That is how it is. Okay, so other things are, if we want to default any of the settings like tax type, tax group, default measurement unit, as I mentioned, we can, if you remember, I have informed you that your measurement types can also be defaulted at company code level, so that you need not have to input at every level, business entity, land, building. Whenever you create, you need not have to enter it again and again. Okay, apportionment rule, this comes when we use service charge settlement and sales based relevant contracts. Okay, service charge settlement is something like, as I mentioned, like common areas were there, food court, and commonly incurred cost, we will need to settle those costs. So based on the apportionment rule, it can be defined. Okay. Apart from that, you can also define what all object assignment you want. Like whenever a line item, whenever a accounting entry get posted and a line item is there, which all items should be reflected on that line item, like cost centers, order, WBS, asset, which asset is assigned. These all things can be activated. Now, real estate management in controlling area. So if we are using CO, then we also need to activate a real estate function in CO. Okay. So for 17 OBY, so when we select any of the controlling area, we can define what all component can be activated, like for cost center component active or not, projects, which all at what all level it can be settled, what all controlling cost element can be activated, like cost object, sales order, projects, all of this can be activated. Order management, whether it is active or not. Commitment management, whether you want to, like based on it, if you want to activate at cost center, you will activate cost component only, cost center component only, and if you are not using order management, then you won't activate that. Okay. So if you remember, I have mentioned that we have another node for business partner under REFX. So this is the node. These are the relevant settings which we do for business partner. These all standard business partner roles are already there, which we can use. Okay. So once you guys have access to your sandbox system, you can just start exploring this node, so that on Monday when we start doing a hands-on like system review, we can go through it. Okay. If you want to make a note how exactly we can directly go to flexible real estate node, this is the T code, Reka Cust. Okay, great. Thank you guys. So once you have this access available for you, please start exploring, or if you have any other access of your other system, then you can start exploring there as well. Okay, just start going through the system, Reka Cust. Okay.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing real estate? Our SAP REFX course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP REFX. It's like a toolbox for managing properties, from leasing to maintenance and everything in between. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP REFX Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So to begin with our session, I am going to cover, and I'm just going to walk you through what we have covered on Friday. Okay, and after that, I would like to ask someone of you to share your screen, and whatever activities we have discussed, that is setting of company code, then master data, like organizational structure of REFX, usage view REFX. So I would like them to create that particular organizational structure. Okay. So, okay. Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes, we are able to see your screen.
Okay, great. So on Friday, what we have covered is what is REFX, in what all scenarios REFX can be used, in which all industry. I have also explained, like, if it is REFX does not mean that you have to just use the REFX module in real estate industry. It can be used in other industries as well. Like the example which I have given you were of like banking, aviation industry, then there was some around like telecommunication industry. All of these industry can also be they can also implement FX module to segregate or to make sure that their contract and lease management is happening through REFX module, and then they are not doing any kind of calculation out of SAP. So it helps them to post their periodic activity through REFX. Now, coming to the master data or organizational structure of REFX, we know that there are two type of organizational structure. One is usage view, second one is architectural view. Usage view is a mandatory view. If when we are creating any of the contract and we want to post any of the financial entries through REFX contract, then usage view, master data, and hierarchy is mandatory. Wherein the in architectural view, it is not a mandatory one; it is a optional one. The reason why we use architectural master data is to implement any of the architectural data from like building point of view, wherein you have a blueprint available within some other system, that is AutoCAD, GIS, something like that, and you want to integrate those system with SAP, then in we use architectural view. Also through architectural view, no data post, like no financial posting happens. It is just for a reporting purpose. Okay. Apart from that, we also saw that what all rental objects are there. When we say rental object, that is something which is created, that is the last step of master data hierarchy within REFX. Once the rental object is created, then it is assigned to your contract. So there are three type of rental object. One is pool space, rental space, and rental unit. So pool space is something which is a group of areas clubbed together, and whenever we are utilizing any amount or any space out of that pool space, we have to create a rental space of that amount or the area which we are utilizing, and we have to assign rental spaces to our contract. We cannot assign pool spaces to our contract as it is not supposed to be meant, and the reason being is it's a group of spaces, as in uh, if you remember, I have given you an example, 1,000 square feet of common area is there, out of which if we are like deploying some other vendor, like few part of that area to some vendors, then whatever area has been utilizing, then we will be creating that particular area as a rental space, and whatever we have utilized, if we can subtract that, then the particular pool space will be left off that amount. Rental unit is an independent one. It does not require either rental space or pool space. It's a whole individual rental object, wherein if you do not have any such kind of requirement, wherein group of area is there, the best example of rental unit will be a commercial shop, wherein you have a shop and you rent it out, or you rent it in. So in those cases, we can create rental unit. Okay. Now coming, as I mentioned, like for architectural view, we have integration with certain third-party tools, that is AutoCAD, CAM, GIS, all of these. Then we also covered what is business entity, how exactly we can define business entity. Business entity is one of the first hierarchy of EFX after company code. Company code is something from financial point of view. After company, with like below company code, first thing comes as business entity. Then comes your, after business entity comes your building, Building also, if you have any of your constructed building available, then you will create that particular object as building. If not, if it's a open place, then you can create that particular as a property or land. Again, as I mentioned, after business entity, when we create property or land, it's optional. It's like either or. You need not have to create both of them. No, you need not have to create property and land both together. If your business scenario requires that either of them has to be created, then you can create either of them as well. Then rental object, I have taken you through that already above, that there are three type of rental objects. Uses is like you can use it for one or more architectural room, one or more architectural spaces. Okay. So this is how it should be. As I mentioned, space cannot be assigned to a contract. Contract can have a rental space or rental unit as a object. Apart from rental space, rental unit, there are a few allowed objects for contract that we are going to cover when we will go through contract management. So once the rental space is created out of pool space, then only it can be assigned. As a rental unit is an individual entity, individual object, you can assign it as well. So measurement, if you remember, I have also mentioned that you do have measurement types available. Measurement types can be either in volume, value, or any of it, or number of people. Based on that, based on the scenario which are available, you can make the configuration. So it will appear in your rental object. You can assign the measurement in your master data as well. Usually we assign the standard scenario wherein we assign the measurement is in rental object. So these are the measurement type. Then usage type of rental object, rental object types are there. And we, once the rental object is created, then we assign it to contract. That is how the flow is. And this is for architectural view flow. These are the prerequisite. If you remember, measurement type is mandatory, total measurement is optional, derivable like again, if total measurement we have entered, then derivable measurements will become mandatory. But unless and until we have not used total measurement, then it will not be a mandatory thing. Posting parameters, as I mentioned, posting parameter is something wherein your business partner will be assigned, your tax type, tax group will be assigned, your bank, house bank, payment block will be assigned to your contract. So this is what your business partner will have. Apart from that, you can have multiple terms in business partner, so that in future, like let's say for out of your 2 years of tenure, if 1 year of your tenure has some other business partner, and the second year of the contract tenure has another business partner, adding a time slice, you can maintain that as well. And that goes with your tax group, tax type as well. If you want to maintain certain tax type and tax group in differently for one contract, you can do that as well. Apart from tax group, tax type, posting parameter also has your organizational assignments. That is nothing but your profit center, funds management, cost center, fund management area is there, commitment area is there. All of this will also come under your posting parameter tab. Business partner, again, apart from your standard business partner, that is your FI customer and FI vendor, there are certain standard business role are being provided by SAP. So if you are having a lease out scenario, you will be creating two roles for your business partner. One will be your FI customer, and second will be your tenant to the same business partner. So at least these two business partner roles should be assigned to your lease out scenario business partner. And if your lease in scenario is there wherein you're having a contract with your vendor, then your business partner will have two roles, that is your FI vendor and landlord. So these two business partner roles should be assigned to your BP. Okay. Apart from that, if any other requirement is there, like authorized signatory or real estate manager review, if you want to assign those roles, that is totally based on the workflow and business process requirement. But at least these two should be there when we are like using any of the business partner within REFX contract. Okay. As I mentioned, tenant, landlord. Apart from landlord, we also have something called as prospect. So prospect is something when a customer comes in and makes an inquiry. Let's say if one of the industries there which is into real estate, and they have made an inquiry of certain requirement, like they are looking for a 2 BHK apartment which is having two balconies and face towards east. So whenever that particular request will be searched within the system, it will be searched against business partner which will be having business role as prospect. So as I mentioned, at least two should be there, because once the prospect has converted into customer, then that particular business partner will be having customer as well as tenant business partner role assigned. And initially when it was a prospect and customer had made an inquiry, it will be having a business partner role of prospect. So these are the general terms which those who have already worked in S/4HANA or who have worked on business partner, they should know. A business partner can be person, group, or organization. Customer, vendor account. These are the BP roles which can be created: prospect, surveyor, broker, owner, tenant, landlord. So surveyor is something when a surveyor comes for any kind of survey to be done on property, that property can have a business partner assigned with a surveyor role. And broker is something like, let's say if any of the property has been either sold out through broker, to manage that requirement, to manage the brokerage of the broker can also be happen through SAP REFX contract. Okay. So these are the settings. Again, one more point which I mentioned in our last session. Apart from your business partner configuration, which we do under cross client node, we also do certain configuration within SAP Flexible this node, which is Flexible Real Estate Management node. So not just one configuration has to be done, but there are 2-3 more configuration up like within SAP Real Estate Management. Okay. So these are the navigators. So you can go through this quickly. As I mentioned, some standard business partner roles are already available from SAP. So if it is a master tenant, then it will be TR0600. If it is a tenant, then it will be TR0601. For landlord with vendor account, it will be TR0602. Contracting partner with customer account, then it will be TR0603. What is the difference between tenant and customer contracting partner? contracting partner whose customer account is used to pay receivable resulting from the contract. Example for customer services. And tenant who is assigned to a contract, for example, husband or wife. There is no customer account for this tenant. You use the data defined for corresponding and reporting only. So one more thing, when we are creating any of the business partner, like let's give an example. In an contract, let's say one couple has entered into a contract, and out of that contract only one person has to be paid, but both of those person as being part of the contract will be assigned as tenant to those contract, but one person will be having tenant plus customer business partner role available. So to define which person is supposed to be paying the rent or the monthly amount which is supposed to receive. Okay. This is resubmission. Resubmission, if you remember, if any of the contract is like getting over or terminated, if they want to review renew that particular contract, then that can also happen. Okay, now resubmission rules can be activated for all of these contract like real estate object, not just contract, but also your business entity, land, building, rental object, architectural object, participation group, settlement unit, comparative group of apartment. Okay, so this is what we have covered on Friday. Now what we are going to do is someone of you will be sharing your screen, and we will be going through some master data and basic company code settings, what we do. So if someone remembers that which T code we have used to get directly into REFX related configuration.
Recast.
Yeah,
Rekacast, right? Great. So who would like to share the screen and would like to do some configuration? Yeah, Jyoti, please. So we already have one company code created. Okay, that is 1710 available. So that will be our base company code in while creating. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a basic setting for company code within Rekacast. So after that, we are also going to create some master data object. Okay. Yeah, in this we go to basic setting. So can you see the basic setting for company code, Jyoti? So this is where we will be creating a new company code setup for REFX. Okay, can you check who is the user? 15.
Yeah, I was there. I logged out. Please check.
Okay. So you can use 1710 as your reference company code. Okay. And you can copy it to 1010.
प्रेशर है
नहीं, डिस्प्ले से बाहर निकल जाओ।
Till it is logged by someone. 09.
Okay, guys, if someone is sharing their screen, please let that person only work on that screen and all the activities. Okay, because what we are doing right now is we are going through the configuration hands-on. If everyone will have their own day, okay, Jyoti has shared her screen. Tomorrow, if someone else would like to share, they can share. But we'll just go through it. Once she is done with that screen, then you can try it probably. Okay.
09
So
again.
09, who is the user?
Logged out already.
Okay, Jyoti, can you please try it again?
Sure. Till it is logged.
Slash and Rekha, please do slash and Rekha first again. So this is a standard company code which is there, like not standard, but this is one of the company code which I have created. But what you can do is you can use this as a reference. So you can go back, yeah, you can copy as do it, yeah, and the new company code should be 1010. Okay, and now Jyoti, go through the indicators, zero tax indicator, and check if these are the zero tax indicator which are perfectly assigned. You can do F4 over there, zero tax indicator, it was above only.
Yeah, the
This is tax type. What is tax group?
can I choose 0 here?
Tax exempt, right? Yeah. So that means it is exempted one. Okay. Then you can save it.
We don't need to change output. An entry already exists.
Someone must have created a. Can you go back and check?
Yeah, it's there 1010.
Someone has already created it. Okay, fine. So the first thing it is already done, right? Now you can go back one step, and what we will do is we are going to create. We are going to create in master data. If you expand master data view, can you see usage view? Yeah. So this is what we are going to configure usage view. If you see, the very first thing is business entity. This is under general setting. This is your something fixtures and fitting infrastructures and all are there. When if we want to use infrastructure fixtures and fitting, then we will be making those configuration. Okay. Now for business entity, what we are going to do, if you see there are multiple options available. Okay, number range, regional location layer. Now the very first thing what we are going to do is configure number ranges. So that means when we are using, if we are trying to create any of the business entity, the number range is available and it will pick up.
Can I use 1010?
Yes. Not display. Edit. Okay, edit. Yeah, 01. Number range should be 01 and enter a range that you would like to have. So make sure at least more than hundreds are there because everyone will be using the same. Not 1000, 0001 to 9999, something like that. Yeah, enter. And how would you like to maintain this? Would you like to maintain it? One more thing, if you would like to maintain this external business part like business entity number range or internal. If it is external, then you'll have to enter all A's and Z and click on external. Okay. So for now, what we can do is we can use internal only and save it.
Sorry, one second. Sorry. Could you explain me what if we do the external checkbox?
So external will be there. If you are using external, then you'll have to maintain number ranges as external, as well as if you want to maintain alphanumeric, then in from and to it will be all A's and all Z's.
Understood. Understood.
Okay. You can go one step back, click on exit. You have already saved it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Click on exit. At the end, if you see exit is there. Menu bar above, if you see menu bar, yeah. Okay. Now, if you want to configure any of the regional location, just click on that. I'll just take you through that. So these are the regional location which are available. Okay. Let's say if you want to define your business entity, in which area of the region it is. Let's say if it is Maharashtra, within Maharashtra, which area it is. Is it something West Maharashtra, East Maharashtra? If you want to have a segregation of that, then you can configure those regional location as well over here. These are the standard which are already being done. But apart from this one, if you like to configure anything, you can do that as well. So the requirement of the regional location is just for reporting purpose. It does not have any kind of financial posting implications. Okay. So now, Jyoti, when you have created number ranges for business entity, now what you can do is simultaneously you can create one business entity. Okay. So to create a business entity, your D code will be REBDBE. REBDBE.
Pranav, can you please put it in the chat box? We can also note it down.
I'm trying to, but the chat window is not activated for me. Just a second, let me check. Okay, for Raipur, E for elephant, B for Bangalore, D for Delhi, B for Bangalore, E for elephant. So just a second, Jyoti, over here. So these for business entity, land, building, and the object. So the starting four initials will be same. At the end, just you need to change, instead of PE, if you are entering building, then it will be BU. If you are entering any of the property, then it will be REPD PR. If you are entering any of the rental object, then it will be REPD RO. Okay, RO is for rental object, BE for business entity, BU for building, and PR for property. Okay. Yeah. So over here, you can try to create a new business entity. No, you will have to click on create then only. Yes.
Is there any particular kind of things we have to check?
No, so as you have already mentioned it as internal system will assign the number name. So you just need to click on continue. So in front of that, you can give your initial like a hyphen Jyoti, so that you will be able to identify this was created by you. Because all of the other folks will also be creating there.
Can we give object description also?
Sorry, Jyoti, I cannot hear you. What were you saying?
Here it is asking for object description. Is that required field?
No, it's not a required field. Okay, and also, yeah, valid from and valid to date. So let's say if you are creating in either of the master data object and you want to create a validity for that. So what you can do is you can assign the valid from and valid to date for those object as well. So let's say if I have assigned a valid from date from 1st of Jan 2023 until 31st of Jan 31st of December 2024. Okay. So now until this only this particular object will be available after 2024. Yeah. So after this, if I want to utilize, let's say in the month of Jan 2025, I have gone and tried to use this business entity, and below that business entity, I tried to create land and building. Then system itself will throw an error that okay, the validity of this has already been expired, so you cannot use it. So other option which you have is if you want to use this, you can extend the validity, or else what you can do is you can create a new business entity and assign that particular business entity to the building and land. Okay. Okay, now Jyoti, you can click on the other tab that is reference factor. If you see reference factor,
I think it's valid from taking from today.
yeah, click on the symbol.
What is the purpose of this validity period? Can you come once again?
Yes, okay. So let's say validity. Now we are creating business entity. Okay.
Yeah, it's a
So
building
we
now
might,
in this case.
sorry.
It's a building in this case, right? So we have a validity period for that building, you mean to say?
Yes. So for creating a building, we'll have to create a business entity, correct? Now that building has been leased in for let's say 1 year. So ideally what we are going to do is to create this building, we'll have to create business entity. So we'll keep the business entity validity date as well, same which is there for building also, right?
No, my business entity itself is a building, right? It's a project. It's a land or it's a building.
No.
That is my business entity.
So under business entity you have land and building, not under business entity itself is not a building. Okay. So under business entity, like if you have gone through that sheet or not, we have a hierarchy, that is organizational structure of REFX. So first hierarchy will be your company code, second will be your business entity, third will be your either land or building, and then will be your rental object. Okay.
Okay.
So for building, if you want to create a building, you'll need to have a business entity, and that is what Jyoti is creating right now, business entity. Okay.
So under a business entity, we can have multiple properties, right? Like building or lands.
Yes.
So one to multiple assignments can happen.
Yes, you can have multiple object under one business entity, and same goes for rental object. Under one building or property, you can have multiple rental object.
Okay, so this validity period, it is restricted to only to the business entity then, not the property.
No, you can assign validity at each level. If you want to assign at business entity, you can do that. Land, building, you can assign it at that level. Rental object as well as your contract will also have a validity period. So it depends where exactly you want to restrict. The reason why we are assigning it from business entity itself is because, let's say, if in going further, when we are creating building, and in building if we have assigned wrong date, then at building level itself, system will throw an error that the validity of your business entity is from this to this date. Okay, so you'll have a sync up of all the data together. So wherever in either of the case, if you put in wrong date, then system itself throws an error.
Okay. So once the validity period is
sorry.
So once the validity period is crossed, then in that case, it is required to create a new business entity, or can we extend it?
We can extend it as well. We can do that as well. We can extend it, but in contract we have some other process to extend the validity. But for master data like business entity, building, land, and rental object, we can just click on edit and we can just extend the validity. Okay.
Okay.
Also you can go to, like, you need not have to enter all of the details. It's just I'm trying to show that what all fields are there. Okay. As I mentioned, regional location, if you want to, just a second, if you can go to reference factor. Okay. A regional location, if you want to maintain that data, you can maintain that as well. Neighborhood, like under regional location, you can see transfer connection location, then maintenance distribution is there, then your neighborhood is also there. So neighborhood is like, if you want to specify, if you remember, if you have, like, while mentioning our address, we do say that beside this hospital, beside that hospital, in front of this theater, right? So if you want to maintain that kind of identical neighborhood, then you can maintain it over here as well. Okay. Now if you can go to infrastructure. Yeah, over here, if you want to maintain any infrastructure, ideally what we recommend as a SAP best practice is we maintain it at a rental object level, so we need not have to do it until land and building. Now if you go to measurements, so over here you can maintain the measurement. If you can do F4 on measurement type, Jyoti. So these are the measurement areas which are there. If you remember, at company code level, we have maintained default measurement type M2, M3. So that's why it is picking up. And PC and TS are for parking spaces and co-ownership. So we can, what we'll do is we'll maintain this measurement type at rental object again. The reason being, I'll have to display, I'll have to show you how exactly the pool spaces work. Okay. Now, if you go to posting parameters, yeah. So over here in posting parameter, we can assign which profit center functional areas are there. Okay. So the posting parameter for master data will be different from your contract, that is transactional data. Okay. So let's say you are using XYZ profit center and you want that it should be in sync. Profit center is something you can assign it at business entity level as well, just like your validity, because you then in that case you can have a sync of all your other master data. Okay. So if Jyoti, if you wish to assign profit center over here, you can assign one of them. If not, then we can skip to next tab. Okay, so over here again, partner as a suggestion, what I would say, or out of my experience, what I have seen is we do not assign partner at master data level, because reason being is under, let's say one business entity is there, under one business entity multiple land or building is there, and those multiple land and building will have rental object, and in that rental object again multiple business partner might be there. So if we are restricting our business partner over here, then in contract, at contract level, we won't be able to assign either of the different uh, business partner. Okay. So over here, you can assign if any of the functional locations are there. You can do that. Jyoti, if you can go to next tab, architecture. Again, this will come if your architecture object, like architecture view, if you are utilizing architectural view, then we will be using this. If not, then this is not required. Resubmission rules, as I mentioned, like if you want to, if you click on add Jyoti over here, yeah, that one, correct, the plus sign, very first, yes, if you click on that, yeah, one time occurrence, before one time occurrence, as of date, every month. These are the options which are available. Okay. If you click on one time occurrence, resubmission reason, if you do F4 over there. So these are the resubmission reasons. Okay. Apart from that, if you want to change or create a new resubmission reason, then you can configure the same and assign it over here. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. We need not like have to assign it over here. Just trying to show what all fields are available. You can close it. Okay. And what are the other tabs? Overview. So again, in overview, you will be having all the data, change data log. If you click on that drop down on Jyoti, yeah. So if you see, first option is change document. So as Pradeep asked, like if we want to extend any of the validity, then we can do that, right? So in change document, we'll be having all the values. What was the old value? If you see at the to the right of your screen, old value, new values are there, right? So it will show you when exactly the data was changed, what was the old value. Let's say if my old value of the validity was 31st of December 2024 and I have changed it to 30th of June 2025. So it will show that a new value is end of June 2025 and old value was 31st of December 2024. So any changes on your master data or contract, you will be able to see it over here. Okay. And apart from that, you can also see if you click on that drop down Jyoti again. Yeah. So documents created, measurements, then contract. Contract is nothing but which all contracts are assigned are there under this particular business entity. You will be able to see it over here as well. So yeah, so that is what this overview tab is all of. Now, when we try to save this, you can check when we try to save this particular business entity, what you can do is Jyoti, you can click on check button. If you see above, that check button is available to the left of, to the left of that flag, green flag. Yes, check. Okay, now it says tenancy law is not assigned. So in general data tab, if you go, so one more thing, tenancy law is something, it is specific to your country. So if you want to configure and if you want to make it like mandatory thing, then you can do that as well. So if you go to general data tab, Jyoti, scroll up and go to general data tab. You can close this error screen. No. The error screen, if you see, cancel option is there. Yeah. Now, over here, if you see tenancy law is there, select the drop down. Now, this particular company code, I'm not exactly sure which region it is, but for now, what we can do is we can select Austrian tenancy law. Also, one more thing, we can restrict the tenancy law for company code and contract type as well. Okay. So now you can, as you have assigned the tenancy law, you can click on check again. Yeah, now it is error free. So you can save the business entity. Okay. So your business entity number is 1. Okay. So you can, whenever in future, Jyoti, now when we will create building, land and rental object, so make sure your business entity 1 you are using. Okay. So as of now, we have seen how exactly we can create business entity. So now let's go further and Jyoti, you can share your screen.
Yes, I'm
Now, if you see after business entity, the next master data object or the hierarchical object under REFX is your business entity and land. Okay. So now we have created business entity. Now we'll go and create land and building both. So for land, again, you can maintain the number range for land. One zero 1010 company code. Yeah. Click on intervals. If you wish to assign same number range, you can use same, or if you want to change anything else, you can do that. So now the number range has been assigned. So when we will try to create property, it should not give an error stating number range has not been defined. Okay. Now below that, if you see municipality key is there. So this one municipality key, this will be available only for land. Reason being, if you want to define any of the municipality related information on your land, then you can make a configuration over here and save it. If you do not wish to maintain this, then you can. So for now, we can maintain a municipality key over here, or Jyoti, you can create, let's say 01, then whichever municipality you wish to create one for. You can choose your Hyderabad, or if any specific municipality comes under Hyderabad, then you can assign that as well. So again, absolute, I hope everyone is aware of HDRO, right? Hidden display required absolute. Okay. So this is one of that thing. So yeah, you can, if you wish to assign any of the other one as well, if you want to create the second municipality key as well, you can create that as well and then click on save. If not, then you can just maintain this one and click on save. Okay. Create. Yes, create. So you can mention it as demo REFX demo training DND. REFX training. Yes. So few things are there for which transport will be required. So before this, we were maintaining number ranges. So if you guys are aware, for number ranges, no transport is required. It is an independent client activity. So for that is why it has not asked us for any of the TR number. Now this is a configuration which we are doing. So for this, it will require a TR. You can click on save, Jyoti. Yeah. Okay. Now we have captured all this in under one tier. Okay. Now click on exit and let's go to other option, which is local sub district. Okay. Again, same thing. If you wish to maintain a sub district within REFX module, like sub district is nothing but your taluka, as we call it taluka. So if you want to mention taluka level details as well, or out of India, there are some sub district details are also there. So based on that, you can maintain it over here. So Jyoti, would you like to maintain this, or you would like to skip this? It's on you. If you will have to, if you like to maintain it, you can do that as well. Okay. Property type. Yeah. So these are the standard SAP provided property types which are available: terraced, individual, auction. And apart from this, if you wish to create a new one, let's say apart, you say you can maintain like co-shared, something like that. Any other suggestion you would have, Jyoti, if you would like to create any other type of, or you can also create like non-agriculture property or agriculture property. Yes, you can create agriculture property as well. 04. Okay. Now 05, you can create one more thing: agriculture property converted to NA. That is one of the agriculture property was there, which has now been converted to non-agriculture property that will be used as for residential or commercial purpose. Property converted to NA.
Taking more than this character.
Space. Okay, so you are having any kind of restriction over here? You're not able to maintain text after that?
Yeah, extra text I am not able.
Okay, so what you can do is maintain the initial AP property to AP to NA. That means agriculture property to NA, non-agriculture. Yes, NA. Yes. Now you can save this. No, under same tier. Need not have to create a new one. Just keep saving all the changes under this tier itself. Okay. And one more thing, what you can do is, can you do one thing? Go to SC09 and change the text of that TR and assign your name in front of that, so that in if someone else also try to uh, create any of the thing. No. Click on enter. Yes. Over here you can see your TR is there, REFX training. Yeah. Double click on that and change the text in front of training. You just add your initials. so that each individual will have their own tier. So guys, whenever you are doing any kind of configuration, please create your own tier. Do not use the same tier being used by Jyoti. Okay, click on edit. If you see above, click on edit. Yeah, go on properties. Description should be there. Yeah, hyphen Jyoti, REFX training hyphen Jyoti. Yes. Okay, save this and you can go back there. So please use your own tier only, so that if any of the changes are there, it is captured under own transport, and you need not have to use others tier. Okay. Land, right? Now after property location qualities. Okay, so what do you mean by location qualities? So let's say if you want to maintain like beside a river, outside of a city, area wise, like A1 resident location, or it is behind any of the electricity tower or any of the electricity DP is there. If you like to maintain that, yeah, Lakeview, correct. It's safe. You can click on exit. Ground type. Again, ground type is like if it is not a flat ground, no, if it is up and down ground, what is the size of the ground, like the shape of the total area, like quadrangle, linear, triangle, rectangle. So over here, what is the condition? Wasteland, not maintained, very good. Apart from that, if you have some other thing like beside any kind of canal, that will have an impact in future, like if any of the properties beside a canal or river, then it does have future like implications of that while doing any kind of construction. So if you wish to maintain that as well, it will give you an overview when you pull out a report. So why exactly we are maintaining all of these detail? So when at the business entity level or company code level, whenever we are pulling out a report, we'll be able to see which all properties are there based on the requirement. So if you remember, we do have, when we do a search, when a prospect comes in and they ask for a certain property, so based on this kind of status or based on these attributes we can search. Okay, over here usage type in development plan. So residential building, commercial building, park building, under construction building, or you can also say like residential plus commercial both together. Like in some of the cases, one building will have or one land will be having commercial and residential both in one place. So based on that, you can maintain anything over here. Okay. Again, a usage type of your land use area. This is also something like we will be doing it for specifically for architectural use. So to define like how exactly the AutoCAD or GIS integration should happen. If it is happening, then which all attributes it should pick up. Okay. The last one is heritable building rights type. Okay. So again, if we want to maintain, like if it is a charitable trust, if it is been inherited by like HUFs are there, Hindu undivided family buildings are there, and if you want to maintain those kind of attributes over here, if any of the NGO building is there, or if something is there specifically used for any kind of cultural activities, like for cultural region, then we can maintain it. Some places we use for as a graveyard or something like that. If you want to maintain those as well, we can do that using these attributes. Okay. So yeah, so basically most of the configurations we have done for land. Now what we will do, Jyoti, is again we'll go to REBDPR and create one land. Yes. So at the end, instead of BE, which was for business entity, you need to change it to PR, property, PR. Yes. See, over here, as you have only created one business entity, it is automatically populating that one. No, no, not search. You will have to click on create. You're creating a land. Yes. No, we are not using architectural object. So just click on continue. Again, we have assigned the number range as internal. So system itself will create the number for this land. So if you see, business entity valid from date has already been picked up below that. So it is giving you a reference that your other object is having this particular validity from date. So are you trying to create 1 year before that, Jyoti? Because if you see, it is until 31st of Jan 2025, right? 1 month before, sorry, not 1 year. 31st of Jan. Yeah. Okay. If you want to create until December, that is also fine, Jyoti. It is not necessary that you have to use to date until that, but your from date should be within the range only. Okay. Which is already there. Yeah. Now you can go to building law and usage tab. Yeah. You can do F4 and you will be able to see the usage type. If you remember, yeah. Industrial, apartment, office. So we won't be using it for either of them. It is a land properties there, right? So we need not have to maintain it unless and until we are going to make any kind of development on that. Okay, heritable building rights. If you remember, we have done that as well. If you do F4 and wish to use any of that, values. Mhm. If you want to add any of the fixture and fittings, let's say you have bought a land and after that you have done kind of fixtures and fitting. Let's say you have created a compound around your land, and if you want to add that as well, you can do it over here. Measurements, again, it will be same as I mentioned in business entity. Like rather than using or assigning measurement over here, we should prefer to assign it at rental object level, because from there it will percolate to contract. Posting parameters, next will be partner. So rest all the tabs are same as business entity. Okay. Assignment, architecture, submission, and overview. All of these tabs will be same as architecture, business entity view. So now you can click on check and see if it is error free. Okay, this is error free. You can click on save. Okay, so your building has also been created now. Sorry, land has also been created now. Now what we will do is we will go and create number range for building and see what all attributes are there under building. Okay,
Is this it?
so go to Rekacast again, building. So building condition, your building condition will be like how many floors, how many stairs, like buildings are there, and if there are any defect out of, let's say, since how many years this has been created, the building has been built up. If you want to maintain any kind of other aspect of the building, like if the partial building has been not maintained very well, or out of 10 floors, 2 floors under still under construction, you can maintain all of this aspect over here. Okay, okay. Now let's say building type, you can say like if one of the construction is going on, and under that construction multiple wings or multiple one society is there under which multiple towers are there. Now one tower will be specifically for 3 BHK flats apartment. Second tower will be specifically for 2 BHK apartment. Third tower will be only specifically for 4 BHK. So like that, you can maintain all of these attributes over here. And if any of the like row houses, family house, something like that are there, like if a row house related apartment buildings are there, you can maintain it over here as well. Main usage type, will it be commercial, official, industrial usage, or any other like NGO? We maintain it something like for NGO or school purpose, something like that we can maintain over here. Okay. Jyoti, would you like to maintain something, or you would like to use the existing one? So fixtures and fitting characteristics. Okay, if you see all of these tick marks are there. So what does it mean? So it says that fixtures and fitting, whichever line item is there, like floor fixtures and fitting is there, floor concrete is there. So it will be applicable for which all object. So first one is rental object, second one is building, third one is parcel. That is nothing but your relevant for parcel. Okay, so this will be activated for your building rental object. Okay, now if you go usage category, click on usage category. Yeah, over here you can maintain whether the usage category is commercial, non-commercial, or used for both of it. And if you scroll down, you will be able to see some more floorings like the usage, fixture and fitting. Okay, so these are the standard SAP provided solutions for fixtures and fitting. Apart from these all, if you wish to maintain something else specific for any of your business requirement, then you can maintain it as well. So Jyoti, if you can see, yeah, the square feet was there. Can you go some square feet related activity was also maintained? If you scroll down a little bit more. Yeah, over here, if you see size 30 square meters to 34 square meters. So these all attributes are also been maintained over here. Like you are specifying what is the fixture area, like fixture and fitting area, and not necessarily like, let's say if you have 2 BHK apartment or 3 BHK apartment, it is not necessary the whole apartment has to be fixed or fittings has to be there. A specific room or specific area of the apartment needs no any kind of fitting, then you can also maintain it accordingly over here. And if you want to charge based on the area that you have fixed or fitting has been done, then you can maintain it over here as well. So let's say your standard rate will be like one bedroom is of 50 square feet meters. Okay, I'm just giving you an example. One bedroom is of 50 square feet meter of bedroom. Now that whole bedroom need not have to be fixed. Only the 30 square feet meter of area needs to be fixed. Although what you can do is, as a standard fixture and fitting, you will have to at least charge for 50 square feet meters. Okay, that means even if it is 30 square feet meters of fixture, you will be charging at least for 50. So that is how you can maintain it, or you can control the activity through this. Okay. No.
Pranav,
Yes.
as a master data for a building or a land, if you are creating a property of a building and assuming I want to define how many floors are there or where it is facing upon, what is a square feet area which upon which the building is built upon, where can we define all this as the basic data?
So see, that will be your rental object. Okay. So let's say you have created a building. In building basic data, you can maintain that, okay, a commercial building, residential building, and fixture, like after creating a residential building, you'll have to create, let's say 16 floors are there. Now on each floor, if you want to rent out the whole floor itself as a rental object, you can do that. Or else if you have on each floor 4 apartments are there, then you can maintain like in rental object, floor number is there, corner is there, like which area, or like once you enter the floor to the left or to the right, if it is facing, if you also want to define like which side it is facing, like east, west, south, north, you can define that as well. You can maintain that as well under rental object. So that is why I have been asking, if you want to maintain any of these attributes like measurement also, we should prefer to maintain it at rental object.
Getting into the renting and the contract part would be the next stage, right? But before getting into that next, when I'm defining a property or a land, what is the square feet area of the entire land which I'm owning right now, or what is the number of floors which the building is having, which I'll be renting it out in the next phase. So that would become the prerequisite activity or a data for the renting or contractual activities, right?
Yes. So if you remember, on land we had a measurement area available, but we didn't maintain it. If you
that
can
was
open
that was the measuring units, right? Whether we are measuring it in square feet or something else, those kind of unit
that
of
is
measuring
what you
those
will
kind
be
of
maintaining. That is what you will be maintaining. Let's say if your land is of 4,000 square feet. Okay. If you can open in the property which you have created, REBDPR. Go to measurements. Yeah, click on edit. At the end, if you see to the left of exit. Yeah. Now over here, if we click on, can you please click on add? Yeah. So total area over here, if you see, you can maintain it in square feet, square meter, whatever your land is holding. Let's say your total area of your land is of 4,000 square feet. Okay. Now under this, if you also want to maintain, your question was there for a building, like each floor will be there and each floor will be having certain area. So the second option, can you see floor area? You can maintain that as well.
So if you click on total area, Jyoti, and click on continue. Okay. And amount, in amount, can you click on amount? Let's say 4,000. So what exactly I'm maintaining over here is this particular land is of 4,000 square feet. Click on enter, please. Yeah. So now it has picked up. Unit is M2, but instead of M2, if I want to use something else, we'll have to do such kind of configuration in measurements. Okay.
Okay.
As of now, we are using M2, and for this company code it is also been used as M2. But apart from this, if you wish to use anything else, if you also like, not just for area wise, if you want to maintain it as per like square feet, square meter, or anything is there which you want to maintain it in volume, that is kgs or liters. In land it won't be a practical scenario, but in something else, if your business requirement is there wherein kgs or liters are also maintained, then you can maintain that as well. So I'll give you one of the example wherein kg will be applied. Okay. Do you know shipping containers are there?
Yeah.
In shipping industry, containers are there, right? So the container standard capacity is either 8 ton or 14 ton, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is not necessarily required that the whole container will be leased by one organization itself, right? So the whole area wise or the capacity wise container are leased out. So it can be, let's say I am sending out, one organization is there, that organization is supposed to utilize only 100 kgs of that container. Then it is not necessary that the shipping organization will charge for the whole container amount to that organization. It will only charge for the area or the capacity that particular organization has utilized. That will be only for 100 kgs. Okay.
Okay.
So that is where you can maintain, or you can utilize kgs and something, all of these measurements. Okay. So yes, Jyoti, you can get back and create building. No, this is for properties. So instead of PR, you need to enter BU. Yes. Correct. This one is building. If you see at the heading, it's written as building. Now click on create and you can start creating your building. Or can you click on additional data? You don't want to maintain either of them. So you can see where house is also there below. If you scroll down, parking garage, warehouse, yeah, two family house, single family house, shopping mall, row, middle house. So this kind of building type can also be maintained. You can go to values and add values. So over here, if you see amount per value, that is volume, that is we have maintained M3, right? So if you want to assign any of the amount, let's say that this much of amount per square feet, this much of amount per square meter, so you can define it over here as well. Otherwise you can skip, like you can assign it in a rental object. And also one more thing, assessed values are there, current building value, assessed value, insurable value. You can assign all of these aspects over here. Building value is there, type insurance value, floating new value. Okay, and again year assessed value. So one is assessed value and second is year assessed value. Over here you will maintain the year in which the valuation like assessment was done. Okay, and can you scroll down? Can you scroll up? Jyoti, will you like to maintain any of the field? You can maintain some values over here in building value, then current building value, assessed value. Just do not maintain the amount per volume unit. Okay.
Let's say we are acquiring any building for a 1 million and we are doing some additions like a cost of improvement or renovation. So how that values will be bifurcated here?
So current building value and assessed value, that sorry, building value and current building value. Building value will be your acquired value, and after all the renovation and all the fixture, you'll add your total building value in your current building value. Okay.
Okay,
And
so whatever improvements during the year, we need to add in the current building value, right?
correct. And just make sure, like, just make a note that this is for information purpose. This won't have any kind of financial implication. Like while doing any of kind of financial posting, it won't have any implication over there. It is just for informational purpose, so that in future if you want to pull out a report that how much did this building cost us or how much of fixture has been done, based on the report you'll be able to get the data. Okay. And the first thing which was there, amount per volume unit, it will, why the reason why I have not asked to maintain that is because when we will create a rental object, it will give us some difficulties or it will create some hindrance. It is just for for your knowledge that you can maintain it over here as well if your business is required. But while we create rental object and contract in further sessions, I do not want that we should go back and change it again. So that is why I have not asked Jyoti to maintain. Okay.
Yep.
Assessed value, let's say you have maintained like 2 lakh, 20, yeah, it is 2 lakh, right? Current building value is 20 lakh. Your building acquisition value is 1 lakh. Now, assessed value. After us doing assessment, you got to know that, okay, your assessed value is of 1 lakh of 60,000. So that will be your assessed value, because market value and assessed value are not the same one, because market always runs in premium. Okay. Let's say insurable value, again that depends. It can be 2 lakhs also, and it can be 1,60,000 or somewhere between that also. Again, totally depends on the insurance and business or the market. No, it won't be lesser than assessed value ideally, because if the government assessment is done by a government surveyor, right? So at least the minimum value of that property will be 1,60,000, as that is what you have maintained, Jyoti, right? So if we are getting an insurance, then at least that value should be assured, correct? In a practical scenario, at least that will be assured. Or it can be one other thing also. In another scenario, it can be, let's say, a loan has been bought up, like a mortgage has been done to buy this building and all the fixtures has been done, and that loan was of, let's say, 1,80,000, and simultaneously the mortgage company has also offered us an insurance for that particular loan. So the value which has been maintained by Jyoti, it can also be the same value, that is a mortgage value, and your insurable value can be same. Okay. Now, again, infrastructure is something for your architectural view. Measurement, we will maintain it at rental object level. The rest of the fields are same. Okay. Partner assignment, overview, resubmissions, it will be the same. Now what you can do is, Jyoti, you can just click on check and see if it is an error free. Yeah, so this one is an error free building. You can save this. Yeah, so your building number 1 has been created. Okay, if you go to general data and BU, yeah, enter. Yeah, so this one has been created, correct? Okay, so I hope you guys are clear up to how exactly you can create business entity, land, and building. Now, what we'll do is we'll cover rental object and the further sessions. Okay.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing real estate? Our SAP REFX course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP REFX. It's like a toolbox for managing properties, from leasing to maintenance and everything in between. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP REFX Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So what we have covered is how exactly the hierarchy, usage view hierarchy is covered within REFX. That is how exactly we create business entity, then land and building. Rental object, we are yet to left with the rental object. We will be going through rental object creation. But before that, what we are going to do is we are going to just have a glance or understanding of how exactly architectural view works. Okay, so as mentioned, we are going to cover architectural object. So what all things need to be maintained in architectural object? What all parameters are there in architectural object? Okay, so tell me something, if anyone can help me understand what is architectural object and what is usage view.
I need to check for the architectural object. Basically, whatever the building plan is there and how a building is going to be constructed. So those objects are we are creating, and after that object we are assigning to this particular building or particular entity.
Okay, and is it a mandatory or optional one?
I think it's
architectural view. When we create an architectural view within SAP REFX, it has to be a mandatory view or optional one.
Optional.
Great.
It's optional.
Yes, right. Optional, because the financial posting is going to happen through usage view and not through architectural view. So as it is just an optional one and it is used for like blueprint design related activity wherein it determines what architecture has been created in what way. It has a sync with third party systems like GIS, AutoCAD. So that is why it is an optional. If your business does not require this view, then it is fine not to activate this view. Okay. Now coming to architectural view. The architectural view allows you to create an optional architecture structure that augments the master data of the usage view. This lets to depict your real estate structure at all hierarchical level, regardless of company. So as I mentioned, it is an optional view. It does not has to be a mandatory one, and it is just once it has been used, then it will be linked to your usage view. So it is not an independent one. Even after creating architectural view, it has to be linked to usage view. If anybody of you remember when we were doing an hands-on session, while creating business entity, land and building, we had an option of architectural view, right? So if we activate, like if we take on that checkbox, then it will be activated over there. Use case of architectural view. Using the architectural view is recommended in following cases. You wish to enter detailed information about the architectural structure of your real estate in the system, especially if you have detailed measurements such as rooms or floors in a building and you wish to access this data in the usage view. One more thing, apart from any of the specific architecture, statues or something, if you want to take any kind of measurement, let's say rather than putting manual measurement in rental object, if you have a blueprint of your architecture and if you want to fetch that measurement from your blueprint, then also you can utilize, so that once the architecture view is activated or it has been used, all the measurements from blueprint will be flown from architectural view to usage view. Okay. The usage of the object changes frequently. In this case, the architectural view remains constant and you can create new usage object as needed. So as it is a blueprint, replication of a blueprint, there are hardly any chances that it will get changed in near future, because once the construction has been completed and the blueprint has been created, it has to remain constant for at least for some tenure. And that is why it is mentioned over here that the change of the architectural view area or the measurement is hardly possible, wherein when we create a usage view, we can change it. Let's say initially we have been utilizing 500 square feet. Again, we occupy some 200 more square feet of area. So it can change, like in pool space, it can change. In rental space also, it can change. But in architectural view, it is hardly possible. You want to be able to reflect spatial architectural consideration. You want to move management of plant maintenance from the usage view to architectural view. You want to link to graphical system. So plant and it has an integration. Architectural view has an integration with plant and maintenance as well. Apart from that, graphical system as well. As I mentioned, graphical systems are nothing but your AutoCAD system, your GIS system, wherein your architectural blueprint will be saved. Okay. Architectural view usage objects. So under usage view, the very first thing is company code, business entity, building and land, pool space and rental space, rental unit. So this all can be used in your architectural view. Okay, right from business entity. Now different between architectural object and usage object. Okay, so AO level, that means you can configure it at country level, region level, city, zip code, building, and all this you can configure as your AO level, that is architectural object levels. Okay. Architecture object types, again it can be same: region, city, zip code, building, property, floor, rooms, warehouse, flat. Higher architectural object, it will be as same as your AO level. AO levels is nothing but your higher architectural object type, so it can be same as your AO levels. Now coming to architectural object type, how exactly we can create an architectural object. So what are the navigators when we get into architectural Rekha of SAP screen, how we can create it. So once we get into either Rekha or SPRO, we have to expand our flexible real estate navigator. Then on RE navigator, we have to click on architectural object with the quick info text create. Okay. After that, what all things we can add? We have general data tab. We have number assignment tab. Number assignment, if you remember, whenever we create any object, we have to assign a number range, unless and until it won't create any object, be it your architectural view or be it your usage view. So in general data tab, if you remember, what all things we enter is validity, what is your company code, what will be your business entity, what will be your land or building. That these all data will be entered at general data level. Number assignment is something like number range creation. Additional data tab, we'll be having some extra field, as in like in land, if you remember, we had municipality key, Then extra fields like which area it is facing, what is the quality, all those tabs. Land and building tab, which land and building is assigned to it. Date tabs and page. Partner, if you remember, we can assign business partner, but as I recommended, rather than assigning business partner at master data level, it is anytime better to assign this, business partner at contract level, because under one business business entity there are multiple land and building, and under one land and building there are multiple rental object, and one rental object uh, has to be assigned to a contract. So when we will assign multiple contract or multiple rental object, we might have multiple tenant or landlord as well. So in this case, it is always better to maintain partner at contract level. So we need not have to, like, it is system will not give any error, and it is not restricted at all. Measurement tab, it will have all the measurement which are been flown in from your third party system that are your integrated system like CAD, GIS. So from that it will appear that how much is the area, how much is the width, how much is the length of the particular area which is being used. Now under assignment, what we will have, under assignment we can have multiple things, like let's say if we are creating business entity, and under business entity there are multiple land and building, then in assignment you will be able to see those land and building rental object and contracts which are assigned under that particular business entity. So that is how it works. Now coming to architectural object hierarchy. Okay, this extractor is used for loading hierarchies of for the architectural object characteristic. You have to select a hierarchy level. The extractor returns the subordinate nodes. Technical data, the application component. So there are some components which we need to activate if we are using architectural object hierarchy. That in sense it makes system available for any kind of integration from a GIS or AutoCAD. So what are the components? A 0 REFX-1 master data of flexible real estate management. From which enhancement package it is available? Enhancement package 4 for ERP 6.0 and NetWeaver 7.0 BI content add-on 4. So for BI content you can use 7.0. Content version, no different content version exists. A remote cube capable, yes. Delta capable, no. Extraction from, no. And verifiable, no. Now, fields of origin for the extraction structure. So what does it mean by extraction is nothing but how exactly the data will be extracted from particular system. So these are the extraction fields that will be your 0 LTP source, description of the field in the extraction structure, data source. So these will be the field. Uses and prerequisite of architectural view or architectural object. So uses and prerequisite of architectural object, you have to set up number assignment for architectural object yourself. Number assignment is not internal. You can make preliminary setting for your number assignment in customizing. So these are the basic setting for any kind of usage view or architectural view. If you remember, we had done number range settings, wherein we have maintained number ranges for business entity, land, building, correct? That is how you also maintain it for architectural view, architecture object types. Okay. Procedure, in the application you specify how numbering takes place for architectural objects. You make this specification on the object type designated as the top level in the hierarchy. The specification then applies to all object type below this one in the hierarchy. Name of architectural object type. Object type for which you are specifying the number assignment depends on the hierarchy of object types you define in the customizing. So again, if you remember in above steps, we can define multiple architectural object type. So based on that, if you want to define multiple number ranges, then you can do that as well. Number assign number assignment. Higher level on which numbering has to be unique. Default web value from customizing. If the global not applicable indicator is set in customizing, then numbering has to be unique in the entire client. You can change this default value here, but you cannot delete it. If you do not make any entry here, numbering has to be unique at the top level of the hierarchy. Manual changes are not possible. So what does it mean is the numbering has to be internal and it has no available facility of external. Okay. First number in this column and the next one, you define the range of numbering. Lower limit of the number range interval. If you enter numeric value here, then the number of the object can only be numeric and has to be within the defined range. If you make alphanumeric entries, then the system checks if the string is within the specified range. Note the first of the 13 characters has precedence during the check. For example, the number A123456 is between A1 and A2. So it is nothing but we are defining how exactly we are going to maintain alphanumeric numbers and numeric number. So if you remember, I mentioned you that if you want to maintain a alphanumeric number, so what you can do is you can maintain all A's to all Z's. That means you are activating your system to be to allow alphanumeric number. Again, apart from that, when exactly we'll be using alphanumeric number? So mostly in most of the cases, if we are assigning an external number ranges, then only. But over here it is like alphanumeric number is within a range. So let's say, as you see, A1 all zeros to A1 A2 all zeros. So this is the range, that is why it has been picked up, otherwise it won't have been. Now coming to fixtures and fittings. What are the characteristics of fixtures and fitting? You can assign fixtures and fitting characteristics to the buildings, rental object, or parcel to describe the real estate object or adjust condition. You have made the settings for the representative list of rents in customizing. To do so, choose below navigator. How exactly we can make fixtures and fittings set in? So under flexible real estate, we get into adjustment of condition, rent adjustment, and representative list of rents. So in that we can change it. Another characteristic of fixtures and fitting. So building rental objects can be one of those. Building and rental object can have fixture and fittings characteristic. Category wise, it can be roof, group wise roof covering, and characteristic wise under roof what all activities we have done. Like we have created a brick wall, shingles, or any kind of false ceiling. So these all things can come under characteristic. Okay. The structure of the fixture and fitting characteristic is an important basis for carrying out an adjustment based on the representative list of rent. Okay. So the further topic will be contract management that we will cover afterwards. First of all, we'll have hands-on session of rental object and how exactly the architectural view can be. So who will be sharing your screen? Who will volunteer to share their screen? We have done an hands-on session, right? So have you practiced that particular activity after this session?
Yes, sorry. I was not able to practice, but I remember the T codes and Rika Cast and REDB UBD.
Okay, so quickly, can you create all of those master data? Because we already have number ranges created, right?
Yes.
So you can quickly create your business entity, your building, and then we can go ahead. And you need not have to create any of the land, because land you can create it after your session. But as of now, we'll just need a one building, so that should be fine. And please, guys, everyone, it is for everyone. Kindly, whichever activity or whichever node we are doing as a hands-on session in our classes, please make sure you complete it, because I might pick any one of you to take it further. So if we are not having those data available or those objects available in your system, then it will be again a duplication of, like, you'll have to go through it again in your session. So rather than wasting your time in session, better you do your hands-on practice before coming. Okay.
Okay. Just can you let me know the company code once again?
So company code is 1010. Click on create. No. Business entity will be an internal number range. It will be assigned by system. And you can scroll down and select your tenancy law over here. Yeah, in reference factor field. Above, if you see the reference factor tab is there, and if you scroll down, yeah, tenancy law. So if you remember, we had selected Austrian tenancy law for this.
Yes.
Now you can click on check and check if whether it is an error free to the left of that flag. No, the left icon. Immediately left icon of to the flag. Yeah, this one. Yes. Okay. So it is an error free, right?
Yes.
So now you can create, like, save this. So it will get created. Okay. So business entity 3 has been assigned to you. It seems that only one person has practiced this activity, because business entity number 1 was been utilized by Jyoti, and only one person has done the hands-on session. Guys, please make sure you guys practice all of these activities after this session.
Yeah, actually we tried, but the remote connection was off after 6. So is there any time limit that will not work on the remote computer?
Was it for everyone or just for you?
I have tried and it was not working. Tried multiple. I have taken a screenshot as well.
Anybody else who had faced this kind of issue? I'll just call them right now.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it was working till the 5 or 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. in India. Okay. After that, it was remote connection was open. It is showing error, like remote desktop can't be connected to the remote computer for one of these region, and some region are mentioned in the error.
Sir, did you try to sign in now?
No, now I haven't tried, but so I was just confirming, is there any time limit or it is 24/7 remote desktop?
No, sir. It's a 24/7 remote access, sir.
Okay, then I will try
for the
again
1
if
month,
face any
for
issue.
the 1 month, so 1 month or the duration what we have provided, right? So you can access anytime you want.
Okay, we'll check again and let you know if face any issue.
Sure, sir, definitely.
So building is created, business entity is created. So shall I go with the creation of property?
Yes, you can create that. So over here, if you see at the top, there is one checkbox available. Create from architectural object, right? So if you remember in our current session, as I mentioned, that if you want to create any of your objects, like a building, a business entity, land, from your architectural object, you can create it from that object as well. So what it will do is it will directly fetch the measurements from that architectural object. Okay.
So can I click over now?
So you are creating, no, right now we are not creating it from rental object. What exactly you're creating right now is rental object, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you created land as well?
Yes.
Okay. So do one thing. Now for rental object, we have not yet done any configuration. If you remember, we have covered it until land and building only.
Yes.
So what we are going to do is we are going to cover rental object, how exactly the rental object is, what are the usage type of rental object, or what all configuration needs to be done. Okay.
Okay.
So go to your Rekha screen. Rekha, RECA. So over here, which node you will be extracting from?
Master data.
Correct. And what exactly we are performing over here? Is it architecture or usage?
Users view.
Yes. A rental object.
Yes.
Okay. So now over here, the very first thing if you see is your number range for rental object, right?
Yes.
So you need to maintain a number range first. Two number range has to be different, right? It cannot be
sorry.
Okay. Now after this, if you see the second drop down is usage type. If you click on that, you'll have the usage types available. So what is usage type? So after rental object type, so how many types of rental objects are there? If someone can tell me, Kushagra, you or does someone remember how many types of rental objects are there?
I think it's 5 types. One is property, one is office, and it's basically how we are.
No. So if you remember, there are 3 types of rental object types. Okay. First one is pooled space, second one is rental space, and third one is rental unit. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
Of a rental object type. So there are 2 types. One is usage type, and the second, the very first thing is rental object type. So under rental object type, you will be having usage type. Usage type is nothing. If you click on that, Kushagra, on usage type, you'll be able to see what is the purpose of this rental object, whether it is land, building. As you mentioned, Kushagra, we will be defining over here land, building, warehouse, garage, commercial office, residential, whatever place it may be, like advertising space, vending machine space. All of this you can mention or maintain it over here. Okay. And in front of that, if you see, it is also there's a drop down available, whether it is commercial, non-commercial, or used for both. Okay. Area and room rental, vacant rental unit. Okay. So if you want to maintain any usage type as like someone has vacated that particular rental object, you can do that as well. Okay. Now, if you click on the fourth column, there is a numbering available 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you see that? And if you do F4 over there, so this is internal usage type. What does that mean? If someone can tell me what is internal usage type? So ideally, internal usage type is nothing when we create an rental object in sync with your architectural object. So it will get flown in using this internal usage type. Okay. And if we do not want to maintain this, it is fine. Like if we are not activating architectural view, it is also fine. Okay. Do you want to maintain any of the usage type for yourself? Do you think you want to maintain any new one?
Yes, I will create one.
Okay, create it. And you're creating it for which object? Space, rental space, or rental unit?
I will create it for the rental unit.
Okay. So you have to scroll down and at the bottom. So these are the existing usage type of rental object. So what you can do is close this one. Yeah. And over here you can maintain a new number range.
Okay.
What was the last number, usage type number that was available?
43, I think. 43, yes.
43, right? 43 after 12 also it is free. So if you want to utilize 13, you can utilize that as well. And will it be commercial, right? It should be commercial only. And if you scroll ahead, use for both, right? Now you can click on enter and save it.
A doubt here. We can see a checkbox for something set.
Settlement.
Settlement. Can you explain what is it?
Yeah, so settlement is nothing when we use a service charge related process, like we do have one of the another process within REFX. So we have normal lease and contracting, we have service charge settlement contracting, then we have sales based contracting. So if sales settlement related activity is there or settlement related contract are there, like what will be the settlement? When let's say you have a common area, and for common area multiple like rental objects are there. The very first example, if you remember, I had taken was for mall. In mall we have a food court, and that food court area has multiple maintenance activity like for water, electricity, generator cost, normal maintenance activity. So these all are common costs which will be incurred by multiple vendors, correct? Whosoever outlets are there in that food court, they will be incurring that cost. So in that case, what we do is over here we create a settlement unit, and we can add some participant, like we create settlement unit, and then we create participation group, and in those participation group we assign rental object. So that means when we assign those rental object, it defines that okay, these all people or these are all outlets are supposed to be participating in settlement related activity. And to activate that particular process, we have to also activate settlement tab and over here. So it gets in line and sync with all the further processes.
Okay, understood.
So when in future we settle the settlement unit, whatever cost we have incurred, when we try to settle those costs, it will not give us an error that this particular checkbox has not been activated. That means this particular rental object usage type is not maintained for settlement.
Okay, got it.
Now you can click on enter and save it. Create your own transport for this, just like Jyotin did. It should be your own transport, not hers. Okay, you can go one step back, one more step. Yeah. Now usage type per rental object type. Okay. Now you have configured your usage type, right? Your cold storage usage type with number 13. Now you can maintain this usage type is available for which all rental object type. If you want to activate it for rental space, pool space, and rental unit. So if you click on that, you can assign your usage type to all the object types. Yeah. Over here, create a new entry, do RU and 13. It should be standard. This is nothing but your screen sequences, RERO. So ideally it defines which field should be your hidden field, which should be your display required object optional field. You don't want to create it for your this one pool space and rental space. Better you create it for pool space and rental space as well, because if we want to try any other activity, we should not face any errors. So you can maintain it for both of them as well.
Okay.
Now we go to next step, that is your usage type allowed for rental spaces per pool space. If you click on that. Okay. Now tell me something. What do you understand by this? What is your understanding by the configuration done over here? If you can tell me.
Okay. What is the exact space that we have allocated for the rent?
So ideally, this one is something like if we are creating any pool space.
So this is something like if we are creating any of the pooled space, let's say I have created a pooled space. So within pooled space also I can create multiple usage type. Okay. So one pooled space can be for food court. Okay. As I have given you an example. Second pooled space can be for parking. In parking also we can have a pooled space, and whenever we assign those parking to any of the organizations, like in commercial buildings or any of the commercial complexes, we do assign our parking to few organizations, right? Whosoever is there is leasing in that apartment, we assign a certain parkings to those organizations. So what we can do is we can create a pool space based out of that. And let's say one pool space will be of food court, second pool space will be of your parking, and each pool space which all rental space are allowed. Now for pool space called food court, we cannot allow parking rental space, right? It has to be only food related, like sitting section, sitting area. All of these activities need to be assigned only for food court, right? So that is how we restrict that. Okay, a certain pool space has to be a certain rental space activated, and it should not be a crisscross of that. So that is what we are maintaining over here. So if you do F4 on pool space, so these many of common standards provided pool space are there: store, garage, vending machine, advertisement space, warehouse, store, office, store, medical practice. So these all space area are there. Now if you do rental space F4, so see over here for terminal, against terminal all activities have been maintained. Check-in terminal is there, terminal lounge is there, terminal stall is there. And what do you think, what should be the another rental space that we can maintain for terminal?
We can give means duty-free shops.
Correct. And
then
if check-in is there, then departure should also be there, right? Arrival, sorry.
Yes.
Check-in is nothing but your departure, and arrival also can be maintained over here, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So these all activities you can maintain against terminal. So simultaneously within office also, if you see in a pool space, we have called office. So in office also we can maintain multiple rental spaces. Like what should be your office space? Will it be your common sitting area? Will it be your cubicle area? Will it be your like printing area, stationery area? Will it be your cafeteria area? All of these activities you can maintain as rental space under your office as well, correct? So if you want to maintain anything, if you can, if not, then we can go to next step.
I think we can go for the next step, not an issue.
Okay, you can click one step back. Measurement types allowed per rental object type. Now over here, it is what we are doing configuration. So if you click on that, you'll be getting to see what are all measurements type we have maintained. So as per standard, we haven't maintained anything. If you do F4 on RO type, so the reason why standard solution is not given over here is if standard solution will be provided, then it will restrict it. Okay. Yeah. So you can select either of them. Do one thing, select pool space and rental space. Yeah, and do F4 on measurement type. Okay. Now over here, what should be your measurement type? What do you think? What should be your measurement type?
For first, I think.
Yeah, tell me. Sorry, go ahead.
First, I think we can go for the floor area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for the rental space, I think we can go for the total area.
Rental space, don't you think it should be vice versa? Total area versus usable space, and floor, like usable space is nothing but the rental space.
Okay. Okay. Legally, it is.
So see, it is even fine if you do not maintain it. Because if we'll maintain it, we will restrict our rental object on this. So I would suggest not to maintain it and skip it. I just wanted to show you that you can maintain it over here. In while creating rental object, I will let you know why exactly I have not asked you to maintain it, because I want you to show multiple scenarios over there. Okay. So you can skip this, and just if you have any question, please ask me on this. Otherwise, we can move to next step. So what does it mean by this? So whether it is allowed or not, this particular measurement type for this particular RO type, is it allowed or not? If it is allowed, yes. Will it be a by default object, or will it be a required object? It is nothing but HDRO, hidden display required optional. Okay. So you can go one step back, or no, don't save it, don't save it. Just keep the saving. Now, similarly, when we can assign a measurement type to your rental object, similarly, we can also assign our measurement type to our usage type. So if you do F4 over there, so over here, if you see measurement type and usage types are assigned to each other. So what is your first usage type? Privately financed accommodation. Second one is public authority supplied accommodation. And your fourth and fifth usage type has been used. Fourth is store, that is for rental space. Fifth is warehouse, that is for office space. So these all rental space and usage type, sorry, measurement type and usage type has been assigned. Any questions on this? So now you can cancel this and go one step back. Okay. Now after this we have attributes. Can you click on that, attributes? So in attributes, we can define which part of building, these all functionalities. If you remember, I mentioned you that you can specifically define that a certain rental unit or certain shop is at which part of that particular building. Let's say I have entered a mall and a Nike store has to be there. So which part, whether it is first floor, second floor, ground floor, and from ground floor it is third shop from the left. All of these we can define over here. If you click on a part of building, Kushagra, back facing, east wing, main building, under garage, underground garage, then comes your annex. All of this aspect you can maintain over here. So apart from this, if you have something else, let's say you want to say that seventh shop from the left, you can maintain that as well. So you can maintain a new activity in new part of building over here as per your requirement. Maintain anything so that we can use it while creating a rental object.
Can I mention the specific, for example, number that is this is the shop?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. That is how you should maintain it. Extremely right. Rather than maintaining it in words over here, because it is the short text, what you can do is two from left in crisp, yeah, from left. And in part of building further description, you can mention a second shop from left. Yeah, instead of second, you can also use two and ND.
Okay.
Like it will have some more space for you. Yeah. Now you can maintain one more thing. Let's say third flat from elevator. Now you can also over here in the 09 only, you can mention whether from elevator will it be left or right.
Okay.
Extremely right. Now you can save this one. So you got to know, right, how exactly we are maintaining it. Like let's say if we have certain commercial complexes or residential complexes or any other object rental objectives that which we are going to lease it out. So how exactly we can identify. So this is how we can maintain it over there. That okay, second from left, second flat from elevator to the left. So this is how you can maintain it in REFX. Okay. Now you can go one step back and go to next step, location on floor. Okay, if you remember in flat number, yeah, so this is also one of the thing. If you do not want to maintain it in your part of your building, you can also maintain it over here, third from the left, first from the left, which all whether it is center, you can maintain it over here as well. Okay, if you do not want to maintain it there, if you just want to say that okay, third building third apartment, and from locations on the floor you can determine this as well. Okay.
Okay.
So I think there are many configurations available for the location on the floor. If you wish to create new one, that is fine. If not, then we can move it. Floor description. Now, if you click on floor description, you'll be able to see which floor it is. First floor, ground floor, third floor, basement floor, underground. All of these you can maintain over here. Okay. Do you think something is missing over here?
Building details.
Like?
Means which part of building that we are in the first. Basically, basically a floor can be divided into two parts, left, right part or right part. So which part of that?
That we did in our first activity, right? Part of building, if you remember, east wing, west wing, which part of the building it is.
But
if you go one step back, and click on part of buildings, first item. So over here, can you see this is what we can maintain? Which part of building, which area of the building, which unit of the building it is. So east wing, west wing, north wing, south wing, these all we can maintain over here. Okay. Now you can go to next, that is fixture and fitting.
What is the meaning of this particular column? Minus.
Yeah. So if you place your cursor on that, what does it shows?
The number.
Exactly. So basement will be minus floors, correct?
Okay.
And above ground level, it will be normal, like plus numbers, right?
Okay.
So underground, like after ground level, whatever, like if you are going in basement level, then you can maintain it in minus level. And if you are going above ground level, then you can maintain it on plus, like that is normal nomenclature.
Okay.
So last, if you scroll down at the bottom, if you see, this one has been maintained as top floor, right? But in story number, if you see, it says 999. That means the top floor is 999th floor. It need not have to be a specific number, like until 16th floor we have maintained it. But let's say someone wants to maintain, some of the complex will have like up to 18th floor. Then after 18th floor, there will be a swimming pool area on 19th floor. But it won't be a 19th floor. It will be a swimming pool area. Then after that, it will be your cafeteria, like pubs. Then after that, there will be some residential. So how many, the residential will be on which floor? So we have commercial commercial complexes until 18th floor. After that, we have swimming pool. Then we have pubs. Then we have residential floor. So what will be the residential floor on? It should be story number 21, right?
Yes.
Because 18 is something we have maintained. Then 19th is our swimming pool area. 20th is our pub area, and 21st is our residential area. So against that, we will maintain the story number 21st. If you do not want to maintain like the floor number over here, through story number, you will be able to get what is the floor number or what is the exact level of that particular floor.
Okay.
How many floor we can add here? Suppose like n number of, or
ideally the tallest building in the world has around like 300 floors or 250, right? Burj Khalifa.
So that is manageable, right? Here.
Yeah. So see, 999 is already added.
No, actually I'm talking about the line item, line wise. Here in above you have mentioned that 14, 15, 16.
So n number of items you can manage over here.
Okay.
You mean to say these line items which are there, how many?
If I want to maintain all the this floor wise, then is it possible? Suppose 100 floor, if I want to maintain 100
Yes.
floor line item wise,
Yes.
so it is possible, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other question on this part? If not, you can go one step back. Define fixtures and fitting characteristic of buildings, rental object, and parcel. Click on that. This is the same thing. If you remember, for buildings and land, we had this option available. What should be the characteristic fixture and fitting? Whether it is tile, pine level, what kind of fixtures and fittings are being done, and for which all object it should be activated. So if you scroll down, PVC, if you see wooden baseboard is PVC, tiles, wood, carpet, their interior windows seal is of tile, wood, artificial stone. So these kind of fixture and fitting you can maintain over here, in which you are specifying that, let's say, if one of the floor is totally made up of Italian marble, then you can say that flooring covering as Italian marble. You can create it in that way. And then for which all objects, building, rental object, parcel, it can be activated for. Tell me something why it is not activated for, like, why exactly we are not able to see land over here?
I think land is different and flows is different. Basically, land.
These are after post construction. You can see.
Correct. So these all activity fixtures and fittings will be done when we do a construction. And if construction has been done, then the land will not be there. It will be a building, right? That is why. So do you think you want to maintain anything apart from this? Do you think you want to maintain any of the new line item over here, or you're good with this and you want to continue with next?
Oh, I'm good with
One question here. See, whenever we assuming owner of apartment or a mall, and I want to deal with its business, how can I give the contract, or how many floors are there, what is the rent, or what is the usage area, all those things I'm managing it through SAP. And I have done the configuration, I have created the architecture, everything I've done. But what is the, when I'm dealing with the business, how much rent I would be getting or how I will be letting it out, I would not be concerned about the fixtures and fittings, right? This building, why would I be concerned what is marble in it, what is the tile in it, what is the covering, what I've done it for my business, what is the requirement of this? I didn't understand.
So ideally, what's the requirement? So I'll give you an example of this. Let's say I'm owning an apartment, okay? Initially, that apartment was a naked apartment. That means it didn't had any kind of furniture in that. Now I have created some furniture in that and I have leased out. So when I have leased out this particular apartment, I would like to know what kind of flooring I have given, right? What kind of furniture I have given, whether I have given Italian marble furniture or normal tile furniture, whether I have given any kind of AC in that apartment or not, whether I have given any kind of sofa cupboards or not, right? I would like to know, because that is how I'm also maintaining my inventory. That in all of these, out of 100 apartment, in all of these apartment, let's say 10 apartment, I have given AC, air conditioner. In all of these apartment, I have Italian marble. In all of these 20 or 30 apartment, I have also given fully furnished. That means it has cupboard, it has sofa, it has modular kitchen, it has dining table. All of these things are there in my apartment, correct? And if I'm not maintaining it over here, how exactly I'll be able to track that?
Is that anyway impacting my reports or something like TB report or my PNL report? Something, is it getting affected?
Yes, this is particularly for your reporting purpose. If you need to extract any kind of report, if you need to know that how which all apartment I have, and out of those apartment, which all apartment has Italian marble. Because if someone comes up, I'll give you another example. One of the prospect comes in and they ask, okay, that I need apartment which has Italian marble flooring, which has fully air conditioner in all the rooms. It also has vinyl flooring in master room. Okay, in master room it has vinyl flooring. Now, how will I pull that report, or how will I get to know that which all apartment are catering to this requirement? That will be only when I assign all these attributes to my rental object, correct? When I put a search in the system for my customer, I'll be able to fetch out a report on this basis only. Through these fixtures and fitting only, I'll get to know that, okay, yeah, this particular apartment on this floor has all this kind of requirement, wherein the master room has vinyl flooring, the like common living has Italian marble flooring, all of the rooms has air conditioner.
Okay.
Got my point?
Yeah.
And why exactly it is also assigned for building is, can someone tell me why exactly it is activated for building also, apart from, yeah, okay, I understand that, okay, land cannot have it, but for building, if we are already assigning it to rental object, then why it is required to assign for building as well?
Maybe common spaces utilize these things.
Correct. Like centralized AC. Centralized AC will be a common thing which a whole building will have, right? So that is why it has also been activated for building. Got it?
Yes.
Any other further questions on this? If someone has any kind of doubts, then you can go one step back. Yeah, specify structure of fixture and fitting characteristic independent of RLRR. So over here, what we are going to do is, this is specific for architectural object. If you do F4 on that, sorry, you'll have to create it. Okay, so what exactly it means over here is, if you are integrating any of your rental object from architectural object, you'll have to maintain certain data over here. So this is how you can sync up your data through this object. Okay. So as of now, we are not doing any of the architectural objects. So we can go one step back and go to next step. Reason of different rent increase. Okay, double click on that. So see, we can ideally, when we are maintaining any kind of rent in contract, we are doing it through your condition type. We have a condition type in contract, through that we maintain it. Okay, so whenever we increase your unit price, it will get to know that, okay, your rent has increased, or if we decrease our unit price, we'll get to know that your rent has decreased. Now after doing that, if you want to specify after a certain activity which you have done, if a rent increase has been done, then you can mention, like, you can create activities over here. What all activities are there? See, noise due to railway line, apartment is damp, noise due to large building site, loud traffic noise. Or you can also mention like new fixture fittings have been created, or renovation has been done. So all these activities you can maintain over here, and you can assign to your rental object. So you'll get to know that, okay, you have increased your rent due to this reason. Do you like to maintain any activity over here?
I think these are okay, not an issue. Can we mention one thing, that at the end of contract, whenever we are renewing the contract, we are gradually increasing the rent by 5%. So that can be maintained over here or not?
Yes. So 5% increasing, see, that increase you can maintain it in contract as well. But if you want to maintain the reason over here, you can maintain it. So you can click on new entry, standard 5% increase. So over here you can mention standard 5% of increase in rent, standard 5% increase after 1 year. Simultaneously, you can create next one, 06 standard 10% increase. Okay, so what you have defined over here is, like, let's say some contract might have that standard 5% of increase in your rent is there, or some contract might have standard 10% of increase in your rent might be there. So whichever increase is applicable, you can define, like, assign that particular reason. Okay.
Okay.
Now one step back. Yeah. Account determination value. So these are the account determination value which we will be using in contract as well as rental object. What does it mean by account determination value? Can someone tell me?
GL account posting or link.
Correct. So let's say we have a scenario wherein for first year it is supposed to be posted to 1 GL. For second year it is supposed to be posted to second year. So how exactly we can manage is we can create a multiple account determination value over here, and we can assign each GL, individual GL, to those account determination value. So, and through our time slice, we can determine that for first year, GL number XYZ has to be picked up, and for second year, GL number ABC has to be picked up. Okay. So, leasing property, leasing building, land, machine. So, what account determination you should be creating over here, if you can mention?
Can we say, like, suppose if I have, like, multi-story building, so in some of the part fully furnished, so like we create the here the fully furnished, semi-furnished, unfurnished.
Yes. So through that you can also get to know that this is coming from this particular, like in financial posting, you need not have to go back and check at REFX report, right? Like whether the income is coming from fully furnished flat or semi-furnished flat, correct? If a financial person has to check, how exactly it will check? The very best thing
Through
is
GL.
what exactly it has mentioned, that through GL. If we have to determine, like through account determination value, we can define that, okay, if any of the postings are happening to fully furnished GL, that means that particular rental income is coming from this particular flat, which is a fully furnished flat. So yes, you can define that to three of these: fully furnished, semi-furnished, non-furnished. You can maintain these three.
Okay.
So against semi-furnished, you can maintain semi-furnished apartments. And one you can mention as non, RE underscore non, that is non-furnished apartment. Okay, you can save this one now. Fine. So these are the configuration which we do for rental object. Okay, so now the next thing is, after attributes, we have vacancy. Okay. So what do you mean by vacancy? If someone can tell me what do you mean by vacancy, what does it mean in real estate?
It's not rented out, it's available for rent.
Yes, and you're partially correct. So ideally, as mentioned, one thing is it is not rented out or it is available, and second thing is, while any of the apartment or rental object is being getting vacated, what is the reason for that? So let's say XYZ apartment has been rented out. It has a contract of 2 years. Now, suddenly after 6 months, the tenant has decided to leave the apartment. That might be because unavailable of water supply, not available of like electricity, or it can be like seepage in the roof from hall. Multiple reasons can be there that the flat apartment is not in appropriate condition. So these all vacancy reason we can maintain over here. So if you click on define vacancy reason, so see, for no particular reason, it may be because normal it is just vacant and contract might have been over, or no tenant must have been assigned to that particular apartment. Second one is contract ended, notice given. Third one is modernization measure, that is nothing but renovation. Fourth one is reservation. Reservation is something like someone has already booked it. Okay. And vacancy account assignment. If you click on vacancy account assignment, so account assignment as usual, other CO account assignment, other account determination value, other CO account assignment. So what is the reason we are assigning account assignment over here? Can someone tell me why exactly we are assigning any of the account over here? Okay, let me give you an example. So you all are working in, okay. Now when you are on project, you will be billable to the project code, right?
Correct.
And when you are on bench, you will be billable to, that is a bench code, right? Not to a project.
Correct.
Idle, it will be your idle time paid. TCS is not recovering any cost, or TCS is not earning any cost out, earning any revenue out of that, right? So it is paying out of their pocket when you are on bench. And when you are on project, TCS is earning from project for your utilization. So it is the same way. When any of the apartment or any of the rental object is assigned to any of the tenant or landlord, we can use that account assignment as usual. But whenever we are using any of the vacancy reason, let's say contract ended, and after contract ended, it will, the contract, unlike the rental object, will be vacant for almost 2 or 3 months. Now it should go to another account assignment, right? It can be, like it can be a self cost utilization, like self cost. So against that, if you see, account determination value column is also there. In next column, if you see account determination value, yeah, over here. So through this, you'll get to know, you can define which all account determination values you can assign over here. So if a vacancy reason is that a rental object is not assigned or not utilized by any of them, then it should go for non-utilization related account determination value over here. Okay, so that builder will be bearing that cost, for builder or the constructor, whosoever the owner of that property is there, they will be bearing the cost of that particular property for 2 months, until and unless that property has been let out against. Okay, are we clear on this? So do you want to maintain any new activity, new reason over here?
I think we are okay. But I have one question. Why this thing a part of a configuration? Basically, there in a particular building there are frequent vacancies and frequent rented spaces are moving on. Okay, so each
Correct.
time we have to do the configuration, we have to move the certain things, or this is just part of one basic configuration that can be assigned to the particular object later on.
Yes. So it is, if you see vacancy reason, first column, there is vacancy reason column, right? So these are the objects that you will be assigning to your rental object. Now tell me something. The reason why we are doing is, now give me an answer to this. When your rental object or your property has been let out, how exactly you will be earning your income, or how exactly the rent revenue will be recognized? Will it be through rental object, or will it be through your contract?
By the contract.
Correct. Now, when the property is vacant, how exactly you will be earning your like how exactly you will be recognizing your cost? Will it be through your rental object, or will it be through your contract?
Now from the rental object.
Why?
Basically, there is no contract now, and we cannot.
That's the reason. When there is no contract available, when the property is vacant, then ideally that particular cost has to be recognized, and that will be done on at rental object level itself. Correct? It cannot be done through contract because there is no contract itself.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes, got it.
Yeah. So now you can go one step back. Determine vacancy reason based on vacancy event. Click on that. So can you see all the vacancy event? To the left, the first and second column, RO term extended directly, define default vacancy reason, rental object created new, contract start date shifted backward, contract end date shifted forward. Okay, what are the events that is causing the vacancy? You can also define that. Okay, we were supposed to start a contract from 1st of Jan 2025, but the tenant has decided that instead of 1st of Jan, the tenant will be starting it from 1st of February. Now it will be contract start date shifted forward, correct? That is why one more month has been vacated. So if you see the second is there, contract start date shifted backward. So instead of backward, you can also create forward. wherein your start date has been changed from 1st of Jan to 1st of February, correct? And what will be the vacancy reason for that? No reason, because it has not yet started. And based on your requirement, you can configure what should be your vacancy event against which you should be selecting your vacancy reason. Or please make sure when we configure or when we select either of them, vacancy event and vacancy reason together, we have to make sure that whenever we are selecting vacancy reason, and if we have assigned any of the account determination values to those vacancy reason, then it should be in line. Let's say like start date of RO assignment to contract shifted backward, correct? What does this mean? A start date of assignment to contract shifted backward. That means some contract was going to start in 1st of Jan, but it has started from 1st of December. Okay. So in that case, wherein you were supposed to be vacant for XYZ amount, XYZ month, it has reduced by 1 month now. So these are the vacancy event which you can assign. Again, vacancy event is not mandatory thing we should assign. Only if the business purpose is like business scenarios require that you should be assigning events, then only you can assign it. Otherwise, vacancy reason suffice your requirement. Okay. So now, do you want to maintain something over here? Any new configuration?
I think
If not,
I'm okay.
yeah. So we can go one step back and go to next step.
In this particular screen, warning before, so will SAP is giving us the notification or something, right? Warning before.
So what does it mean by no influence on follow-on process? It means that if we are creating anything, let's say the rental object start date was supposed to be, we do have validity as well, right? In rental object. So ideally we have created, I have given you an example that 1st of Jan was supposed to be start date and now it has shifted to 1st of December. So will it have any kind of impact on processes? But in rental object, if I have maintained that 1st of Jan is the start date of that validity, then it should have that particular impact. But if I have not maintained anything, then it should not have any of the influence on the follow-on process, right? So these all processes we are inlining over here. Whether the automatic it should be overwritten or not. Let's say if you click on drop down, one warning before automatic override. Okay, what does it mean? That rather than creating, or if we are directly updating our start date in rental object, then it should not give any kind of warning and it should be directly overwritten. Okay. And second is error. Error is like it will just give you an error that okay, ideally your start date of your rental object was supposed to be from 1st of Jan. Do you still want to continue? Yes, and save it. So it is like you are maintaining the message types. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you can go to Rekacast again and determine vacancy reason based on notice reason. So what do you mean by notice reason over here? Can someone tell how exactly vacancy reason and notice reason are in line, or why exactly it is the notice reason is coming into picture in terms of vacancy? So in another example, again, let's say you're working with TCS, you have got an offer from some other company. What will you do? You will resign, right? And you will start serving your notice period. Correct? While resigning, you have to select some reason. Why? What was the reason you have resigned? Were you not satisfied? Were you not like your role wasn't good enough, or you're not happy with your role? These all reasons are notice reason. So why exactly the contract is getting terminated? Or if some contract like before like end date, if some of the tenant has decided to give the notice and move out of the apartment or property, what is the reason? Let's say rent has been increased and the tenant thinks that okay, the increase in the rent was not appropriate and right now it was not required at all. So it's better to leave the property and search for something else. Okay. Second will be, let's say, restricted use. There is a 2 BHK apartment and there is a balcony, but owner has only given one room to use. And tenant, after certain period of time, thinks that okay, this is not what I like of, and I would like to leave this property. So these are the notice reason against which you will be configuring the vacancy reason. Who all can give this kind of notice? Okay, so contractee or contractor, you can maintain it over here. Contractee is, what do you mean by contractee? If someone can tell me, will it be tenant or will it be owner?
Tenant.
Correct. And contractor will be owner. Okay. And if you want that, okay, no specific person, like both of them can you give this kind of reason, then you select blank. Yes, this one, blank. You can select blank. That means either of them can give the notice. Okay. So are we good with this? Any queries, any questions?
Just one question here. Notice I am aware we utilize in the contract. How do we utilize the vacancy part?
Vacancy part is assigned to your rental object.
Okay, so is it a part of contract or elsewhere?
So I think you missed the previous part. Can you go one step back? Okay. One more step back. Yeah, define vacancy reason. So over here, we are defining vacancy reason as well as account determination value and account assignment, right?
Correct. That you had explained that when we are on bench, it is
correct. So vacancy reason will be assigned to your rental object itself. Because whether it is occupied or not, it should be determined through a rental object. Whether it is unoccupied, it will be determined through rental object. Because if it is unoccupied, we do not have contract available, right? So how exactly we will manage it through a contract?
So that is not through contract. So do we get it through some other report of rental object or so?
As in?
As in, how do we come to know what is the vacancy period and where do we map it exactly?
Within rental object itself, within a rental object master data, we assign. So if you remember, while creating business entity and land and building, we assign municipality key.
Correct.
In similar manner, we will be assigning vacancy reason. So we will be creating our rental object. Okay. So you will get to know how exactly we can assign this vacancy reason over there.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So it is one of the tab. In one of the tab, you have one of this field available, vacancy reason. And once you add it, it gets assigned to that, and you can also define the tenure of vacancy.
Okay, understood.
Okay, so it also determines that for how long that particular property has been vacant for, or it is going to be vacant for.
Okay, okay, got it.
Okay. Any other questions from anyone else? If not, then I think we are good with session. What we are going to cover is how we create our rental objects. Okay, and which all rental objects we will be creating. So as I mentioned, everyone, please create your basic master data or organizational structure, because I'll choose any one of you and we'll see you at the same time. And please make sure you have created your own organizational structure, that is your master data, until business entity and land. So we will be creating rental object together. So just need to create business entity, land and building. Okay.
Hey there, want to get good at managing real estate? Our SAP REFX course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP REFX. It's like a toolbox for managing properties, from leasing to maintenance and everything in between. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP REFX Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So guys, I have asked you to create the whole hierarchy, like business entity, land, building, and up to that. Have you all gone into system and tried creating that? Yeah, I've asked you guys to go and create the master data. So were you guys able to do that? Who all have tried it? I can see only 4 people have tried it.
I have also created those entities.
By what name? I cannot see. Under which company code?
1010.
And what is the business entity number for you?
2.
2 is right.
No,
mine is 3.
Okay. Just a second. Yours is 2. Okay, fine. So these all have created it, right? What is with other people? What's the issue? Now we are going to business entities there. Then building. Yes, building is also being created simultaneously. Okay. And building. Building, I cannot see much of them created building. Sorry, not building, property. No worries, you can try it today then.
I
After
had one doubt there in creating entity while creating. I built a building. There was this municipality key. So I could see Jyoti had created a municipality key for Hyderabad.
Correct.
I was wondering how I can create for Maharashtra or Mumbai maybe.
So if you can share your screen, we can go through it.
Sure, I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
So under basic settings, if you see land, under land, if you see municipality key is there. Second option. Yeah, this one.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So Gandhinagar has been created. I'm not sure who has created it, but great. At least if someone has tried all of this configuration, and that is how you should not do your hands-on. It should not be just creating your business entity and building. You should also go into system and configure new fields as per your requirement. Okay. So now, who is going to share the screen? Who is willing to share the screen? Would you like to share the screen?
Yeah, sure, Pranav. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes.
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes. Okay. So what all things we did? So very first thing which we did was business entity, creation of business entity and configuration for business entity. Then building, what all things are required under building. We have done configuration for building, and we have also done configuration for land, that is property, and we have created one property. We have gone through all the configuration that are required under rental object. So if you remember, we have gone through all the usage type, rental pool space, rental space, then how exactly you can manage vacancy, what is the vacancy reason, how does it cater to the business requirement. Then again, how exactly vacancy and notice are aligned. Okay. Now what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to create one rental unit. Okay. So if you remember, can someone tell me whether the rental unit is independent or it has to be fetched out of pool space?
I think it has to be come from the pool space.
So rental space has to be coming out of pool space, not rental unit. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So now what we are going to do is we are going to create a rental unit. So you can go to T code REBDRO. Yes. So this is a T code. Please make a note of it, guys. REBDRO. Okay. You can use your business entity which you have created. Click on create. Yes.
and drop down over here. If you see in drop down, rental unit codes, not this one, not usage type, Pradorsha. Just can you go to rental object type?
Yeah, here. Okay.
Yeah, this one. So over here we are going to use a rental unit as of now. Okay, the pool space, rental spaces are there, but as of now we are going to use rental unit. Okay, you can select a rental unit and assign one usage type which you wish to assign.
Yeah, since we have created cold storage, I'm using.
Yes, yes. Now over here, just a second. Over here, can you see land and building?
Yeah.
Both of them are having. No, can you click to the right of that on the blue screen rather than on? No, 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 no. Just click beside that on. Yeah, to the right on the open blank blue screen.
I did not get your point.
Okay, just click on that scroller screen wherein you scroll your screen
Yeah.
up and down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're saying this.
Yeah, and go up once again. Yeah, okay. If you see, prior to that, your land and building are having a mandatory checkbox, right? To the left of that box, yeah, this mandatory checkbox is there. If you click on building over here, yeah, click on that. Now, if you see, land is also having mandatory checkbox, right? Now, when we enter building number over here, so this mandatory checkbox doesn't mean that you have to enter land and building both. It means either of them you have to enter. So when you enter building number, the mandatory checkbox for land will disappear. So Prudvarsha, you can enter your building number over here and click on enter. Okay. So if you see, land mandatory checkbox has disappeared. That means it initially system was asking you that you have to enter either land or building. So once you have entered either of them, the other object mandatory checkbox will disappear. Okay. Now you want to go to name of RO. Click on name of RO and maintain a name of RO. Yes. Now validity from and to date. So can you see the validity from and to date is coming from your business entity? If you remember, we have maintained a validity from and to date for our business entity. So this is coming from that. Now, if you'll try to enter some validity, so from date you can select as 8th of July 2024, and to date, for to date you can select just a second. Okay, you have created to date as 30th of December. Ideally, it should be 31st of December. Okay. So after
Yeah,
this
sure.
session, you can change it. So now what we'll do is we'll assign to date as 31st of Jan 2025. 31st of Jan 2025. Now see
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
below, if you see the system itself is throwing an error. Click enter. No, no, no. Click enter. Just click enter.
Yeah. Format is there.
Okay, it's asking for format. Click enter now. Okay. Can you see below there is an error coming that object validity, the time period is from this to this. That means is not completely contained in the time period of 30th of December 2024. What exactly system is saying over here is your business entity validity period is until 30th of December 2024, although you have entered 31st of Jan 2025. So you need to change either your rental object validity or your business entity. Okay. So over here, what we are going to do is we are going to change our rental object validity. You can just copy paste it from below. Great. You have, yeah, copy paste because it is from now if you scroll down, okay, and go to additional data. Now over here, can you see we have maintained part of building, floor, to floor, location of floor, elevator, neighborhood is something of free text. So part of building, if you remember which part of building we did maintain.
Two from left we have maintained.
Correct. So you can select that. Floor we haven't maintained because there were already available floors.
Yeah.
So whichever floor you wish to select. Two floor, can you click on two floor? Okay, so this one is floor to floor is something like if one whole floor is considered as one floor, like two or three are, let's say if there are some duplex apartment, okay, and that particular two floors will be considered as one floor. In those cases, it will be floor to floor, okay. Now location on floor, you can select no location on floor. Second on left, right? Because in part of building we have also selected the same. So in neighborhood, if you click on neighborhood, yes. Okay, there are no standard entries available. Okay, so in neighborhood, what you can do is we can also maintain neighborhood over here in our configuration. So when we maintain that, it will appear here over here. So now go to occupancy. Okay, now over here, can you see occupancy reason, vacancy reason, and all valid from valid to date? Yeah, over here. The third column is vacancy reason. If you do F4 there, so these were the vacancy reason which were there, right? So select reservation. Posting term, again, if you remember, posting term is nothing but your account determination value. So if we define any of the account determination value, then it will appear over here, okay. So this is how you maintain your vacancy reason over here. So now you can remove the vacancy reason, Prudvarsha, because we are not going to consider it as vacant. Okay. Okay. Now go to measurements. So over here you can maintain what are the total area of your overall rental object, and measurement type. If you see M050 is there, you can select another drop down, like instead of number of person for apportionment, you can over there only you can select that total area, floor area. Yeah. So select the total area, top one. Scroll up, scroll up. There's one more available at the top. Yes, total area. Enter. Yes, now it has taken effect. Now, after you have maintained it as total area, you have to also assign the amount of area, like the number of area it is, right? So let's say 1150 is a square feet area of that apartment, 1150. Not over here. It will be date. No, 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 no. Left to that.
Okay, here measurement amount.
So measurement from and to date. If you see from and to, it is something like a date which you need to maintain. So let's say if you want to specifically align that, okay, owner comes that and say that right now I can only, out of 3 BHK, I can only provide you with 2 BHK, and the remaining one bedroom which is there, I'll provide you from first month, like second month of the contract. So until then, what you will do is you'll maintain at as 1150 as value for 2 BHK. Okay, from 1st of July until 31st of December, 30th of December 2024. Once we have received the rest of the remaining area, then again we can change it. No, sorry, not the due date will not be 31st or 30th of December. It will be until the end of the month that we are supposed to utilizing only 2 BHK. Once we have the 3 BHK, the wholly space available with us, then again we are going to have a new line item added over here. Okay, it will be starting date will be from, let's say, 1st of August until 30th of December 2024. So that amount will be somewhere around, let's say, 1400. So that is how you can maintain it over here. So for now, we'll keep it as blank only. And the rest things, if you see on the tab part, fixtures and fittings are there. So fixtures and fitting, if you go to fixtures and fitting, I have mentioned that if you want to, just a moment. Yeah. So I have mentioned if you want to assign any kind of features of your apartment of your or your property to the particular rental object, you can do that as well. So Prudosha, you can assign one of the fixtures and fitting over here. Yeah, you can select that wood flooring. Okay. So if you scroll down, so over here, can you see additional value, additional information, valid from, valid to dates are there. Additional value is nothing but what extra cost you have incurred to create or to add this particular wooden flooring to your apartment. You can maintain that as well. So how does that help us is when we pull out the report at your rental object level, then we'll be able to identify, okay, this much of additional value we have put in. Although those value always will be posted on general ledger account as well, but this is something for on your rental object level, that what extra cost you have put in. Okay, so this is what your fixture and fitting will be. Posting parameters, if you go to posting parameters, again posting parameter conditions we are going to assign in your contract rather than rental object, because in contract we'll be having multiple scenarios over there, so we'll have to get into that over there. Conditions, if you go to conditions, so condition is something that we create or we assign to a contract and rental object for our financial posting purpose. So through condition, our financial posting get determined. Okay. So rest fields are not required as of now. You can click on offered objects, please.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Can you see any of the offered objects over here? Can you
No.
click on that binocular first icon? Yes. Exact. Click on exact. So what exactly you're doing over here is you're trying to search, find an RE search over here. If you remember, like mentioned, if one customer or one prospect comes in and asks us that, okay, I want a 2 BHK fully air conditioner with two balconies, and hall like the living room should be of Italian marble and the bedroom should be of vinyl flooring. So for that kind of research, if you want to assign anything, you can assign it over here. Okay, but ideally it is like it is kind of offered objects will be triggering from the contracts, and it will then get assigned over here. And if you click on assignment also, so assignment is nothing over here. It will be like functional location assignment, and which all contracts are assigned to your rental object. It will, once the contract is assigned, it will appear over here. And now, can you go to architecture and other screens? Architecture, again, it will flow in from your architectural view, same as the other objects. Meter. Can you click on add? Yeah. So measuring point, measuring position. So if we are, let's say, if for any kind of service utilities project, if we are maintaining a contract, or we are like measuring rental object. Yeah. So let's say for any of the service utilities, if we have any kind of contracts available, and if you want to mention the details of that, what will be the measuring point, what is the measurement position description of the meter, we can also assign that over here. And if you click on measuring point above,
Yeah.
no, below that, if you assign something,
Yeah.
assign some value.
Measuring point is not.
Okay, you're not able to, it's
Not
not a
able to
full
enter.
text. Okay, okay. So I'll do some configuration changes and we can go through them. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you can go to next tab. Settlement companies, if you remember, I mentioned that if the particular contract and rental object are relevant for service charge settlement, then it will appear over here. Okay. So next is resubmission, and last one is overview. So in overview, we get to see all the documents, change document, posting document, and all, right? Now, what you can do is click on check button and see if it is error free. Okay. So it is asking for profit center. Profit center is activated, so it is asking for profit center. Can you do one thing? Can you assign one of the profit center?
Yeah. Yes. 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 Pick anything.
Yeah, you can choose either of them.
It is asking.
Functional area also needs to be maintained. First one only, you can select the first one only. So this error is coming ideally for because the profit center accounting is activated. That is why. Okay. Yeah.
I'm saving the rental unit.
Yes, you can save it. Now we have created a rental unit of this. Okay. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a pool space. Okay. So again, go to REBDRO. Click on create. Now instead of rental unit, select pool space.
Continue.
Continue, yes.
I'm giving
So,
land.
if you want to use land, you can use land as well for one of these examples. Yeah. You can remove the RU because it is not RU. You can create mention as RO. rental object. Yes.
Again, copying the
Valid from valid date and true date should be same.
additional data.
Yes. Now, no need of maintaining a vacancy. You can go to measurement. Yes, over here, select total area.
Total area.
Select. Now, in capacity, what you are going to do is in capacity, maintain value as 25,000. Okay. And in posting parameter, you need to remove the comma. System will automatically pick up the comma. Yeah. Enter. That is fine. Even 2,50,000 is fine. Even that is fine. Not an issue.
So now core area should I select these?
Yeah. Usable area.
Yeah.
No, it is fine. Total area you have selected, right? Okay. Click on enter. That's it. Yeah. Now go to posting parameters. Assign on the profit center and functional.
Yes, I have a time. Should I go to assignment tab or
Yes, now check, click on check button and see whether it's error free or not.
yeah, no error.
Done. Okay. So now you can save this. So what exactly we have maintained over here is we have created a pooled space. Okay. Now out of pooled space, what we are going to do is we are going to create a rental space. So now again go back. Let this screen be open. Slash o rebdro. Do slash o rebdro. Create a rental space in similar manner. Just instead of usable areas 2,50,000 or 25,000, mention it as somewhere around 30,000. You have not selected your pool space. Can you go one step back? No. Okay. Now create on click on create. Select a rental space and assign pool space. Yeah. It should be, I think.
I think.
Can you go to your second screen and see what is the rental space number, pool space number?
Yeah, sure.
You have the other screen open with you, right?
Yeah, it is 2.
Yeah, 2. It is 2. Continue. Yeah. So now automatically it has taken the land, building, or whichever it is, and your other details, that is usage type is cold storage. Now you need to enter your name of RO. validity from and to date. So maintain it as RO rental space, test and your name. Total area. What was the amount in your pool space area?
2,50,000.
2,50,000. So do one thing, select 30,000 over here. Okay. Now add your posting parameters over here. Yes. So it has already come.
Yeah, yes. It has taken from the.
Okay. Click on check and see whether it is error free or not. Error free, right? So now you can save this. Okay. Now your rental space has also created. Now if you go to your pool space, yeah, over here, and click on measurements. So if you see your measurement, total measurement area is 2,50,000 area, right? Now if you click on refresh above, if you see refresh option is there. Yeah, this one. Again, please.
I have clicked on it.
Can you do it again? It's not
Or
picking up.
should I come out of it and should I execute it again?
Yes. No, it's not. Okay, go back to that rental space. Edit. Measurements. And instead of total area, maintain it as usable area. Requested measurement type is not available. Assignment of okay, can you close this error screen? Click on that measurement type and do F4 there. Okay, this has selected this one. Okay. Now you can save it. It has already been selected.
I think it is. We are getting error.
Okay, change it to do F4 there. Can you select usable space A003, usable space? Enter. Still giving the error?
Yeah, still it is. Oh. Yeah, still it
Okay,
is giving.
can you close the error screen? And select.
Let me remove this entry. It's not allowing.
No. Do check. Click on check. Okay. totally go out of the screen, and while getting out of the screen, it will ask you to save. Do no.
Okay.
And get back to the screen again. Measurements. Total area is there, right? And again, go back to pool space. And if you click on refresh, okay, ideally the 30,000 amount should be deducted over here. I'm not sure why exactly it's not picking up. Let me check that. Manually. Can you click on edit over here? And do you see manual option is there at
Yeah,
the
there is
end?
manual.
Yeah, can you untick that?
For all?
Yes. Save it. Changed. No. Why is it has removed all of it? Can you refresh it? Now try adding it in edit mode. Can you try adding it again? $250,000. Okay, it is by default picking up as to requested measurement.
See, now here we are getting 30,000.
Yeah, now it is coming up over here. See, so there was some error in pool space only. Okay, can you save it, or can you try to save it? What exactly it is saying? The measurement amount 30M2 is not available. A0 point.
It is because of the dates, I think. Maybe there is some.
Can you remove the date? Just keep it as blank. Now enter. Close the screen and click on enter again. Check button or save. Unlimited overlap measurement A00 time from 31st of from why exactly it is taking from date. Okay, over here in the date has been added from. Can you remove the from date as well, please?
I'm not sure it is taking autumn. I mean, it is picking the date automatically.
Close the error screen. And again get out of the screen without saving. Enter back again and go to measurements. Okay, at least this one is there. So do one thing, go to the rental space, edit and delete this line item and save it. And again go back to pool space and try to add over there. Yeah, 250,000 and measurement from and to value should be blank. Enter, save. And now go back and try to add rental space measurement. Yes,
Yeah,
the same one. Yeah, this one only. And amount should be 30,000 and measurement from and to value should be blank. Enter and save. Okay, and can you check now on pool space whether it is appearing when you do refresh? It is not still appearing.
It is not appearing.
Okay. Click and refresh. Can you do refresh now? Once in edit mode. Okay, I'll check on this. I'll check on this and get back to you why exactly it is not appearing. Ideally, it should appear over here. After deducting 30,000, your capacity value should be left off 2,20,000. Okay, that is how it should function. And if it is not functioning right now, then some config might be missing. So I'll do those config and let you know what all changes I have done. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. So now what we are going to cover is contract management. Okay. How exactly the contract is created, what all functionalities are there in contract. So let me know if you are able to see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So in contract management or contract life cycle, what all activities do we have? The very first thing in contract after creation of rental object is to create a contract type. What do you mean by contract type? A contract type is like whether we it is a lease in contract, lease out contract. If it is a leasing contract, then how exactly we are going to cater to multiple leasing scenarios. Let's say I have a leasing contract for vehicle, then that is two-wheeler. I have a leasing contract for car. I have a leasing contract for office equipment. Then I have leasing contract for building, land, furniture. All of these can be catered individually uh, based on the contract type. So what do we mean by contract type and why do we have to create individual contract type? So ideally, when we are trying to create, when we create individual contract type, that means we are using it as a reporting purpose. If there is a financial reporting requirement that each leasing contract we have has to be reported individually in your financial statement, then what we can do is we can create a contract individual contract type and create another condition type for the same contract. So the condition type determines your general ledger account. So that is how you can cater to the requirement. Okay. So in contract creation, the very first thing is we create contract. Then once the contract is created and all the attributes or all the characteristic of the contract have been maintained, just like we did for rental object and building, then we save it. And after saving the contract, we activate the contract. Okay. Activating means we are mentioning that okay, now the contract has been created and it is ready to post financial entries. Unless and until the contract is not activated, we cannot post any of the financial entries. We will get an error. Okay, so we have to make sure once the contract is created and saved, we have to activate the contract as well. Now after creating or activating contract, we have posting financial accounting. Okay, so what does it mean is your periodic activity, wherein on a periodic basis, on monthly basis, you will be running some transaction code from REFX. There are some specific transaction code like rewrap is there, receipt is there. So receipt will come into picture if your like your IFRS 16 has an implication, and rewrap is like if apart from IFRS 16, whether be it your IFRS 16 or not, you have to use rewrap. Rewrap is used for invoice posting. Okay.
Then comes your adjust the condition. So let's say there is any change in condition. Initially the unit price of the condition was 10,000, and after 1 year the unit price has been changed to 13,000. So if the particular change, it will take an impact on your overall cash flow as well. That is future cash flow, not the past cash flow. Correct? Because you, when you change the adjustment, like when you adjust your condition type, you need to specify the validity from when exactly you need to change the condition. Based on that, it will change, and from there onwards, your cash flow will get updated. Okay. After that, enter sales report. Enter sales report will come only in those scenario wherein we have sales based relevant contract. So we have three type of contract. One is normal contract, second is service charge settlement contract, third is sales based contract. So normal contract is wherein you have already decided what is your unit price and what will be the escalation of your unit price across the year. You will maintain it. Sales based relevant contract is you have your basic rent available in your contract. Apart from your basic rent, there is some certain condition in your contract wherein it determines that okay, after a certain sale of your either unit or your amount, let's say if particular unit have sold 1,000 articles or 1,000 pieces of their products, after 1,000 pieces, the tenant and the landlord owner of the property has an agreement that once the tenant reaches 1,000 pieces of units and it has surpassed that, after 1,000 pieces, the tenant is supposed to pay XYZ amount on the each unit that particular tenant has sold. Okay, that is called sales royalty, sales based relevant contract. Okay, and for those whatever sales has been done across the month or across the quarter or year, whatever the terms are within the contract, how exactly they want to report, based on that they will upload the sales report. Now, after uploading the sales report, we need to also perform the sales-based relevant settlement. So, sales-based relevant settlement, as in, as I mentioned, that after 1,000 piece, whatever amount have, whatever units have been sold, let's say 300 more unit have been sold. So, what exactly the contract determines on each unit, how much exactly the tenant is supposed to pay apart from basic rent. So system will calculate that and settle that amount, and it will also identify that particular amount and add it to your contract for that particular period. Okay. Then comes your service charge settlement. Service charge settlement, you guys are all already aware of it. I did mention that I have given you an example of a mall wherein common places are being shared by multiple tenants. So if any of the common expenses like electricity, water, generator cost, or any of the maintenance cost is there, that will be settled between all the tenants or all the rental object. Okay. Deadline monitoring is nothing but to identify when exactly the contract is getting over, what is the end date of your contract, and at the end date of your contract, whether the contract is supposed to renew or not. So if the contract is having a condition that either of the party can renew the contract, then and both of them agree that okay, the contract can be renewed, then renewal of the contract will happen. Renewal of contract, that means again the tenure of your contract will get extended, and it can happen within refx contract itself. Okay. And let's say after renewal at some like the end of the tenure, second tenure which is there, at the end of the tenure, tenant decide that okay, they do not want to continue and they would like to give a notice, then they will give notice on your contract, and ideally the contract will get terminated. So this is the overall life cycle of your contract. Okay, so we'll move forward. Contractual relationship. Okay, what type of contractual relationship will have in terms of leasing and lease out contract. For leasing, I may have already mentioned that leasing will be with your landlord or vendor. Landlord is your another BP role, and FI vendor will be your primary BP role through which your financial accounting posting will happen. Okay. What are the types of contract for leasing scenario? It can be service contract, it can be sales contract. Apart from this, it can be also a day-to-day basis contract, that is a normal scenario contract. Okay. For lease out, it is with tenant, which is a customer, and it can be internal contract. Also, it can be an external based on the cost center WBS, and order will be assigned to that. So lease management processes, these are the flexible processes and these are the integration. So if you remember at the start, I have mentioned to you that REFX does have integration with a lot of other module, cross module as well. So these are the module wherein REFX has integration with. So for project system, property structure, like what all things are coming into REFX from each module. Okay, that is what it is defined over here. Like from project system, property structure will appear. Okay, then from FI, your obviously your accounting entry and inquiry related to RE will come. Then CO is your like contract offer and controlling. Like after the contract has been offered, then how exactly it will be there. Then how exactly the settlement will process. Then plant and maintenance, let's say particular plant is there, and out of that plant like certain output is there and certain assets are being managed in that plant, and those assets are also being taken on lease or leased out. We can manage it through PM module. Then comes your for again, if any of the purchase order or if we have to integrate purchase order directly into REFX, we can do that. CRM is one of the module which can be integrated. DMS is nothing but your data management system. All the data, all the contract. You can also, let's say you have a physical copy of your contract and you want it to be saved on your contract itself, like SAP contract itself. So you can scan the copy of that contract and upload a copy of that contract to your SAP contract number as well. So that is what your data management system will be. Apart from that, in data management system, you can also send out your invoices, just like we send out our physical soft copy of our invoices from finance. We can also send it out. Okay. GIS and AEM, I have mentioned this. These are the integration for architecture. Okay. So what all things are coming under flexible processes are property structure, research, quote, contract, offer, contract, billing and revenue, invoices, services, rent uplift is one of the thing. A rent uplift is nothing but your escalation in your rent. Okay. When we'll go through the contract, we'll show you how exactly we can manage this. Accrual and deferral. So accrual and deferral will come in one of the scenario wherein, let's say the tenure of contract is of 5 year and the terms of payment of your contract is at the every year. For every year you need to pay the year value at the start of your contract, either start or at the end of the contract. So the payment of the contract will be done for a year, once in a year, but you have to recognize that particular amount across the period. So in those scenario, you will have to use accrual and deferral. Okay. Then renewal and termination, as I have already mentioned over here, like renewal and termination is nothing but if both the if the contract has those terms and condition available in it, then you can renew, and if not, it will get terminated. Okay. So again, this is the same lease in rent services, lease out rent services, how exactly it gets flown in. landlord agreement, site is nothing but your rental object, tenancy agreement, tenant, then it's come to your financial control. Okay, coming to your contractual relationships, the contract type as important attribute of the contract determine which process you can display. So I did mention you there are multiple type of contract: lease in, lease out, service charge, sales based, and normal contract. Within normal contract, you also have ROU and non-ROU related contract. So what is ROU? ROU is right of use asset. So ROU comes into picture when IFRS 16 is impacted. So as per the IFRS 16 standard, IFRS 16 determines that if either of your contract value is either greater than your 5,000 USD, or the contract tenure is greater than 1 year, then those particular contracts should be recognized as ROU contract. That is, a right of use asset should be created for them. So what is the purpose of that? So from 1st of Jan 2019, IFRS 16 has mentioned that all those leases which were there or mentioned as operating leases in your balance sheet, if you remember, we have two type of leases. One is financial lease and second one is operational lease. Okay, so IFRS 16 depicts that now you should not have any of your operational lease. All of your operational leases should turn into financial leases, and it should we should create a right of use asset for that. So that is where your IFRS 16 comes in. We REFX like cater to that requirement. Okay. Now coming to contract type, service charge settlement participation only for the contract type defined as lease out. Not necessarily lease out, it can be lease in also. Service charge settlement can also be for lease in scenario as well. It is not necessarily for lease out. Okay. Process for lease out and lease in: contract type is defined as customer or vendor in customizing settings. As I mentioned, like if it is lease out, it will be customer, and lease in, it will be vendor. Own use, third party use, or GL account contract, external contract, internal contract, GL account contract category. So we can also create a contract within intercompany. That means we can have a contract with one of our subsidiary companies, and we can, rather than assigning a business partner through GL posting, also we can manage that. Okay, so we do have that functionality while defining your condition types. We'll be seeing all of those requirements. Okay, contract management. Terms are nothing but you mentioned, let's say you have a 2-year contract. Now out of 2 year, your cash flow date starts from second month onwards, as in the first month is a rent free month. Like we have gone to our owner and we have mentioned that you have charging a lot of rent, and the deposit also too high, we won't be able to pay. Or there are some of the scenario wherein the owner offer a rent free period. So rent free period as in period wherein owner will not be collecting any amount from the tenant. So those period can be maintained as rent free period. That means when the cash flow for those period will not be activated, we have to skip the cash flow for those period, and we have to start our cash flow from the period where exactly the tenant is, like the owner is supposed to receive the amount. So that can be managed in your terms. Okay. Condition, as I mentioned, condition determines what GL account it will the contract will be posting to, and how exactly it will be posting to, whether it will be debit, credit, how exactly. Notice and extension is same. Date management, again, date management is nothing with the validity of the contract. Okay. Distribution. Distribution is something like, if you remember, I have mentioned that one contract might have multiple partner. So how exactly you're distributing the cost or the revenue to the partner. So that can also be signed, like managed through this.
Document management is again same. It comes under DMS. And once the contract is activated, these are the processes which you need to follow. First one is periodic posting. For periodic posting, as I mentioned, rewrap and receipt are the transaction code which we will be using. Second one is once the rewrap is done, that is invoice posting is done, then the payment of the invoices should be done. That is either receivable of payment or making like paying out of payment. That will be for vendors in cases, right? Then open item, once payment is done, if any of the open items are there, like for lease out scenario, or it might be a scene when again only partial payment has been done and partially the invoice might be open. And if some payments are in due, then dunning will be performed for those invoices. And then comes your real estate controller. So until this, it will come under REFX. That is until periodic posting, it will come under REFX. Post periodic posting activity, it goes back into finance. Okay. So these all activities will be performed through finance. These all activities are not performed through REFX module. Okay. So REFX, the very basic like responsibility of REFX is to create invoice. Once the invoices have been created, then REFX role comes to an end and the finance role starts over here. Okay. So overview on contract management. When creating a contract, you first specify the contract type. I did mention whether it is leasing, lease out. Then you specify the contract term. Contract terms are nothing like what will be the start date of contract, end date of contract, what will be the first cash flow date of your contract. These all things will be maintained under term. This contract term includes the start and end dates, the contract, along with the data about giving notice and renewing the contract. So one more thing in term tab of contract, there is called renewing and notice. Renewal is also available under the term tab, as well as the notice is also available. Okay. So like renewing, we have two option available, that is either automatic renewal or manual renewal. If it is automatic renewal, we have to maintain some specific period, how exactly it will get renewed or for automatically. And if it is renewal, manual renewal is there, then for how many tenure. So in some of the business scenario, there are some cases like if a contract gets renewed, then a standard renewal terms are there that once the contract is renewed, it will get renewed for either at least for 1 year or 2 year. So based on that, we can configure those value, that 1 year value and 2 year value. So when the renewal, when we perform the renewal, we can select, if it is 2 years, then we can select 2 years value. Next, you assign to contract any object that are going to be leased in or leased out. So object is nothing. Again, this is your rental object. Okay. So all those object, rental object or rental unit which we have created right now, those will be assigned to your contract under object tab. Apart from rental object, you can also assign asset, WBS, cost center, all of these object as your to the contract. Okay. And you can also assign land and building as well, but it is not recommended. If you're using rental object, it should be your rent. The last object should be your rental object, which should be assigned to your contract. Apart from rental object, if you are using anything, you can assign asset, internal order, cost center. Then one more thing you also have is called contract object. Contract object is something wherein you need not have to create either like the whole REFX hierarchy, that is business entity, land, building, and your rental object. You can directly assign your contract object into the contract. Okay. Rentals can either be external or internal. You make this distinction for the respective contract type in customer. customizing. Okay, rentals can be either external or internal. That means it is totally determined through the contract type. That is, either it will be your leasing contract or lease out contract. For lease out, you have to specify either a cost center, a project, or an order. Okay. So why exactly cost center, a project, or an order? Why you cannot assign asset? You can also assign asset over here. Okay. So asset is also one of the thing which you can assign as your object in your lease out scenario. Rather than creating a rental object, let's say we have an asset created under asset accounting called let's say vehicle, like a four-wheeler is there, which is owned by one organization. Okay, and that particular four-wheeler is also created as an asset. So we can assign that as an object in your contract as well for lease out scenario. Okay. If the lease out is an external one, you must define a main contractual partner in the partner data. A customer or vendor is created for this partner. It is used for posting all relevant receivables and payables. I hope you must have already got this. This is nothing but vendor and customer business partner needs to be created. Conditions. Terms of payment are agreed on between the contract partners and generally apply to regular payment for the use of the object specified in the contract. Condition contains information on the agreed payment amount and how they are calculated, the payment frequency and payment dates. So agreed amount is nothing but your monthly payment, either that in leasing scenario you are going to pay or lease out scenario you are going to receive. So what amount you are going to receive or pay is maintained in condition tab. Okay. Apart from that, what is the frequency? Frequency as in whether the amount is supposed to be paid on monthly basis, quarterly basis, half yearly basis, or annually. Okay. We can maintain all of this aspect over condition in this as well as in posting parameter tab. Okay. And payment date, that means either the payment is supposed to happen in advance or in arrear is nothing but at the end of month. Okay, so like for postpaid bill, what we do is we pay our bills at the end of month, right? But wherein if we have rented out any apartment, what we do is we pay our rent to our landlord, landlord in advance, correct? So that is how we can manage over here. So these are the basic example of condition type: basic rent, accounts payable, operating cost, elevator, flat rate, rent reduction. So let's say how exactly rent reduction can happen. There are two scenarios wherein we can manage the rent reduction. Either we can directly update on the basic rent. Let's say we were having a rent of 10,000 per month. Now, due to some circumstances, the rent has been reduced to 9,000. What we can do is we can either update the basic rent as 9,000, or we can add another condition type as 1,000, which will be crediting this amount. Okay, so that means plus 10,000 minus 1,000, net of it will be 9,000. Okay, we can manage in both the ways. Ideally I would suggest that we manage it on basic rent, because on cash flow we have the amount available. Okay, from when exactly the particular cash, like the rent has been started. So from and due dates are already there. If it is a requirement from business that they want this particularly identified and it to be posted to some other GL, then only we can create this condition type as a separate condition type. Okay, so some of the business might want to understand rent reduction is nothing but they might be giving a discount, and they might want to post it to some other general ledger account. So in that scenario, you can create this condition type. Okay. Condition authorization object calculation method, condition purpose, validity from and validity to, unit price per condition amount. Unit price per condition amount is nothing but your rate. Calculation method, again, whether it will be a flat amount, fixed amount, or it will be sales based relevant, or it will be a fluctuating amount, we can determine over here. Terms, again, posting frequency and organization. If you remember in rental object, while we were going through the rental object screen, there was in under posting parameter, there was posting frequency and organizational tab available within the posting parameter tab. So in posting, we determine what will be your tax group, tax type, what will be your which all business partner will be having what percentage of the amount. In frequency, again, this is where we determine what will be your frequency, monthly payment, quarterly payment, annual payment. These all things will be determined over here. And in organizational assignment, if you remember, we have assigned the profit center while creating rental object. We were having that when we used to click on check, system was throwing an error that profit center accounting is activated. You need to assign a profit center. So we went to posting parameter, and under organizational assignment, we have assigned profit center. Then we have functional area over there, and calculation of your unit price, calculation formula. And if you have determined that your calculation should also be based on your measurement type, then we can determine that as well. And then comes your distribution formula and area type per unit. Okay. Now coming to condition type in terms of how exactly it posts. Okay. So this is one of the example. There are two examples. One is for cost rent and one is for actual rent. Okay. In this contract, if you see, there is a basic rent available of 2,000 euros. Then an operating cost is available of 150 euros, and parking lot fee is available. That is 45 euros per piece. Per piece can be like the number of parkings provided. Okay. Now, contract related document condition that can maintain in the contract. The second scenario is cost rent, wherein your rental object kiosk is created. Condition market rent. Basic rent is there 1,500 euros, and operating cost is there 150 euros. Object related to condition that can be maintained on RO. Okay, vacancy rent, market rent, all of this will be maintained over here. So condition purpose, you create management contract as real estate contract, for example, with contract type third party management vendor. You can use this contract to enter condition for calculating and posting management fees. You can enter the following calculation method: fixed amount, a calculation based on area, object measurement, share of contract conditions amount, share of object condition amount, contract measurement, sales based. Amount per object, amount by rental status, amount per tenant changeover, share of condition group. You can also define your calculation methods using a body. Okay. How exactly the condition calculation happens? Distribution formula, like if we have assigned basic rent of 1,000 per month and operating cost of 300 per month, and we have also maintained the measurement. So this is how the system will calculate the overall calculation at the end of like based on the total area that has been occupied. So over here, if you see, 200 square meters of area is there, one, and out of 200, one has been created as 60 and one has been 60 square meters, and second has been created as 140 square meters. Okay, so based on that, system has calculated the office rent, 300 for this particular unit and 700 for this particular unit, and operating cost is 90 for this particular unit and 210 for this particular unit. So this is how, based on the area also, we can distribute the form amount. What are the other aspects of condition calculation? Distribution formula defines how exactly and how cost and revenue, which are first posted as a cost accounting relevant assignment to the contract, should be distributed to the recipient object. The following internal distribution rule exists: divide equally, object measurement, contract measurement, aggregation, settlement unit, customer define using BADI technology. Okay, BADI technology as in if we have added something new.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing real estate? Our SAP REFX course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP REFX. It's like a toolbox for managing properties, from leasing to maintenance and everything in between. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP REFX Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
What we have covered is how to create renter object, what exactly contract and lifecycle management is, how exactly it works, how exactly the activation, creation, renewal, and termination of contract works, right? So what we are going to cover is about the other aspect about contract, that is periodic postings are there. Then we have our contract management, that is partner management. Then we have valuation. Then we have vendor posting. Okay, so this is what we are going to cover in sessions. So session will be more of like going through how exactly it will be getting posted. Okay, so I'll share my screen. Let me know if you are able to see my screen. Okay, are you guys able to see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes.
Okay. So until here we have covered what all calculations can be done in conditions, correct? How exactly it gets calculated for condition. What we are going to cover is periodic posting. So periodic postings are nothing but what all activities you are supposed to perform on a monthly basis. It can be your interest posting, it can be your vendor invoice posting, it can be your customer invoice posting. Okay, and if you are having IFRS 16, then you will be having depreciation posting as well. So depreciation posting will be done through FAB only. It won't be done through either of the REFX code, as it is part of finance and accounting, asset accounting. It will be done through asset accounting only. Okay. So you can perform the periodic posting run regardless of the contract time. You can simulate or reverse posting runs. You can perform the posting periodic posting for a contract directly from this contract. A posting log and error log provides information about the status of a posting. So what does it mean by regardless of the contract type? As I mentioned, whether your contract type is lease in or lease out, you can perform your periodic posting for either of them. Within lease in also, if you have multiple contract type, you can run your periodic posting for each contract type. Okay, you can simulate or reverse posting run. So simulate is nothing but you can before posting or before posting proper financial postings, what you can do is you can simulate and check whether the accounting entries are getting posted correctly or not. You can check in simulate run whether there is any kind of error. Okay, so this is what you can check in simulate run. Apart from that, let's say that okay, we have posted an interest in expense accounting entry, and it seems that we have posted incorrect because ideally that was supposed to be posted on first of date, and we have posted it for the last of date, that is last date of the month. So what you can do is, again, you can reverse from REFX only. We have a REFX T code itself. So using that T code, you can reverse the posting. The reason why we are reversing it from REFX and not from finance is because if we'll reverse that particular accounting entry from finance, then it won't have any of the implication in REFX, and it won't stand like it won't create that particular amount back in your REFX contract, right? Because ideally, when it is reversed, again you will have to post that particular entries. So it has to be posted from your REFX contract. That is why we use REFX T code itself for reversal of your posting entries as well. Okay, so always make sure if you have posted and if you have used any of your REFX T code for financial postings, like your interest posting, your invoice posting, then there are some reversal T code available within REFX. So please make sure you use those T codes only for reversal and not from financial reversal. Okay. You can perform periodic posting for a contract directly from this contract. Okay. What does this mean? So let's say I have a contract type called vehicle, lease in vehicle, lease in building, lease in office equipment. Okay. Now under lease in vehicle, I have 50 contract. Under lease in building, I have 10 contract, and under lease in office equipment, I have around 100 contract. So overall, I have 160 contract, right? So it is not necessary that I need to run 160 contract at a time. There are multiple options available. You can run your periodic posting for based on your contract type as well. Let's say if it is a lease in vehicle, you can just enter the lease in vehicle contract type and run for all the vehicle contract types. Okay. Apart from that, within lease in vehicle, if you want to just run it for one of the contract, not all of them, you can do that as well. You can just select the contract number, company code, and run for individual contract. Okay. So we do have functionality available on that basis. Apart from that, there is also one more where like dynamic variant is available wherein you can select your business partner as well. So let's say there is a business partner who has a contract in lease in vehicle, lease in building, and lease in office equipment. Now, we are not sure which all contract number are for that particular business partner. So simply what we can do is we can go to that screen of receipt and a RERAM and just enter the particular business partner number itself. So based on the business partner, system will pick up all the three contract which are assigned to those particular business partner, and it will run for that. Okay. Apart from that, a posting log and error log provide information about the status of a posting. It is just like when we extend, like let's say we have extended our GL after extension using FS15. After extension, we do get a error log or posting log, right? Whether the GL account has been extended or not. If not, then what is the error? So in similar manner, we get a posting log wherein you can see what is the document number, and you get error log wherein you can get error as well. Okay. So this is how it gets. Now coming to posting period. So periodic posting process. How exactly the periodic posting process start? Okay. The first thing is the periodic posting run selects all flow records, planned record in the cash flow which are due and are not yet posted. Okay. Then comes the system finds an account determination for each flow record and generates a debit and credit posting for its financial accounting. the corresponding item in the cash flow is marked as posted. So this is the sign when an item has been marked as posted. Okay, this particular yellow box with the green tick. So let's say if one of the line item is not marked as posted, then this particular green tick will not be there. That means yet to be posted. Okay. What does it mean by periodic posting run selects all flow records, planned records in the cash flow? So we do have a cash flow available within contract. So when we particularly create a contract, let's say we have created a contract for 2 years, starting from 1st of Jan 2024 until 31st of December 2023. So what does system do? It also creates a cash flow and shows you that how much exactly you are going to pay for a particular contract in future, and what are the amount. Let's say if the amount is going to differ from current period, it also shows you that what exactly the amount will be and how much differ amount will be over there. So that is how your cash flow is shown in your contract. Okay, so you can see that as well. Again, in front of the cash flow line item, each cash flow line item will have the data like symbol posted or not posted. So this is the symbol for that. Okay. Now coming to condition purpose. What do you mean by condition purpose? So there are multiple condition purpose which are available within SAP system. One of them is posted, one of them is one-time posting statistical, and one-time statistical. Okay. So in which all scenario, this all will be taken care into, like which are the scenario. Okay. So I'll give you an example for posted. Posted is a normal common contract wherein every month there will be a basic rent which we are going to pay. In those scenario, posted will be the condition purpose of your condition. Okay. One time posting. What does one time posting means? So let's say at the start of contract, we are supposed to pay a advance or a deposit to our vendor. Okay, I'll take an example of leasing. So at the start of contract, we are supposed to pay XYZ amount of security deposit to the vendor. So this will be considered under one-time posting. Okay. Now coming to statistical posting, again, this will be same as posted. It will be reoccurring entry, but it won't have any of the financial entries. Okay, like one financial document will not be posted on this value. It will just show in your cash flow, but it won't get posted to your financial documents. Okay. And what is one-time statistical value? One-time statistical is nothing when we are migrating from legacy system to your SAP system. So we might be having some data or some tenure. I'll give you an example. The same example which I have taken right now. The contract start date is 1st of Jan 2024 and end date is 31st of December 2025. Now until end of June 2024, the contract was posted out of SAP. So whatever amount or whatever data has been posted out of SAP, we have to bring in that data as well, right? Because we need to show the whole value of the contract, whole cash flow of the contract. So how exactly we are going to bring the 6 months value? That will be through statistical value. So using condition purpose as statistical, one-time statistical, whatever amount we have posted across 6 months from Jan to June, we are going to post that value as a one-time value, cumulated one-time value to this particular condition type, so that we have that particular amount available in our cash flow and we get to know that what is the value of overall contract. Okay. So moving further, periodic posting. Periodic posting for contract. So this is a lease out income lease. So this is how your accounting entries will get posted. Your debit will be receivables, credit will be rent revenue, and again debit will be your customer. So ideally, the main entry will be your debit account customer and credit account revenue account. Okay. Then coming into leasing, it is a payable. So payable will get credited An expense account, that is nothing but cost of lease account will be debited and your vendor account will be credited. Now, company internal lease contract. Okay. Intercompany, this is nothing but intercompany contract. So this will be transferred from one company code to second company code. So this will be based on your cost center. So debit will be cost center contract, and credit will be revenue contract. That is nothing but the company which is owning the particular asset. Okay. So we have multiple configurations available within SAP REFX system. When we'll go through those nodes, I'll show you how exactly you can cater to this particular requirement. Okay, because ideally what we do is if we have to debit our customer and credit our GL account, so what we'll do against debit indicator, we will assign star D, right? That is a customer account group, and credit will be your GL account group. If you have a specific GL account, you will be assigning that particular GL. And same, debit will be your GL account for leasing scenario, and credit will be your star K, right? That is for your vendor account. But over here, what we are going to do, we are going to debit our GL account. If we have a specific GL account which we are going to use, then we will be doing debit GL account and credit GL account itself. So over here, it won't be any of the customer or vendor account that will be debiting, crediting. Okay, that is how you manage your intercompany contracts. So posting with contract partner. First scenario is leasing expense. Leasing expense is nothing but it will be with your landlord with vendor account. So periodic posting will be rent and service charge. One time posting will be repair, key replacement fee. So repairs, let's say if any of the repairment is done or any maintenance has been done due to say severe damage on that particular asset, then it will be repairs and key replacement fee. Then in lease out scenario, wherein income lease is there, master tenant will be there with a customer account. Again, it will be service charge as well as rent. It will be a lease out. So ideally, owner will be leasing out the asset. And same repairs key and replacement fee will be one-time postings. Company internal lease, same, it will be again same. This kind of scenario will be there. Periodic posting will be rent, service charges, and one-time posting will be repairs and key replacement fee. So one-time posting are those posting which are not considered or not like available in your contract. Okay, conditions. Now, one-time posting or something like that, wherein we have agreed, but as and when it occurs, then only we are going to post them, and that too with the condition purpose as one-time posting. Okay. Apart from that, all others will be a recurring posting. That will be your periodic posting. So leasing expense, this is the accounting entry which I have shown you. Debit will be your expense account, which is a P&L account, and credit will be your vendor account, which is nothing but your balance sheet recon account. Okay. So your sub ledger will be your vendor account, but at the end it will be a recon account, which will be a balance sheet account. Now coming to lease out, again your debit will be your customer account and credit will be your COGS account, COGS or revenue account. Revenue account is a P&L account, and your customer account is a balance sheet account, because the reconciliation account assigned to your customer master data will be your balance sheet account. Intercompany leases. So over here there is no balance sheet account maintained, because as I mentioned, it will be a transfer from one GL to second GL. That is nothing but one GL from one company code to second GL to second company code based on the cost center. So that this is how exactly it will flow. Okay. Distribution posting, we have seen this scenario wherein the basic rent of the contract is 1000, and the operating cost or the maintenance cost of the contract is 300, and based on the total area that has been occupied by each of the rental object, we need to segregate the particular cost as well. So how exactly we are doing it? Based on the total square feet, or like not square feet, square meter of area which are being utilized. So over here, if you see, this particular rental object is utilizing 60 square meter, and this one is utilizing 140 square meters. Okay, and based on that, the segregation or the distribution of this particular amount has been calculated. Distribution posting process. You first have to post cost or revenue based on the partner cash flow. A document is created for posting the cost or revenue for the contract. That will be first posting document. If the cost or revenue are to be assigned to recipient object, that is nothing but rental object, building, property, cost center, order, or etc. In controlling, then a corresponding distribution rule has to be defined in the contract. The distribution formula specifies how the amount paid is distributed when there are multiple objects. Example, distribution by area, equal distribution, distribution by area, distribution according to the respective ratio. Equal distribution, it will be equally distributed between both, or the number of rental object participating. If the condition only refers to one object, you must enter distribution formula in order to completely post the cost or revenue to this object. When a distribution formula has been created, the system creates a document that is used to distribute the cost or revenue from the contract to the object. So as I mentioned, if you remember in early sessions, I have mentioned to you that we can distribute our, let's say if we have a leasing scenario, we can distribute those leasing amount, the payable amount, to multiple partner as well. Vendor partner, if one contract is having multiple partner, we can distribute that amount as well. Similarly, if the particular amount within one contract, if it has to be distributed within multiple rental object, then we can do that as well. So within the condition type, we do have an object distribution wherein we can define whether equal distribution or distribution by area or partially distribution, or customize. We can also do a customized distribution wherein we can specify what should be the distribution to each rental object. Okay, so these are the posting logs. Ideally, this is how, once you post the document within REFX, this is how it looks like. What all fields are there, which all flow types are being used, then what is the condition type. If the condition type has been used, then what will be the debit credit key. Tax type, tax group is based on the tax group, it will calculate the tax code as well. Okay, so that is how it gets calculated. Apart from that, we also have some further documents. When we click on this particular line item over here, if we double click on that, we'll get to see RE document, we'll get to see accounting document, we'll get to see cost CO document. So whichever like processes or whichever module the particular entry has been posted to, we'll be able to see all of those documents over here. Okay, again, based on the GL and accounting, like posting key, we can see over here whether, like, which is the debit GL account, which is the credit GL account. Okay, so that is how it looks like, and this is nothing but your real estate object, and we'll be also able to see the contract number based on which this is the contract number. Okay, for this particular contract, this posting has been done. So that is how your contract posting will look like. Okay, okay, so if not, we'll move ahead. So this is how your contract screen looks like. This is the contract screen. When we use RECN, this is the very first screen based on the contract type that you have selected, it will appear. So over here, if you see the very first thing is contract type. So once you have selected contract type, based on that, all the number ranges will be populated. If it is an internal number range, once you save the contract, it will automatically create the number range. Okay. Then you have your contract name available over here. Then you have position date. Let's say you have taken like you have got the position early. I have a contract of 2 years from Jan 2020 to December 2025, and I have requested my owner, that is nothing but my landlord, to provide me possession of that particular place early so that I can do some fixture and fitting or my kind of decoration. So I can maintain that possession date as well over here. Then there are initial contract date. What does this initial contract date means? So initial contract date is nothing. Let's say if we have a contract wherein renewal has happened, and when the renewal happens, it in condition it will take up the new renewal date, right? So over here we can maintain what was the initial contract date. Then comes your main contract date. Main contract date or old contract date is nothing but this is something, it will come from your legacy. Let's say in legacy system you have maintained your old contract date as ABC. Now in SAP you want it to be system determined contract number, like 100 should be first contract number, 101 should be second contract number. So over here, the contract number will appear from your SAP system only. But if you want to have a linkage with your legacy system, wherein you have maintained all the old contract numbers within your legacy system or Excel sheet, you can maintain it over here. Okay. Then comes your tenancy law. Tenancy law is nothing but in which country this particular contract has been created. Industry, what industry the contract is from. Currency, again, like the currency of contract. Again, over here it can be that your company code currency might be different and your contract currency might be different. So you can maintain this over here as well. So let's say my company code currency is INR, but my contract currency is USD. So I can maintain this USD contract over here. Okay. Valuation relevance. So there are few drop downs available. Yes, the contract is relevant to valuation. No, the contract is not relevant to valuation. High value contract. High value contract, that means it is relevant to valuation. Low value contract, again it means it is not relevant to valuation. Or addition to the contract is also there. Okay, so these all items are available under valuation relevance. So these are the statuses of the contract based on the activity which you perform. If you remember, I have mentioned to you that unless and until you activate your contract, you won't be able to post any line item on any financial postings to that contract. So over here, you can see whether the contract is activated or not, and whether the contract is approved or not. So approved is nothing but it will come through your workflow status. Yep. So over here, if you see, this is the landlord. One business partner is there, which is having multiple, like there are multiple business partner assigned to this. One is landlord, one is pay, one is legal entity, one is lease analyst, one is lease admin supervisor. Second is the last one is transaction approver. So why exactly we are maintaining all of these partner in this? Because we need to identify who is the landlord. Landlord is nothing but the person to whom we are going to pay the amount. Who is the payee? Let's say landlord might be different and payee might be different. In that case, we'll assign payee as well. Who is the legal entity? So again, legal entity, landlord might be having one of the company, and landlord might have asked that, okay, instead of paying it to my legal entity, pay it to me, but you can also assign the legal entity to the contract, because ideally it is one of my entity. So we can assign that lease analyst, who is the admin supervisor. So based on all of these, your workflow will trigger. Okay. And if you see, start and end relationship is also maintained. So let's say if one landlord is there are two landlord in one contract. For 1 year, one landlord is going to collect the amount, and for second year, second landlord is going to collect the amount. So based on the start and end relationship date, we can maintain that particular requirement. So wherein we can start and end will be maintained for one landlord, and the second landlord will just maintain start date, because ideally based whatever contract end date will be there, based on that it will automatically pick up the end of relationship date. Or even if you do not maintain it over here, by contract end date, it will terminate it. Okay. So this is your valuation screen. Okay, over here if you see, there are two line items. Can someone tell me why exactly there are two line items for one object? So can someone tell me why exactly there are two line items for this particular individual object over here?
For different reporting.
Correct. So these are being used for different reporting, as in different accounting standard and accounting principle. So first line item might be for local GAAP, okay, and second line item might be for IFRS. So we have to add both of the reporting standards which are required, and we'll have to assign your object over here. Now, if you see over here, there are few fields available. Start of consideration, probable end date, interest rate, frequency, account assignment, valuation behavior, and absolute end date. So these two dates are very important, not two, three. Start of consideration, probable end date, and absolute end date. Okay. So what does start of consideration mean by? Okay. So let's say I have a contract for 2 years. I have taken an example wherein I have a contract of 2 years, but first month of the contract is a lease free contract. That is a free term contract. I'm not supposed to pay or receive. If it is a lease in contract, then I'm not supposed to pay any of the amount for the very first month, right? So in that case, am I going to recognize that particular amount under my asset? So over here, asset assignment is also done. Okay, so through REFX, we can also automatically create a new asset, and it will post to your asset accounting. Okay. So that is why we are considering the start of consideration date, end date, and absolute end date. So given the example that wherein the first period is lease free period, so I would not like to have that particular amount at like capitalize in my asset, right? Because ideally I'm not paying anything and I'm not receiving anything. So in leasing, I'm not paying anything. So how do I capitalize that amount in my asset? So what I'll do is over here, I'll maintain the start of consideration date from second month onward. Okay. So that will be the start of consideration date. So that based on this date, system determine what will be the useful life of asset, what will be the overall tenure of the asset. Probable end date is end date something, and let's say if I have a contract, and in that contract I have a condition wherein the renewal of contract is available. So the probable end date and absolute end date will be different. So probable end date will be my first end date wherein the contract will be terminal, like is supposed to be end, and absolute end date is the date wherein after renewal the contract is supposed to be over. Okay. So whenever we are going to terminate, let's say a 2 year contract is there, and if we are terminating the contract 6 months before only, so there are few fields which we need to update, and one of those field is probable end date. Okay. So when we update this probable end date and run the valuation, then system implies and take that particular impact on your asset useful life. Okay, that is how your asset useful life gets updated. Because ideally there was the useful life of your asset was for 2 years. Now it has been reduced by 6 months, so it should be 1 year and 6 months, right? So when we update the date over here, it will get impacted, or it will get flown to your asset master data as well. And simultaneously, when we run the valuation run, the reversal posting, whatever amount has been left for the 6 month of period, it will have a reversal of those particular amount. Okay. So vendor posting, if you remember in the start of session, I have mentioned that you can do whatever periodic posting you are doing. You can run it for either contract type or a particular contract, or based on your business selection, like business partner selection. Okay, over here, if you see, once you click on this, your business partner will be available, like input parameter will be available. Or apart from that, if you also think that rather than business partner or contract type, you need to run your periodic posting for based on your rental object also, you can do this. So once you click on this item, your rental object input screen will be available over here. Okay. Second thing is, if you want to check whether the contract is active or not, obviously we are going to post only for those contracts which are active, right? As in the activation has been done for those contracts, and system itself will not post anything those for those contracts who are not been activated. So now coming to period, there are two dates available over here. One is period date and second is posting date. If you see over here, posting date is there. So period date can be different from posting date. Let's say on 1st of August 2024, you are running for the 30th of July, 31st of July 2024. Because ideally you are running all these entry for the end of the month, right? So if you're running at the end of the month, you are supposed to post it on the first date of the next month. So your posting date will be first date of your next month, but your due date or due period will be July. That will be last month. So that is how you can select your screen or select your due date over here. So let me just zoom this so that you will be able to see what are the posting done through for vendor posting. So these are the postings which have happened. Rent is there, base rent is there, storage rent is there, and memo is there. Okay. So overall, it is 11,900. Credit memo has deducted 100 out of the overall billing. That was storage rent and base rent. So the total amount was 12,000, but there was also a credit memo of 100. So it deducted that particular amount, and 11,900 is the net of amount. If you see over here, your condition type is also displayed. Your object is displayed. Then your contract number is also been displayed over here. Then calculation from and to date. Okay, one more thing over here. If you see the calculation from and to date. So over here, when you are running, selecting the due date, let's say I have selected due date as 31st of July 2024. So ideally, it should only run for the whole month of July only, right? Because for June, I have already ran on 1st of July. So we can check from this screen whether we have posted only for July or not, and if any of the entries are coming from previous month. And if it is coming from previous month, then we might have to check that particular contact, why exactly it is coming from previous month, and whether we have posted in the previous month entries or not. Okay.
So in this screen, the calculation period is 12 months, right?
Where exactly you have seen 12 months?
Here you have mentioned in the first screenshot. No. No, general entry. In the general entry.
This one.
General data tab.
General data tab.
This one, general data tab.
Go down. Abhi, right now, whatever you are talking now, I'm talking about only this.
This one?
Yes, this one. So here the calculation from and calculation to. 1st Jan 2021 to 30. Okay, this is for. Okay, it's 1 month only. Okay, one. Okay,
So this is from 1st of Jan to 31st of Jan. Because we have selected due date as 31st of Jan, so it won't post for further period, right? If we had selected 28th of February,
and
if we had selected over here 28th of February 2021, then only it would have selected and like from 1st of Jan until end of Feb it would have posted. Given the scenario that for January month there was no posting happen, then only it would have picked up on the Jan month posting. Okay.
So and here what is the base amount like?
Base rent is nothing.
Base rent.
Base rent is nothing but your condition type amount.
Okay.
So this is your condition type ZI01. Okay. So on that we maintain amount as like base rent is nothing but what exactly you are supposed to pay on a month-on-month basis. So you might be paying a rent to your landlord, right? On monthly basis, let's say 40,000 you are paying. So that is nothing but your base rent. So that is how it is getting calculated.
Okay. Monthly rent, we can say.
Monthly rent, yes, monthly rent. And storage rent is something else. So let's say.
All three lines like say difference. I thought ki based on the base rent, the storage rent is coming. Okay, I got this now.
Okay. Any other questions on this?
No, from my side.
Okay. Good that you have asked. If you guys have any queries, please stop in between and ask me. Okay, it's better to get it clear now. Same screen. There is if you have seen over here, this one is
Pranav.
Yes.
Pranav, 1 second. That last screen Devang was asking. No? So you said if we have not executed for the January, we can do it on the February. So system allow without like doing or skipping 1 month, second month, we can execute periodic posting.
So ideally there should be a scenario. Yeah, system does allow over here. So the reason why I'll say you that let's say there is a contract wherein contract start date is from 1st of Jan. And it has got like we have brought that particular entry into SAP in the month of March. Now, when we have brought that entry in the month of March, now we need to post for the month of Jan and Feb as well, right? If we have brought any of the contract out of legacy into, there are two scenarios. One, we can create through one-time statistical posting. And second scenario is like, okay, business say that whatever posting we have done for last 2 months, we are going to reverse it in the legacy system itself, so that whenever we are migrating this contract to SAP itself calculates those particular amount. Okay, there can be a scenario, right, wherein some business says that okay, we have just started with our new financial year and we are in our second period itself. We have just posted for first period of our new financial year. So what we'll do is in second period we'll reverse all the entry in what we have posted for first financial period, and we can bring all these entry from SAP itself. So in that case, what we will do when we have migrated the contract and by end of in second period and in end of second period, by when we will run the valuation or periodic posting, it will also pick up the first month, first period postings, right? Which will
introduce. Yeah, introducing data on later date is okay, but in regular run, like you are not introducing any legacy data. Then in general, like you are running as usual system and January month is skipped. So in February, it will allow our system give the error because in other
No,
module
it
like
will
accrual
allow.
engine.
It will allow. If you do not want this particular posting for January month, then in that case, your condition purpose to should be statistical. Okay. If you have
Okay,
already taken that posting in any other system, and in once you have migrated to SAP and you do not want that January month to be posted, then for that particular month, your condition purpose should be one time statistical. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So similarly, we have the similar screen for valuation. So what all things are posted when we run valuation posting on a periodic basis? So it will debit your interest account. Okay. So if you remember, or if you are aware, I have not mentioned, but yeah, I have mentioned you about IFRS 16. So all the IFRS 16 contracts will have this valuation posting available. Okay, wherein you will be running your like once you the very first time you run valuation for your contract, your right of use asset will be capitalized, your lease liability will be posted. Then on month basis, your interest account will be debited and your lease account will be lease liability account will be credited, and simultaneously one subsequent entry has been posted. That is nothing, we are parking an entry. We will be debiting our lease liability account and crediting our lease clearing account. What does that mean is, what we are on a periodic basis, we are clearing our lease liability account and parking that particular amount on a lease clearing account, so that whenever it is not necessarily required that at the end of the month we will be receiving invoices from vendor, right? It might be a case wherein a vendor might send invoices for the last month uh, on 10th, 5th, 6th or 7th of the next month, correct? That is current month. So in those scenario, what we do is we just run the valuation posting, through which it debits your lease liability account and credits your lease clearing account. And once we have received vendor invoices, we run the rewrap. That is nothing but your posting. This posting, we once we run the rewrap periodic posting for contract, then it debits your lease clearing account and credits your vendor account. That is how it flows. Okay. So if you see over here, as I mentioned, the very first time when you run a valuation for your contract, it will have your asset posting, your clearing. Asset posting and clearing posting is nothing but your technical clearing account. Okay. So over here, these are all the entry: present value, asset account, and lease liability account. Okay. Then it has also parked to your lease payment account. Okay. So these all entries are generated through valuation posting. Any question? And if you see over here, flow types are there. So flow types are assigned to your condition type. This is your condition type. This condition type will be assigned to your flow type, and your flow type will be assigned to your account symbol, and account symbol is assigned to your general ledger account. Okay. Any question as of now?
In this, that calculation mechanism is based on day wise or like month wise also available?
Month wise is also available, day wise is also available. It totally depends in frequency how exactly you define over in your valuation parameter. So over here, can you see frequency term? It says monthly. So if you want to change it, you can do it daily. If you want to
daily,
based on whatever selection parameters you have selected, it will define it.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So now what we are going to cover is planning and control. So under SAP REFX, we do have controlling available, through which we can do planning. So what does planning mean by? Planning is nothing. If it is something like future forecasting, we have to do how much exactly we are supposed to receive, like future revenue we are supposed to receive versus how much we have already received. Okay. From controlling point of view, we have decided and we have created a planning profile. The same planning profile can be integrated with REFX. Okay. So SAP REFX provide planning of cost element per real estate object. We have accesses to many strategic reports like vacancy report by duration and frequency, by imputed cost, report of planning versus actuals, commitments, grouping and simulation by master data hierarchy, figure of master data. Moreover, we have standard reporting in SAP information system which cover master data contracts, measurements, rent adjustment, partner, service charge settlement, sales-based settlement, and controlling. Okay. So it says that we are having a standard reports which are available to compare vacancy report based on your duration and frequency. Imputed cost is nothing the cost which you have incurred or you have lost the opportunity to earn that particular revenue. Reporting of planning versus actuals and commitments. Actuals and commitment as in if you are aware within funds management we have commitment items. So based on that we can do what is the actual and what are the commitment items. We can also do based on your master data hierarchy, figures of your master data. Okay. So what all reports we have in SAP for SAP REFX? So very first report we have are for master data, that is for our business entity, land, building, and rental object. Then we have for contracts. Contracts are again which all objects are assigned to contract, what is the condition type assigned to the contract, which all business partner are assigned to the contract, and for IFRS 16, which all assets are assigned to individual contracts. Okay. Measurements, based on the measurement, like what measurements we have available and against which each rental object or contract is assigned. Conditions, as I mentioned, like condition and contract mapping is there. Rent adjustment, if there are any change in a rent, then change overview are available. Partners are nothing but partner and contract mapping. Service charge settlement. So service charge settlement, in this will be able to see which all contracts are activated for sales-based relevant and what is the sales rule and reporting rule for those based on the sales-based relevant contract. Controlling, as mentioned above, we have several controlling reports available. Land use management is there. Land use management is nothing but for properties we have several reports apart from like normal REIS PR report. Then for accounting, for what do we mean by accounting is nothing but we have cash flow report available, we have RE document posted available, which all documents have been posted, and what all like condition types are there, what all overall areas are there. Based on that we can see over here. Okay. Now moving to account determination. So for account determination also we have some like how exactly the account determination happens. So we were covering account determination. So how exactly your account determination happens? So the very first thing that account determination triggers from within a contract is from condition type. Okay. Condition type is assigned to your flow type, and flow type is assigned to your account symbol, and account symbol is assigned to account general ledger account. Condition with flow types and reference flow types. Initial situation, the automatic posting in the periodic postings are made using condition type.
The condition type, basic rent, advance payment for operating cost are independent of usage. Third party usage, own usage, vacant. Each usage type, third party usage, own usage, vacancy should have a different account. The account posted for distribution posting must be different from the accounts used in receivable posting. Okay, so let me just quickly show you how exactly this flows. Okay, let me log into SAP and show it to you. So under Reka Cust, we have this node called condition and flows. Okay, so over here we define which all condition types are there and what will be the grouping of condition types. So if you see over here, define condition types. So these all condition types are already available. Basic rent, office basic rent, warehouse basic rent, store basic rent, rent reduction. Out of this, few of them are I have configured and few are like standard solution. Okay, so I'll quickly go. If you see over here, store basic rent, it has been selected as minimum sales based rent, maximum sales based rent. So that means this one is saying that this particular condition type will be assigned when a sales based scenario will be activated. So I'll go to basic rent. Now the basic rent, it has particular attribute like minimum, maximum sale, base fee, flat rate, all of these are available. Then we have flow type available. So over here we assign the flow type. Okay, on basis on this it will trigger. We'll go and check what is this flow type and what are the flow type assigned to account symbol assigned to this flow type. Okay, apart from that, if any of the condition type is supposed to receive the revenue, then we can activate this. And calculation formula, as I mentioned, if you remember calculation formula, we can define fixed amount, object measurement based on the object measurement. Like let's say one object is of 700 square feet and a second object is of 300. So based on that also it will like segregate the amount. Sales based rent is there. Then distribution formula. If you remember, I have shown you distribution formula, that how exactly this will be distributed. Divide equally, object measurements. Okay, these all standard functionalities are there. Now I'll go and see the flow type. Again, this is the grouping condition over here. What is that grouping? This is condition purpose over here. If you see posted, one time posted, statistical, all of these are condition purpose which you can define. Okay, and over here if you see external condition purpose, all of these activities you can assign. This is nothing but for your condition type. Based on your condition type you can specifically assign it. Once you have done that, then you need to group those condition type. What do you mean by group those condition type? Grouping will be available for your contract type. So let's say this is customer contract commercial. I have done a grouping of this. So all of those condition type which will be available for this particular contract type are maintained over here. That is called grouping. Grouping is nothing but we are defining which all condition type will be available for one particular contract type. So basic rent is there, sequence is there, actual, and the condition purpose which we have selected is actual purpose. Okay, then adjustment rule is there, whether it will be flat or cost efficient, free customizing. Majorly it should be free, and for service charge related it should be service charge, and sales based related it should be sales. Okay, now coming back and showing it like flow type. Yes, this is the flow type.
Can you see define flow type? So this is what the flow type was there, which was assigned to basic rent. Against basic rent, can you against this flow type, the debit indicator is there. Okay. Now one more thing which we need to take care of. Suppose we are this particular transaction condition type is supposed to be debited or credited. Then over here we are going to select credit. Okay. Now that particular basic rent is going to be credited. That is why we have selected over here as debit. So credit as in it will be a basic rent income. Okay. So why exactly we are doing a vice versa? Because flow types also simultaneously post equivalent entry to your condition type, and that is how it will get flow. So debit will be your flow type and credit will be your account symbol. That is why we are defining it as debit posting. So at the end, your account symbol, whatever account symbol is there, your accounting entry will trigger based on that. And over here, if you see accrual and deferral entry key is there. If I do F4 over here, ANR VCN. ANR VCN, what does it mean by accrued revenue contract? Accrued revenue rental object. Accrued cost rental object. Accrued cost contract. So these are the standard keys which are there, accrual types which are there provided by SAP. Now we'll see this particular flow type is assigned to which. So 100, can you see 100 is there? This is, so as I mentioned, this is a revenue income. That is why it is getting debited, and your credit will be your revenue account, debit will be your customer account. Okay. And over here also you need to maintain this. Now if you see in this line item over here, both of them are debit general ledger account and credit also general ledger account. So why we are using this is because it is for own use. It is nothing but a intercompany contract is there, and that is why we have maintained it as own use. Okay. Apart from that, account determination. If you remember, I am informed you like we can maintain it for account determination, wherein we can use separate jails for individual condition type. So based on this account determination over here, now the GL have been separated. If you see the same condition flow type is there 1003, 1003. Just the debit GL is 108 over here, and over here 118. The credit one is same for both of them. Based on the account determination value, you can define which all GLs you want to be posted. Okay. And quickly I'll show you one of the example of leasing scenario. So this is one of the example wherein your debit account is general ledger account and credit account is vendor account. So if it is getting credited over here, ideally we should be having a credit indicator for this one, right? So B17, we'll quickly go in flow type and see. See, B170. So whichever line item, as in the customer or vendor account you are using as a debit or credit, you'll be selecting the same over here. So if the vendor is getting credited, you'll select it over here, and if your customer account is getting debited, then you'll select debit over here. Okay. So this is how your accounting determination happens using condition type, flow type, and your account symbol. One more thing which is there is reference flow type. Your flow types are also assigned to your reference flow type. If you see, 1000 is assigned to your reference flow type 1001. And relation over here, you can see there are multiple relation which are available. Follow posting due to condition increase, follow posting due to condition reduction, installment, irrecoverable date. What does this relation mean by? Or what is reference flow type? So reference flow type is nothing if you are making any kind of changes to your condition, and if those condition want to be like those particular amount needs to be updated based on the scenario business processes, those particular reference flow type need to be activated so that the reversal or updation or increase in or any of the distribution of your condition can happen. Okay. So this is the flow condition type, then flow type, then comes your reference flow type, and then come your account determination. So account determination involves your account symbol and your GL account. REFX customizing. So account symbol based on the transaction type, it is formed from condition. So account symbol is assigned to your general ledger account, as I mentioned. So that defines what account will be debited, what account will be credited, and based on that, we'll have our posting in our financial books. Okay. So it is just a flow of how exactly the data and account determination happens. You can quickly go through this and let me know if any questions are there. Partner cash flow and object cash flow. If I have mentioned this earlier as well, like there are two cash flow through which we'll be able to define how much exactly we are going to pay in future, and, based on the condition type which we have assigned and the condition amount. Okay.
One question here. So in account fee, we had mentioned D star there for debit account.
Sorry?
In the account symbol against flow type, we had mentioned D star over there.
Correct.
That was for customer. For vendor, we'll mention K star. And how will the actual vendor or customer be picked? Will it be from the contract maintained in the contract?
Correct. So why exactly we are maintaining D star is so ideally when we create a vendor master data, right? We assign a reconciliation account to that vendor master data.
Correct.
And that reconciliation account will be having a account type group. So that account type group should be D type and D.
Correct.
So that is how it is picking up, and we are determining that all the vendor, when we are selecting D, that means all the customer should be whether those particular customer have been extended to that particular company code. If we are assigning that customer to the contract, then it should get posted. And same goes with your vendor as well. Your vendor master data has a reconciliation account, and that reconciliation account is activated, like it has a account type group, right? So that is how that is why we are defining over here. Let me show you which all other. So ADKMS, all of them are there. asset, customer, vendor, material master data, and general ledger account. Okay.
Got it.
So why we are defining? So it is not just necessary we should use D star. We also need to make sure that your debit key is also debit general key should also be D.
Okay. Also, there was a S star that was for some GL account.
GL account.
So in that case, how is that pick from the contract? Like I know that customer and vendor we maintain in the partners, but how do we pick the GL then in that case?
So was it S star and S star, both the debit and credit were S star and S star?
No. Here itself, when you showed it to me, if I maintain S star somewhere in debit or
ideally we cannot maintain S star, right?
Okay, correct. Because there is no such a GL with this reference.
Correct. We will be having GL with S, but not S. Like ideally, what we are defining, if we are saying S star, that means all type of GLs, right? If we have defined any other GL also, it will get posted to that GL. But we do not want that particular GL, any wrong GL to be posted.
Correct. So in general scenarios, it is not used.
Yeah. In general scenario, we only use D star and K star.
Right. Got it.
Because if we are using S, that means we have a general ledger available with us and we'll be assigning that general ledger to the account symbol. And that is how it is recommended, because if we are using S star, that means we can in future, if any of the other GL also get assigned to that particular account symbol, then it will get posted. But that is not how it should be, right?
Correct.
Let's say an external customer, external P&L account is there, and ideally we are using S star for internal, right? And if that gets assigned to your account symbol, then it will be a wrong financial reporting.
Right. There may be multiple assigned to the same. So
yes.
That can also.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Any other questions on this? So procedure for setting up automatic account determination. So as I mentioned, the very first thing is define flow type in REFX, assign reference flow type for each flow type and relationship key. Create condition type and assign flow type to the condition type. Create general ledger account in finance and create the account symbol in customizing for SAP REFX accounting. Assign general ledger account to your account symbol. Assign account symbol to your flow type. Then assign condition type to the condition grouping. Condition grouping, as I have shown you, the grouping, why we do the grouping is so that we can define which all condition type will be activated for contract type. Assign condition group to the corresponding contract type or rental object type on the basis of the assigned usage type, rental object types. Okay. One more thing which I have not shown you over here is like I have shown you the grouping and assigning of condition to the grouping, but I have not shown you assignment of grouping to the contract type. Assign condition group to the contract type. So let's take an example of commercial leasing. So commercial leasing, it has condition grouping of CU00. So ideally it should have all the lease in related conditions, right? CU00 is CU00 vendor contract. Credit basic rent, credit energy supply, credit security deposit, minimum rent, sales based rent, maximum rent, credit. Why we are saying credit is your expense account get credited. Your vendor account get debited, and your GRI. Sorry, in this scenario, it will be your GRI expense account will be debited and vendor account will be credited. Okay.
I have observed one thing. The condition purpose that we maintain over here is, let's suppose we have mentioned the actual rent over here, but in contract, if we maintain it as one time, it is allowed.
Yeah, we can change that as well, or at contract level also we can change that.
So this basically then why do we define over here?
These are the default condition types. Whenever I add V100 to one of the contract, it should not
excellent.
it should not pick up any other random one-time statistical or one-time rent thing, vacancy rent thing. What actually I want is actual rent. So apart from actual rate, even there is a scenario wherein like someone had a question that I do not want to post for the Jan month and I directly want to post to Feb month. So in that scenario, what I will do is I'll add for the Jan month, I'll add separate condition type with the same amount, but the condition purpose will be one-time statistical.
Got it. So here it is default, but it can be changed at contract level.
Yeah, at contract level it can be changed. So that is what I'm defining over here, that what should be the default condition type or condition purpose.
Got it. Got it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is account determination thing. Now flow type. What are the flow type and what are the purpose of flow type? So as I mentioned, condition type is assigned to flow type and reference flow type, and then account determination. So what does the reference flow type is? There is a retroactive increase of receivable, that is after periodic posting has already been performed. Then how do we change that? Using this particular flow type, that is 010 relation key follow posting due to condition increase. When we have assigned one of the flow type to this relation key, it will pick up. Follow posting retroactive condition increase is 10, then your condition reduction is 20. Distribution posting object transfer, this will be used when we are having like cost center transfer, and that is nothing for internal usage. We'll be using distribution posting on usage. Then for vacancy, if we remember, we have used account determination for vacancy. So over here we can define if it is vacant, then what should be the relationship key. Then if we are using any service charge settlement related, then receivable from settlement, credit from settlement. Receivables from settlement as in you have paid the cost on behalf of your tenant and you are now recovering it, then you will use this. And credit from settlement is nothing but you are the user of that particular property and services, and now you are supposed to pay it back to your vendor. Installment agreement, irrecoverable date, these all relation keys are there. Okay, based on the given situation, the system recognizes if it should use the flow type that was originally assigned to the condition type, or if it should use a reference flow type. Okay, so if you are doing a normal posting, ideally it will pick up the flow type, but if any of the reversal or change in the condition is there, then reference flow type will be used. Okay. Flow types allow to define and control automatically generated posting, such as periodic posting or one-time posting based on flow types. The partner-related cash flow and the object-related cash flow of contracts are calculated. You can define reference flow type to calculate the cash flow in case of follow-up posting due to condition increase, follow-up posting due to condition reduction. Then distribution transfer postings are there. So these all scenarios are there for flow type. General ledger. How exactly, what are the purpose of general ledger accounting and how exactly it triggers? There are two different version in general ledger accounting component. One is classic general ledger accounting, which is if you guys are aware that in classic we did not have any like document splitting and all available. Zero balance profit center accounting, all of these were not available. Existing customer can choose between using classic general ledger accounting or activating the new general ledger accounting. General ledger accounting new. The new general ledger accounting is automatically active for new customer. The new general ledger accounting is more flexible, particularly in handling parallel accounting, and also enables you to automatically split document based on defined document splitting characteristics. Okay, as I mentioned that new general ledger accounting has document splitting, profit center accounting, and parallel ledger accounting also. Any queries on this? Okay, so I'll move further. General ledger constraint. What are the constraints in terms of general ledger? Service charge settlement, sales-based settlement. If all the following apply, it is not possible to perform service charge settlement and sales-based settlement. You activated the new general ledger accounting and profit center accounting and assigned the profit center update scenario to your ledger. You posted advance payment as special general ledger transactions. You want to settle service charge or sales-based rent using the actual principal. So all of this cannot be performed in general ledger accounting because this will be performed through service charge settlement and sales-based settlement scenarios. Okay. Integration with new general ledger accounting. So now how does new general ledger accounting helps in this? If all the following apply, it is not possible to like just a second, there is a duplication. Yeah, this is a duplication of screen. Yeah, this one, integration with new general ledger accounting. Classic general ledger accounting existing. Again, this is the same. Yeah, there is a duplication of 2 slides, so I'll skip this. Tax type. In this activity, you enter the necessary tax type. Specifying tax type is mandatory. Tax types are country specific dependent. You can define multiple tax type for each country. So there is tax type and there is tax grouping. So we'll see what all tax type and tax grouping is. Specifying tax group is mandatory. The tax group determines the tax rate for a transaction. The tax group together with country, the tax type, and possibly the region determines the percentage. So how exactly the tax type and tax group is configured? So tax type is nothing but grouping of your, let's say, input VAT or input output VAT. So we'll create that as a tax type. And input VAT, let's say there are multiple VAT rate based on the scenario. Then we have tax code created for that. So what we will do is we will assign those tax code to your tax grouping. So over here, do not confuse yourself with like tax grouping is like input VAT. It is ideally a tax code, and tax type is your input VAT and output VAT. So I'll show you in the system as well. So define tax type. So tax type, if you see over here, based on the country, I have defined MWST and MVST. What is MWST? Output, and MVST is input. Okay. Now I have created one of these tax type for my requirement and for individual country. Now what I'll do is I'll go and assign this tax type to. These are the tax group. Okay. Half, full. These are the tax group. over here we are defining what should be the default value of tax type and tax grouping. Okay, now I'll show you how exactly we maintain the tax code. Okay, so we had created DEMVST, if you remember. Now the tax group is half, and against half, what should be the tax code? V2 should be the tax code. So tax code will be coming from, again, financial accounting, the FTXP transaction code which we use. Using FTXP, whichever tax code we have created, we can assign it over here. Okay, so V2 is for input tax, reduced tax rate. What we have defined, the tax grouping is half, none, and full. Full is for V1. What is V1? Input tax full rate. Okay, so simultaneously we can do this. Now let's say there is a scenario wherein one contract requires that two tax code to be clubbed as together. One tax code has 5% and second tax code has 3% of tax rate available. Now at the full, I want it to be 8% only. So what I'll do is I'll create this new line item. One will be with 5% and second will be with 3%. But the tax type and tax group will be same. So while calculating at the contract level, system itself will determine and calculate 8%. Okay. So we can club the tax code as well. So these are the transactions, tax type, tax group, country, and all of these tax codes. Okay. Any questions on this? What transaction key we want to assign to our tax group, we can assign it over here as well. Okay. So this is how your tax group can be defined. Same goes with withholding tax. You can post condition with withholding tax using RE posting process. Condition with withholding tax data can be processed in these processes: periodic posting, one-time posting, service charge settlement, and sales-based settlement. So these are the scenario wherein WHT can be used. WHT features: if you make these settings, then the system generates the following data. When you post invoices, the system generates withholding tax line. When you post payment, the information for withholding tax is transferred to the document from which the withholding tax is posted. The system also checks if all required withholding tax types from the master data which are relevant for the payment are in the line item. Procedure for withholding tax is to create the withholding tax term in customer or vendor real estate contract. Proceed as follow. You are processing a contract and are on the posting parameter tab page. Choose the quick info text create term and choose the withholding tax entry. On the withholding tax tab page, you can select from two functions when you choose the quick info text add withholding tax. Purpose partner data, propose partner data, or add blank row. Assign the condition which is used for posting the withholding tax to the withholding tax term. To do so, choose the condition tab in the contract processing. Okay. So within contract, we have posting parameter tab available. Under posting parameter tab, we can assign withholding tax. So if we have activated withholding tax for that particular country, then if that country is assigned to the company code, based on that, withholding tax will be activated. Okay. select the condition type you want to use for posting withholding tax. Choose the term tab page. Enter the number of the term you just created in WHT field. Save your entries in detailed data for the withholding tax term. The assigned condition now appears on the condition tab page. Adjustments. What do you mean by adjustment is? So let's say we are using any of the interest rate on our valuation, and based on the consumer price index or the inflation, we want this particular adjustment to be assigned to our contract, based on which the interest rate will get fluctuated and it will get changed. Okay, so that is why the adjustments are used, like for consumer price index or any of the inflation or any of the third party tool wherein we are updating, fetching the data from. It will determine your interest rate for your valuation parameter. You have defined the required adjustment rule in customizing. For more information, see defining the adjustment process in the contract. So there are multiple adjustment available under REFX. One is consumer, one is free adjustment. One is consumer is nothing but customizable. Okay, and free is like we can customizable is like we have already defined it and we can use it, and free is something based on our requirement or based on the changes in the market, we can change the interest rate, incremental borrowing rate. Okay, so yes, this is what overall contract management is for as of now. What we have covered: contract, how exactly the contract screen look like, general data tab, what is the valuation tab. Then apart from that, we have also checked what are the condition purposes, right? Then we have seen how exactly we can determine our general ledger accounting, through which we can like condition type is there, it is assigned to your flow type, then your account symbol, and to your general ledger accounting, and which all periodic postings are there. We have also seen that.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing real estate? Our SAP REFX course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP REFX. It's like a toolbox for managing properties, from leasing to maintenance and everything in between. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP REFX Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.